4. Number 2, faith is executed for his sin. From that, someone who is executed for his sin. Now this comes to remember again. The ceremony is big novelty. Why is it a big novelty? Because when ceremony is not executed for what he's done, because why? For what we know he will become. Remember, all he's done is some money but that is not punishable by death. We kill him, the Gemara says, because we know that he's going to ultimately become. The Gemara says, what do you see from here? Having meal Achamim. This is two exclusionary phrases in a row. Is that when you have a meal Achamim, two exclusionary phrases, one after the other, that comes to include ultimately again events. It comes to include that solar particularly the expensive principles work. We have two exclusionary phrases, both that seem to exclude that solar principles from the obligation of hanging, yet because they are too repetitive, it's so more incredible. Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Elohim and Shaddach Kavanoshim, Rabbi Eliezer says, come say, we only hang men, we don't hang women. We only hang men, we don't hang women. So, how come say, what about the case of Shimon ben Shetta? Shimon ben Shetta, he hanged those 80 sorceresses, like those 80 women in one day. So I'm going to discuss Moshe and Aaron Sherisis. When do we say that they did was not execute people in one day? That's only because we executed two different forms of execution. How about the Misa Amos done? But the Misa again, if they have two cases with the same death penalty, they will try both of those cases in one day. Well, Misa Shema Shetta, the Misa Amos, yet it was the case of Shema Shetta, where all 80 women were executed in the same way. Because only way the 80 done, and yet again, you see that case as an outlier, that is something that would not be normally done, even though again, all these women will be executed in the same way. Allah, he is not helping. That's just what you have to say. Most of Allah needs to have us to reach so Satan only will try to gather people in one day, and that two people in one day, if it's one Nisa, that's like two Nisa. What is that? What's the people, right? You go, stay out there. Look at Rashi, this is familiar. This Rashi is 2 or 5 rounds up from the whole Rashi gets wide. Nisa Achas means when it says to go, stay out there, She'in Domos, Ve'in Nisa Achas. So it's like 18 will adjudicate 2 capital cases. As long as they are 2 dissimilar averos, or with the same death penalty. What's an example of 2 dissimilar averos with one death penalty? If you go, Shabbos V'Avod Zara. So those are both Shabbos V'Avod Zara, carry with them a same penalty of stealing. Same penalty of stealing. So the Gemara says over here, Basin will go ahead and adjudicate 2 cases with the same death penalty. There are 2 different. In fact, about the Misa Achas, I'm sorry. Basin will not adjudicate 2 cases, even if they have the same Misa, if they're 2 distinct Averas. About the Misa Achas, the Avera Achas done it. They will say if you have 2 cases for the same infraction and the same death penalty, then enough to them Basin will adjudicate that case. So we'll say, we're going to see only right now the following. When do we say that Basin doesn't judge 2 cases? Obviously, if it's 2 similar cases, Basin won't judge 2 capital cases in one of them. But even if both of the cases have the same death penalty, but they're different infractions, we won't judge those as one. The only time there's a possibility for Basin prosecuting on 2 capital cases in one day is when it's not a true of the same case. Or 2 people committing the same Avera, and therefore ultimately against same infraction, same death penalty. The Bryce says that a Basin cannot condemn 2 people, can't go ahead and give out 2 death sentences in one day, even with an adulterer and an adulteress. Listen, what this seems to be saying is the following. Let's say two people are brought to date, a man and a woman. Why? Because they both committed an act of adultery together. Same Avera, and presumably what? Same Misa. Now, based on what we just said, same Avera, same background, what should be the halama? They would be able to adjudicate both cases. Yet we see the Gemara says the guy says that they would adjudicate those two capital cases on the same day, which they went to tell the Gemara Misa, the Basmani of Bola. Oh, what's the case? There's an interesting case. If a Bas Kohen commits adultery, we'll say there's a special tears and custom. She is killed with straight bus, even though again the man is killed either with skila or kenek, depending on her particular status. But it's already interesting about it here. The woman faces the punishment that's the case. So even though they both turned up with basis in the same Avera, by the way, same Avera they committed with one another, it's like the death sentence will be different. Jason will not move on those capital cases in one day. Oh, the Bas Kohen is information about. What I was saying, the case, and again, we're not going to get into the cases really yet, but if you have witnesses who testify about a Bas Kohen who went ahead and committed adultery, then what? You have Eidim who come and make the first set of witnesses Eidim Somanim, and then ultimately you have the third set of witnesses who make the second set of witnesses Roman, who reinstate the first set of witnesses who regular witnesses. Ultimately, again, the Eidim Somanim and the Eidim Somanim will get a different Misa than the Misha will. The point that you are trying to make over here is that when the Raisa says we don't execute two people in one day, even an adulterer and an adulterer, that contradicted what we said before. That things will hand down two death penalties when both cases are the same Avera and the same punishment. So what do we do with the Christ that says we won't kill the adulterer and the adulteress on the same day? One sense that we refer to a very specific case of adultery where the circumstances are such that the adulterer and the adulteress are receiving two different punishments. I have heard, I will say, a number of you have asked me this question over time. When we have cases where they can't technically punish someone, but it's clear that the guy's a bad guy. You have cases like this where somebody has done something illegal, but for whatever reason, or to say something different, the guy's a bad guy. It's just a bad guy. I don't mean like making a personal judgment. I mean like basically the guy's bad. But for whatever reason, we can't punish him within a legal framework because whatever the issue is. The Irana is talking about what we call the long arm of the law. Beijing has a long arm. You must reveal to me, Yaakov, Beijing has the right to go and give notice, as well as level out other punitive measures. Shalom and Torah. What does Shalom and Torah mean? Even when the Torah is not commanded. Now the Beijing doesn't do this in order to violate Torah law. Rather, again, only in order to go ahead and make a protected fence around it. So Beijing will say, it's much like other people, but Beijing has the right to punish when necessary, when they see ultimately again that the collective needs are served through the lifting of the fence. So we want to give an example. Umar said that there was once a guy who was riding a horse on Shabbos during the days of the Jews. The Avila Bezdin, who stoned him. They brought him to Bezdin and they stoned him. Below me, short of the fact, and not because riding an animal on Shabbos ultimately deserves Tzira. But the hour demanded it. Also, what does that mean? So we know are you allowed to ride an animal on Shabbos? I let it go. Why can't you ride an animal on Shabbos? So it's clear to that one that ultimately again a person may come to break up a branch in order to go ahead and hit the animal to get it. So again, riding an animal on Shabbos doesn't do that level. Shouldn't ride that penalty. Take Malchus, you get Malchus first. Why do they do it? So remember, the Gemara gives us the context. This was the abundance. The abundance, we know, the Greek Hellenes wanted to outvote what Antiochus outvoted a number of things amongst them. Shabbos. There was an active effort to undermine the sanctity of Shabbos. This Jew was publicly marking Shabbos, publicly violating Sunday and Shabbos. So therefore, again, the Beit took it upon themselves to execute. Why? Because they felt it was important in order to go ahead and safeguard the sanctity and severity of Shabbos in the eyes of the Kohanim. So this is the long arm of the law. Another example. There was another man. Now it looks like this is a married couple, and he had relations with his wife, husband, and others. He had relations with his mother. Now, not exactly in the middle of the street. It was under the street, it was a little bit more, but it was something that was considered to be a breach of truth. It was a breach of normative modesty scandal. They had real days and they burned days and no food. And that mountain. Now, what's that? Now, what's the prohibition involved with a man having relations with his wife underneath the tree? And the answer is no. I mean, it's not. It's not a issue. Right? So it's not a issue. Right? Again, so what's happening here? To which the Gemara understands this was an issue. There's no side conversation. Right? There's no like that. Right? So the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says, but the Rabbanan tell that this was an incredible business. Now, what do other societies look like that are happening at this kind of level? But the Maestro, whatever it was, we can understand that this is raising breach of modesty. Even though it's not absurd, but again, Chazal felt the need to step in and flog the guy, to give him out this. So the Gemara goes back to it. No, right, I'll show you. Fine, Mishnah. Gates told us. So we'll say this is amazing. So what's the process for hanging the individual? Now that we've established the Mishnah, so first of all, the only people who are hanged are the individuals who are executed from a God you can have all the Zohar. So only pieces of where you curse God and where you worship idolatry. Those are the only pieces that all of the pieces is not. Only a man is hanging, a woman is not. So the Gemara says, Gates told us. So how do we go ahead and administer hanging?
You're not putting in any locker room anywhere at any time. It's not an opinion, it's objective fact, and I will die on that hill. He's been in the company of some of the best shit talkers for how many years now? Yet to this day, even when
Shocking as I thought about it.
He feels so
we take a pole,
every
put
single
the
time.
pole into the
It's
ground.
physically painful to
But
watch
each,
the issue
take it again, so
putting it
you
into
have the
every
pole
area, subject, topic,
that's
shop
ground,
attempts to weigh in
put
on.
another
But
pole
I've been to
across
enough.
the top
What I
of
really needed
that.
to get off my chest was
But
the
each
daddy shit.
but remember again, as we
It's gotta stop.
discussed,
I've almost turned off the
hanging
podcast several times
is
now.
not
It's a bummer
one
because
of the
I
forms
dig
of
most of the banter
discuss.
otherwise. No
A
big deal.
body is
No one's
only
forced me to
hung
listen. I
after
just
the person is
use their
always
random big cheers.
Well, you're not wrong.
I will tell you, I'm sorry,
You know,
my
the
conception
voice that he does,
how do
which
you
I'm
hang the
glad this
body?
person picked up
Right?
on,
You
the
put a noose
weird,
around the neck,
sexy
and you
voice,
hang the
whatever.
body.
It's like,
That's not how they hung because people do that. They do this. Makif shnei yadav zu al gav zu. So you tie, the person's already dead. You tie their hands together. You tie their hands together. You told them, and you hang the individual by their hands. I was amazed by this. I started straight over this because I was so intrigued by this. I put a sudden kick under the table by my wife. It was like my kids are turning pale at the table. Like, well, but I was so struck by this. I was so struck by this. Again, I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't remember this from before, but it's so dramatic. It's just you don't think about that. This is how the person is hanged. But okay, anyway, the point is, it's not good.
I remember when we first were like,
That's the take home message. Listen, no, Shabbos, not weekday, never. Because Rabbi Yossi says, Hakora muta ala kosel. They told the Osek to be out Shana Bakin Osek. Supposed to listen to this. And we'll discuss the nature of the Machok to this. Rabbi Yossi says, you do not take the pole and put it into the ground. Instead, what you do is you take the pole and you lean it against a wall. Now, what you would do is again, and then you would go ahead and you would hang the person from that point or over the wall. The beam hits the wall. Now, the image that is created is the same way that the butchers hang meat. So the same way apparently the butchers used to hang meat by taking up meat, leaning it against the wall. You would hang the meat from there. Latinos from that. You hang the individual for just a few moments. We hang
I
him.
would argue
We're
he's 2
Yotzei
women away.
Mitzvah, because again, there's a biblical obligation to hang those who ultimately are stoned at least one specific situations. We hang him, and Makir also then we take down the body of
That's
the
so funny.
Written
He has to
blood,
go on
if you
flagrant
leave the
quality
body hanging
italics.
overnight,
I mean, they
over
would just be
Allah
like,
velosas,
have
you
in
violate
mind
the
that
prohibition.
you're safe.
Ne'emar,
We know you
lo
didn't need
solim
it.
livlaso
You're free to just
alai,
put it back
it's
in.
kikavor tikorek. He kilalas elokim
It's like
kalu.
the
But
lion king.
ultimately, again, if you leave him hanging overnight, so you violate the prohibition, because the pasuk says, do not leave the body hanging overnight. And it's bury him immediately, because literally, kilalas elokim kalu, the degradation of God is hanging. Kilomar, Nidnei that kalu. Why is this one hanging? Why was this one hung? Ultimately, again, because he cursed God. Remember, again, this is reflecting the idea that hanging is only administered to those who are killed because of either cursing God or avodah zarah. So therefore, again, if somebody's hanging, at the end of the day, it's a reminder that there's a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it means, Ki kilalas Elokim Talu. There's a reminder that there was a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a degradation to the individual, a degradation to God. Nimtza Shimshai Miskalo, Rabbi Meir, Vishash Adam Mitztar, Shechina Malash Romer. This is amazing. So Meir, that's the time when a person is in distress. And again, we'll discuss what all this. Adam Mitztar, Rashi says, that he suffers. The person suffers. What does the Shekhinah say? Malash Lomeres, Kalani Miroshim, Kalani Mizroha. Then ultimately, again, literally, my head has become light, my limbs have become light. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says it's 4 lines up from the bottom. Kalani Miroshim, Kaloma, Kimosha, Adam Shiyage Ve'et, Omer, Roshi Kaved Alai, Yisroi Kaved Alai, Ainu Kilas Less, I need any cow. Ultimately, again, we're going to discuss this lashon of Kalani means the contraction of Kal less. When a person is hiding his head feels heavy, his legs feel heavy. So when a person suffers, and life feels heavy on him, his body feels heavy, his circumstances feel heavy, but he almost says, I feel your pain. Kalani Miroshi, Kalani Mizroai. If you feel happiness, I feel happiness as well. It's an incredible idea. So the Gemara goes like, indicate a makom mitzvah al damer shel rishon shenishmas, al chomer al damer shel tzaddik. So if the also have stress over the rishon who are executed, or the more so how he had stress when the tzaddikim suffer as well. Below the two of Adamu, ela kol amalines meso. The most that he runs something that way that you can't leave your body hanging overnight. Even the most not your case of execution, where a person dies, you cannot leave, and you should not leave a person who has died unburied overnight. If a person does so, over below sas, he violates the prohibition. However, haliyu l'kabo, most is if you left the body unburied overnight, I'll cover that like the cover from the deceased. For example, the havila aron that because you don't have capacity, so you don't have shrouds, clean up over them. Then ultimately, again, you do not violate the prohibition. But you don't find halacha. Because there are times where we will generally try not to go ahead and delay a levaya at all. But again, if there's a need to delay, I'll cover on this. Now again, generally cover on this, it manifests itself in the ability to be able to get the full levaya. So we'll do so, and that's not considered to be halalas amis. Because again, it's covered up. So again, we'll get into the scope of this. So the Gemara goes back to how you covered also back to the guy who was stoned and then hung. So the Gemara said, how you covered also became us when they took him down from the post, they would not bury him in a family plot. Ella, they must be first able to come with the after and they rugged the after when he started and stuff. Jason had 2 cemeteries. One for those who were killed by hereditary, by a sword and by strangulation, and the other for those who were killed by stoning and by burning. They would bury the individual in one of these cemeteries. Afterwards, Nizak or Abbas, or once the body decomposed, the Lakhdin Sacharos, family members would then collect the bones of the deceased family member, the Kovanos of his bones. So the body had to be buried in one of the basement cemeteries, and the body decomposed in what's called they gathered up the bones, buried the bones in family plots. The Kovanos of the bones. That Robin, this is, first of all, take a look at the last Rashi. Yisachel
those
HaBasar,
sausage things
Kivar
that they have.
Nischaper V'Nisachel.
Jesus Christ,
Once
I
the
couldn't
body
even think of his name.
decomposes,
The
the person who was
there's
killed by
Adderall in my
David,
coffee.
his kapara, his atonement is complete. Meaning,
And
his
just he
death
keeps
is
having
part of the
flashbacks
atonement,
when he was on
the
the pills.
decomposition of his
Yeah,
body is
Gina
the
with
other
that
part of atonement, and
crazy
therefore
bear
once the body is
snakes. She's like one of those
decomposed,
open
his
micers
kapara is
that does the
complete,
right way crafts.
uvizyono, his degradation is
It's
complete,
so funny, man.
therefore
He
they
would
can
retweet
take his
something
bones
about
and
a
bury
person,
it in a
and it's like
family
he
plot.
just keeps
This
going
is
at
amazing,
these
get
people
ready for
for
this.
no reason.
Bakron,
I know
the
he really
relatives of the
he has
person
to
who was
he has
killed
to
by
be able to do
David,
that. I think maybe.
Ba'im, the Shalom,
Such a
Shalom
difference when you start
HaDayanim,
being nice to
the
your
Shalom
coffee
Ha'im.
shop people.
They have to go out of their way
That's
to
something
go
he
ahead
doesn't
and
know.
inquire about the welfare, to give a Shalom Aleichem to the Dayanim
Alrighty, here
and
it
to
goes.
the
Cold hard
agents
lawsuit
who were
coming soon.
involved
Maybe
in
posted
the
by the
case
mind's
that
eye
ultimately
310.
executed their loved
Fake
one.
merch.
Kilomar,
Hello, I've always
She'in
been a fan of
V'Yibinu
Carhartt merch,
Aleichem,
but
to show
it was recently
we
learned
have
that you
no
were doing a
kindness
collab with
against you,
Draft
like
Hustle
we
Guys,
have
a company known for making
absolutely no problem with you. Shedim MS
And one of those books
because
was
you
by John
adjudicated
Allen,
the proper
6
case,
from
you judged
Predator.
correctly.
And then they took
Allah
the
Hayy
picture.
Yisrael. Fine. First off, again, we'll discuss the halacha because that's
I
statutory
wanted to know
fanatic.
if this is
Allah
legit
Hayy
collab,
Yisrael.
so I would
Allah
choose to
said
work
you
with
do
the
not
sexual
observe
predators.
Shiva for someone who is executed by guilt.
Advise all of us
However,
to do the same thing
about
every
owning,
time.
I will say now we'll discuss what this means.
This is the
Owning
responses.
means that you grieve,
Thanks
the
so much
Leviticus
for
grieve
reaching out.
for a loved one, even if they're executed by David. She'ein aninus elamale. Because grieving
That makes the email seem more
when
authentic.
they say lo
Because
hayis
it's right during Halloween time.
there were no mourning practices.
Dressed like a
Shiva,
carrot. Anyway,
nothing like that.
she's in a dry
Aninus
vessel in a
when you're a
sweatshirt.
person
She's
who
like,
can't legislate ultimately again how a person
We
feels.
hope your day has been
Absolutely
amazing. We do understand your concerns
People that
about if
keep
you
that out
collaborate
of
with
the face.
DFAG.
Lo hayis
We
David
can come for
Aleichem.
one way.
The Inca color line. Mahalo. Then Kaparos and the Nafas Aninus Elabalation. Part of the reason we will discuss that we did not observe Adelis, we didn't observe Shiva, was because that was part of the degradation of the person who was executed, and that's part of
Look
the
at that small TV
But
network. He's making sure he's possessed.
but how about
This was posted by After Survey 2245. Carhartt probably all. This was a collab piece of
and
a
with
market.
stones, how you see all my
Yeah, I've read
colon
this one
also
before.
about
It's basically them asking the same
I
thing.
would have said first the body
After
is
looking at this website,
and then
Reddit is not
afterwards
authorized
to the executing
Carhartt
the
distributor.
I would have thought first you hang it,
that's
and then
funny.
if he's not
How
still
does
to
it just
hanging,
keep happening?
then you kill him
It
with
just
stone.
keeps happening.
You get him.
He's stupid and he does stupid things. And also he has a, he may actually have also a bad team.
That's what I'm saying. The team is just getting worse.
I think it's a combination of that he is an idiot and the team is actually also bad. So it's like a bunch of idiots working together to produce something bad.
He's like, I wanted to get out. This week went out of cards.
Then you
So
go
he fixed
ahead
that card out. And then, like,
and
at like 52 cards in, he's like, oh, there's not enough cards. And then it falls in. Oh, it fell down. Let's make another house. Oh, okay, you're going to use stones this time? Cards.
Yeah, there's never going to be any pushback from a stupid team.
Then they would go ahead and they would
He's like,
back
now
judgment,
he uses
they would deliver the verdict.
He starts to make houses too.
Over me,
Do you screw
they would
if I throw a
execute it
fire?
right then and there. Now again,
What?
that's the biggest mistakes
I'm
that
cold.
there clearly was
I'll pee on it.
some level of time in it. Because remember again, the
Okay,
base
so
of
let's go to
Stilo
some
was not
chance
reference
clips.
to the base of
This is posted by
whatever it
Toronto
means.
Rapture.
The point is,
And
they
Robert
tried to
calls
do
out
everything
Callan
related
for
to the
declining
day.
his invitation to perform at his
Well,
Jiu-Jitsu
Nissan also,
Coachella in
the
December.
Akatak told
And he
us,
was not
so they
invited.
executed
He needs
the
to
story,
participate
and then they
BJJ.
hang the body.
Boppo
There
was
wasn't
like,
what's
consider.
that, after
was
so
invited.
sharing the Akatak,
That's
one
hilarious.
person ties the body, right?
But Boppo was
One
on
person
his
hangs the body, another
Baba
person
shouldn't
unties
do
the
stand.
body. They did like hanging
No, he's
mitzvah
just-
to in order ultimately to get to the hanging mitzvah of hanging. They will say, why do they
But I
do this
think
right
there
before
might have been
Shia?
a
Why
conversation
not
about
before
it
sunset?
before.
Because they will say, remember again,
Yeah.
once the sun
Maybe,
sets, you
I mean,
can't
he
use
knew
the
about
body.
it, or at least he's pretending to.
Apparently it
Or
appears
it's like
that they
all
would
the
hang
guys
the
were
body
like,
literally for just a couple of moments. On one hand, to fulfill the biblical obligation.
Maybe it's one of those things where it's like a bunch of friends, and you know, one friend shouldn't be at something, so they all talk about it, and they're like hoping that he never mentions it.
Yeah.
Eight,
That's what that
the
might be.
pasuk says
Who knows?
that you will go ahead and hang the person upon an eight. The Kalisa
Yeah,
also
dude, he
already.
can't say anything because
They
that's
will
the
say
surprise.
that
Brad Travis
eight,
coming
the
in.
pashtus,
It's like,
eight
oh,
can mean a lot of
yeah,
things.
that's
Eight can mean
good.
wood, but eight can also mean what? Tree.
One guy's
So
on it.
Shemir Hani, they because you're Mukubah.
All
So
right,
maybe
let's see. So
whether
we got a lot
the
of clips
pole
from
on
the
which you
latest
are
fight
hanging
companion. This one's posted by
is taller,
Confident
something
Search
attached to the ground,
8648.
like a tree, or
It's called he
Mukubah,
admits
but
his
something
Mexican
that's not
cartel
attached,
story
but you
wasn't true.
attach it, like the pole that you plunge into the
I
ground.
haven't seen this
But
one.
then the pasuk says So the pasuk says, so remember, the way the pasuk reads is, Lo salmi vaso al ha'i, do not leave the body on the tree, ki kabar tiklerenu bayomahu, bury him that day, bury him that day. We'll say, here's what the Gemara is going to dash is, we dash in the same way that you buried the individual. Watch this.
How would you say that happened when it didn't happen?
So we'll say, maybe the Gemara is going to dash is not only you bury the individual, but you have to bury the being with which he was hung with him as well.
I don't even understand that. That doesn't.
That all of the implements of execution are buried along with him.
So he's just
right in the down of this page. Even though he is not executed through hanging, but because that is part of the process, that being or those two beings are buried along with him. Therefore, again,
I have no data.
That's cool.
You also forget you're banging them on a tree.
All the porn you watch?
How'd you know it?
Come down and then
I know you will, man.
How did you know that I was starting to spam back and the spam has more data than you ever produced?
That's not correct.
How much gold in one
It depends.
You take a beam and you lean it against the wall. What's the closest thing that you'll see?
Yeah, we came to the conclusion that Eddie is just making fun of Brian.
Plunge it into the
Because
ground.
everybody knows.
Dude, come back in 2 hours. I'll be awake.
That requires you. Then after you complete the
What up, baby?
has to be immediately
In the future, we'll be able to make AIs with like
Yes, sir.
It's all the hip hop. It's like my hell. Like if I go to hell, I die. I go to hell, it's gonna be him saying stuff like that over and over again.
If they not that
It's all the hip hop.
let me give you a muscle. Ultimately, again, to what meaning, why is it that we take the body down so quickly? And what does it mean to
I
less
think that Alba is standing
He
up
says,
for his friend.
"Yishnei achim tu."
I think he's like
compared
trying
two
because he
brothers who
knows
are
that they're
twins.
just laughing
Either achim,
because they're making fun of Brian.
He's
so terrible. Like the Skashik's in there. Maybe Joe is an Joe
and another brother
like
became
dude,
a rabbi.
I guess annoying
See,
fucking
Hamelech,
thing. The Skashik so we can laugh at him.
So what happened?
And
So after what
Brendan
happened,
knows that. So
one of
he's
the
like, hey,
brothers,
Joe,
ultimately
what would you
again,
do?
Keith's
He's
brother,
even kind of angry when he does
was
it.
found
He's
guilty
like,
of a
what would you do
crime,
with
and therefore
what
subsequently
would you do
hung.
with it?
Kalaroa also Omer Hamelech
Whatever the
Kala.
fuck. So that's why. He's just doing that.
exactly like you.
So that takes
Exactly
his
like
friend,
the
which
king.
is him.
So whoever walks by is going to say, "Oh, the king has been hanged." So says the Gemara, Siva Hamelech Boris. Therefore,
Yeah,
commanded
he
that
just
the
wants some
body
attention.
be taken
And
down.
it's the attention on Brian. He's not okay with that. I want my banana. Whip down my banana.
Of the muscle. That's the goal. They zoom in. Adam Asif is Shabbat. That's a beautiful idea. Man is made in the image of Allah. So when man is training, the alcohol, the almost part of the as well. Therefore, it's a good or we should really take the body down and move it. Really, because the Gemara says
This one's called Caribbeans. He has
my gosh, so there's so what's
Senior Harris
the
campaign
difference
staff
here?
says they're
I'm
going to
gonna
draw
buy
data
you
shows
the
Harris
man,
when he
the
got
Amar,
last state.
Calvus.
Voters
We'll
who
say
have made up
remember
their
again.
mind by
The
last
Gemara
week
over
by
here is
double-digit
quoting
margin.
Rabbi Meir's
I see
statement.
that Trump's
And Rabbi
MSG
Meir
rally was
said,
the last straw for late-breaking undecided voters.
Rabbi Meir said, "Ishash Adam Mitzvah." When a person is in
It's been
distress,
said at
Shnina
nauseam.
Ma'omeret,
I'll say it again.
Kalani
It would be so
Meroshi,
funny.
Kalani
Age group is the reason Trump loses. Shout out to Matt Shades podcast.
Russia, and the word Kilas Elohim. What does it mean, Kilas Elohim? Kalani Meroshi, Kalani Meroshi. What does that mean?
Tony
So,
Collins.
Rabbi Mash, the man Damar, Kalas. Kilas is like when it says Kalas. Kalas means
I mean,
it is
honestly,
not
World
light.
War II was
My
started
head is not light. My body is not light, which is another way of saying my head feels very heavy. My body feels
in many ways, Franz
so that's
Ferdinand
a
was
lesson
a
of distress.
right?
I'm love us. I don't
And then he was killed.
Kaveh alai Roshi, Kaveh alai Zo'im Virus. Why don't you just say my head is very heavy? My body fed him. Why do you have to say Kidalas, Kalles, is not life? Which is like it's like one says the world, like one says the world ultimately again is very light. And the a person feels overwhelmed. So instead of saying every world feels like it's crushing down on you, this is a metaphorical expression of the world is very light.
When I first seen it,
Which the anybody in the book, what's that? Was it teaching a general principle that a person is only executed, or a person is only hanged for situations where they curse up and like Avodah or Megabi. If that's the case, which the Gemara says, in my kilalas.
who's working on his truck?
So they says the entire person comes into this truck. In game, name up Krok Kilas. My kilalas, why does it be expanded? Lashon, therefore, what's it for Kilas? We're learning two things. Number one, that the only people who are hanged are individuals who curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu, i.e. Avodah Zarah. And this guy, and number two, I was saying, we learned this idea that when the person is in distress, the Shekhinah is in distress as well. So we learned this incredible so that when even the Russia is in distress, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Kilalas Hamakim Kalei, Kali Roshi, Kali Zro'an. When we suffer, HaKadosh Baruch Hu suffers alongside us. For those who will, but I'm going to be up with our mission, and it's going to be okay. How do we know if a person needs loved one and buried overnight? How do I know that he's violating the cell phone? But again, that halacha is you have to bury it. You have to bury it.
Next one
is the Malim and
so
over below sauce. But here we learn that one goes ahead and leaves his loved one unburied overnight, but ultimately again he is in violation of a low sauce. And in this case, the essence of Russian. But where do we see scriptural allusions to the idea that is very dead? I don't know that it gets us to that person dies very when you see that concept. I will know it says, you shall surely bury him. You can't let us and here we see what's it. I can't remember what I said. Torah never says, by David Shalom Moshe Leimon, bury dead people in the earth. Learning that from the instance, the Pasuk says, when you stone someone, you shall hang them. Don't leave the body hanging overnight. Kabar Baregi Bayamon. You shall bury him on that day. So it tells us that when you take the body down, you bury it in the ground. So therefore, again, from here we see that the Torah wants to see that you bury a person in the earth. I'm going to show them off. So that's summer mouth, like you Shakur. As for some of the following stuff,
alrighty, this one's posted by Cable Manager Bert.
So King Shakur, where in the Torah does it say that you have to bury a person in the ground? But Kama didn't say anything. He didn't answer. The world has been given over to the hands of the foolish. So what the say is your comment, why didn't you answer? The boiling of the name are Kikabor. So just like the Pasuk says Kikabor forever. You have to bury him. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe Kikabor means what? Other than that means you have to put him in a casket. Tikvarenu lo nashko. So we'll say, so why? So ultimately again, why did he explain how they did this? Because he felt that King Shapur would not have accepted this answer. King Shapur would have said ultimately again that Tikvarenu means you have to bury him in a casket, and Tikvarenu, that's where you see from that means burial in the earth. How do you know that means? Therefore again, the Bible doesn't respond to King Shapur. So we'll say, so this is actually very interesting. Why don't you say that we could find some facts that the Torah mandates burying around now? Because ultimately, again, from setting in, unfortunately, it's huge out in Torah, that there are examples of righteous people who are buried in the earth. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe min haga
It's weird
ba'am.
to say
Maybe that's just the
and
minhag.
then have all
Alright,
she's a big
who says
fan
that's
of
not
names,
obligation?
but she has all these
Maybe
other
just
names.
the minhag that we
Can't
bury
say
people
what's
in the earth.
why
One
it's
second, the Akhriyas
he has
is
a lot of
powerful
hats.
Moshe.
Just
One
like
second, the Moshe buried Moshe
Mexico.
Rabbeinu.
Okay, that makes
And he
sense.
buried Moshe in the and he buried Moshe on the mountains, but that's burial in the earth.
Finally,
The Lord is carrying in Haga. Maybe after his powerful, didn't want to
Painting a
do
narrative,
it.
you should sell that
You know,
along with
like
your
if you
fucking
bury
fake
people in the earth,
bags.
but it's a minhag. It's not necessarily a halacha. Touchdown. Pasuk
LA.
says, the sub to look
Okay,
from the sub cover
that's
also.
let's go here.
So over here, you are
Anyways,
talking about Avia ben Yerubba.
you know,
So what's like
we
the
both wear
haloch?
tons of hats.
Nothing said to Yerubba ben
We're
Yerubba.
hats.
It's incredible.
I'm
Rashi
very
Malach
conscious of the
first
hats I
time.
wear.
So
Really?
he introduced such a dollars to
that
so
true?
many people. What Rabbi said, and his entire time is going to be right down. Not only
I
that,
had a
they're
Brooklyn
not
Nets hat
even going to
because I
marry
love Kevin Durant.
But Yerubba has a son who was righteous. His name was Avia.
I want to
And
see what you
Avia
can do
was
on
told
like that
by
of you.
Rabbi
Just the different
Ahia.
hats.
So
But
this
do you have any
Avia
close
was
where you're
the
like,
son
my
of
Yankees
Yerubba.
are going to beat the
And Ahia
Dodgers?
Shimoni who is the Rabbi.
You know, I'm
And
a
here's
Dodgers
what he
fan.
says,
When it comes to
that
baseball,
Avia,
I'm not really
because
a fan
he
of
was
anyone else.
decided,
I do
will
have
be
an Angels hat
eulogized
in
and
my car,
properly
but that's
buried.
because I
So
got
what he
paid to have an Angels hat.
and now he tells him he's going to be buried in the ground. So he's going to be buried on the ground. Here's the Gemara says, the Lord is standing in Haga. Maybe that's just something that's the middle, giving the bracha, which will be buried in the course of the middle. The Lord is Saksu, the Lord Yikuru,
This one's posted by
the
Ambitious
Dominant
Tip
Pnei Dama.
3152.
So ultimately, again, Rabbi said this is by
I'm
the
just a
Rabbi speaking to
blue-collar
the people
truck guy.
of Anatot.
Hilarious.
Right?
we see
The
this
people of
before. It's
Anatot,
just so
because
funny
they're
when you
okay,
look at it, you
Sarah,
laugh.
ultimately again would be wiped out and he wouldn't
No, I
bury
think
him
it's maybe
buried.
another guy.
So we see here, when Rabbi says you're going to get Moshe and married,
Looks like
he'll
AI
tell us
screens.
what? That
Doesn't even
burial
look like
ultimately
shop.
again in the ground is a moment of thing.
But the
You'll
boots are
respond
very
to
funny.
him.
It's all
Rabbi
his.
saying that
It looks
ultimately
enough
again,
like
they
shop.
won't be buried in
He's got
accordance
a
with the
Yankees
middle.
hat on.
But it's almost like the idea that he's switching on driving at over here. He's trying to figure out,
Let's see here. Carhartt collab
you
got
might read a bunch of
reduced.
examples of people who
Covid
were
search
buried in
8648
the ground.
posted this one.
You might try to say, you see that the fact that people are buried in the ground tells us that what? That the halacha is buried in the ground. Which the Gemara says, no, maybe not. Maybe all that's saying is that's the middle. That's the middle. Maybe they're in the ground. But like that's the Sir Naina, that there's an obligation for people. Also, we'll just do one more line of talking for today. Kfura Mishum Bizyonahu and Mishum Kapara.
It doesn't say Carhartt anymore. They took probably the Carhartt. Like I think maybe used to be on the sleeve.
Is that Mishum
That's so
Bizyonahu?
funny. Like why would you even want that on your sleeves? Giant thing
So
says
he finds
Carhartt
on the
on it.
Inkoshi Uru Mishum Yakam that was a gift Zion to the deceased and to his family. A body would just sit as buried in the composed of the site. Or Mishum Kapara. Or if the act of burial is considered to be a kapara for the deceased.
You mega clap just dropped
So
the
the
best
Gemara says, now again, how is burial a kapara? She says, if you have the kapara back one of you, she will read it and also the kapara. It's like the greatest sin that sometimes a person enters into this world.
Yeah, see, the Carhartt used to be on the sleeves. Yeah, sorry.
Maybe it was a matter for a person's carried before his lifetime's
Well, we
house.
have some more
Buried
coming in from there, but
So
we'll
what's
get
even
back to that right now.
is
We
burial
watched the whole
out
Tony
kapara for
Hinchcliffe
the deceased.
MSG rally
Or is
on
burial
our
out
live,
Zion for the
most
loved
recent
ones?
live.
So much the light
This is appropriate duty 930 posted
the
this.
Amar,
If only
no
Bob could make a
button
Latino joke like this,
Let's say if I say a person
in
who
reference to
needs
the
will.
Puerto Rican
I don't want to be
joke
buried.
about floating
I love
garbage.
my dad.
So
Just
check
leave
that
me
out
on
if you
my
want to see it
bed.
on our live
Right?
section
And
on
I
YouTube.
don't bury me.
This is
Except for
posted by
Peter.
George
I
Rapture.
want to
Tries
stay
to be
there.
serious and
Don't
really
go
wants
ahead
some
and bury
proof.
me.
Hilarious.
So what's that look like? I say,
This
well,
man's
you know,
like,
for y'all grab up. Yeah, I'm
He's so
Yeah, I mean,
if
this
you
is the
say that
stupidest
burial
point ever.
is
Just
in order
like,
to go
it
ahead
makes
and
no sense.
prevent
Maybe you don't need it.
the
He just knows the best thing he's ever seen.
prevent the
so
embarrassment of
many
the family
times.
members,
That's
even
one
if
he's
the
ever
deceased
seen.
Which I was like, as usual,
we don't put the
garbage
instructions
nonsense. Like, he
because the
just,
mice say
someone
yes.
told him this, or he
It's
thought it at one point,
family.
so he's just
The
going to argue it over and over again, even though it makes no sense.
ultimately again to Shum Kapara.
Even I told you, I think I texted you when I was watching all this stuff.
Let's say I don't want
Yeah,
the
you told
Kapara.
me that.
So what's
Yeah,
going
and
to the night?
nobody has said anything bad. He's the only person that thinks that this beer is bad.
See the fact that righteous people are buried.
It wasn't like it took away from the fighter. Like I didn't know any of those fighters.
There's probably like one article that
Mercy,
said
the answer is
like
no.
somebody
Which
stole
was, of
it
course,
from
in
that
the Sid,
said,
it's
this beer is possible. Like, so now, since Shah can't be involved in it, wants to shit on it,
Yes.
below so good.
Ultimately,
So
again, I
good
will say
dish.
there's no such thing as
Thank you,
the most
Eddie.
righteous of people
Thank you.
who hasn't committed
He's
Nera,
got a bunch of grease on his fucking shirt. You know what I'm saying?
is burial serves both these purposes. burial service is a kapara, but burial is also there in order to avoid the desire of a family. Therefore, even if a person were to leave the tzava'ah in his will, that he did not want to be buried, we ignored that tzava'ah because even though he has certain rights regarding himself, he doesn't have the right to go ahead and must his family embarrassment. Therefore, we will bury him. You have to understand, we are still left with our fundamental question, which is what? From where do we know that there's an obligation to bury? We see now that there's a minhag to bury, and that's the minhag olam. From where do we see the obligation to bury the ground?
Good striker. Good striker. Number 9 comes with a full class. Yes. How much? I think the highest striking is nowhere near. We're nowhere near. You're not even putting him in the same area. Fuck. Really? Nobody.
All right, so say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here to thank.
Yeah, he's like, in a way, he's like gaslighting. Look at Brian.
Howard co-sponsor.
Can you go on his face?
Howard co-sponsor 4. All right, you come to our sponsor. Production Hey, Tosin Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Sherman Joshua this year as a Bus. For the Soros Tavos for Ami Yisrael. The learning sponsor for the Aryan Shalom Lister. In memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Rafa, whose Shiva is currently being observed. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, String Shama, Havan Aliyah, and the family in the Chama. And that Yomi sponsor, the Ivri Nishmas, Erwin Kramer's when we passed away yesterday, his Shiva is also being observed. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his neshama will have an aliyah and his family in the Chama. What's with that? Let us begin. All right, we are going to do a runaway train today. Let's do this. Today's daf is Menhei 45. We are picking up on the Daled Amud days. Literally again, 3 lines down from the top. Remember again, he's left up in the middle of the story of Yeshua and the Malach. Right? The Malach appears to Yeshua, tells Yeshua, I'm here because of 2 reasons. Number 1, you went ahead and you failed to offer up the Tamid yesterday, the daily offering. And number 2, now it's at night, you should have been learning Torah, and instead you're going ahead and you thought the Talmud Torah, okay, during the day you were fighting a war. You couldn't learn, but now you should be learning. Now you should be learning, and again, and Yeshua says, for which one did you come? Right, for which one, right, what is the infraction for which you are coming? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Atabasi. I came now to the Talmud Torah. I came now because you're not learning. So Miyad, what happened? Yeshua literally, because it says, Yeshua slept literally that night in the valley. What does that mean? He slept in the valley of Halacha. Meaning Yeshua says, Hebra, take out the Svarim, Hebra, take out the Gemara, you're starting to learn now. The Malach is really because you're not learning. Everybody lets you get to work. Rabbi Yochanan. The thing was, our shul, apart from Yom Mishmei Gerad, Rabbi Kamator Yochanan, what do you see there? See that Torah is even greater than the offering of Kabbalah. So they say, what a profound statement. Learning Torah is even greater. What does that mean? It means that it's merit. There's that one Christian learning Torah is even greater than offering Kabbalah. That's why they turn on a basic level. Makes so much sense. Remember, offering of Kabbalah is something that someone else does for me. It's true, I feel I'm not active. Torah is something that I actively engage in. I'm only a Rabbi. This is also really just a profound Gemara. If you have the opportunity to engage in something that's even greater than the offering of Kabbalah. So you might look like this. I come now, Rabbi, my lips. What do they do with the puzzle? In our following don't be quick to fight. And what will you do in the end when your friend humiliates you? Having arguments with your friends is easy. The sold after out hadno. But don't reveal the secrets of the other. What is it? Lech Emonah Yisrael. The Rabbi was obsessed with Klal Yisrael. He said to Chesed, go and say the following words to Klal Yisrael. Go and tell them, Avicha ha'amori v'imecha chitis. So it's actually pretty intense over here. Go and tell them, your father is an Amorite and your mother is a Hittite. Now this is a reference to the fact that Avram and Sarah came from the Gentile regions. Hashem was upset with Klal Yisrael. He says, go tell them that your father is a Hittite and your mother is an Amorite. Mas
You're in Dallas where?
I actually think that this was the Malach Gabriel. The Malach Gabriel says,
And like, I don't know what Cody Zeller does now. I've been working all the time.
if Adam and Sarah were here, would you say this? Right? Would you go ahead and say something about them? Would you go ahead and embarrass them? Ruth told me, Ruth told me this way. Listen, fight with whoever you need to fight with. Fight with. But don't reveal the secrets of others. For me,
3 years in the comedy or less,
because
and being
Gabriel
like
have the
30
right
minutes
to
special.
trust the Spark in this way. And
That is crazy.
don't
Does
miss
that think that
anything,
you
you
know
know?
more than
Shalosh
all
Shemos
these other
Yishko.
comedians?
Gabriel
All
has
of
3
comedy.
names. Hiskin,
He's trying to be like
Sigmund,
Andrew
and
Schultz in the head of
Sigmund.
the
Hiskin,
gate.
the basic Spark
On
Clapper
TikTok, bro.
Hiskin,
23
because
minute,
again,
bro.
literally, he measures his words towards himself. In other words, that he's expression of Shlomo. Itmo, She'otin Avonosim She'Yisrael. Itmo is that he shut out the adherence of Klal Yisrael. Sigron, Kevan She'Saga, shows that she's in a Moshe. Once again, once Gabriel says the conversation is over, the conversation is over. Incredible. You want to see this stuff? I know, Amar Zabalazar, the only closest to this passage is Nabil. This passage is Nabil. Now, literally translated over here, what's happening is Eob's friends, there's this interesting conversation after Eob is suffering, and there's all these interesting conversations between Eob and his friends, where his friends are trying to figure out the root of his suffering, right? Why is he suffering so much? So they say to Eob, you know, had you davened, would you not have been saved from this calamity? Rabbi Lazar, the only yakin of the tefillah itself. What is it we found below? A person should always daven before the suffering occurs. Daven proactively. Shemolei Moetim Adam Tefillah to Tzara bein Beis El ubein Ha'ai Onishkaya Merisha Yisrael Serid Kupolit. Had Adam Avinu not proactively daven in the area between Beit El and Ai, Klal Yisrael would not have been saved. That refers to, remember again, that's the war. These stories connect back to, remember again, who is starting with? Often when it had took in the spoils of Jericho, and he wasn't allowed to. How did Yoshua know that something was up? Because 36 men were killed in the battle of Ai. Now, again, that's what Yeshua is. Why would lose his hope? It doesn't make any sense. That's when they realized that someone committed an Aveda. Also, that why only 30? That also
Shorter, a shorter special is harder than a longer special. That's
the
obvious, I
casualties
think.
could have been much
I
worse.
think it's tough. You
The
can
very
make it
things to minimize casualties
to
the proactive kilos of
If it's going to be
Avram
30, it has to be
for
5.
America. It's actually a very
So you got to figure out what to do.
different to a different dynamic of Shiva, which is proactive prayer. We're very used to the concept of reactive prayer. Something's wrong, I need something, there's crisis, I got it, which is incredibly profound as well. Now what is proactive prayer. And the proactive prayer, the avoda is, while things are calm, while things are good, recognize that things can and do change so quickly. Diving to the bonus of all of the views, but active stabilizing force that things should not go off the rails. So the spark I'm not even diving proactively against force, beautiful inside the tefillah. The subject says, Amis asma b'tefillah, starting miram nalo. So literally translated, actually says over here, Amis asma b'tefillah miram nalo. Sorry, Yichol Masino, anyone who davens with intensity here in this world, celestial.
Condition deal for tickets when the orders are in. We will actually buy it and print it up and ship it to you in 5 to 6 weeks. This is drop shipping, but without any of the benefits of lower labor costs, manufacturing costs, warehouse distribution. I'm sorry. I want you to tell me before the next slide what about this is Photoshop.
This is a very beautiful Gemara. The Gemara says as follows. The Yochanan says the person should always ask compassion. She's Malach Yasharis, the Baki Shakanim, Shemo Yehulo Masin Milanaba. The Haki Mashmayat is beautiful. A person should always ask, when they daven, a person should say, I should have Siyata
Now that's good. That's pretty good. You're better at Photoshop. That's why I was like, I wonder if you could tell. Yeah, they didn't even know, man. I could have Photoshopped this better.
Mercy in general are quite, if you look at the rest of the Malachim stories, the fact is that Malachim, they help to ask perfect action for me. There should not be any prosecuting forces above. The honey match, I don't luck in Basra. So I say, in general, Muslims just always quite interesting because this notion that Malachim help me, Malachim are against me, soliciting angelic assistance above. Is this appropriate? Is this not appropriate? So I have to be part of a raging hashkafic debate about the roles of Malachim in our tefillos and things like that. The point of making over here, the person should realize in any given moment there's so many different wheels that are turning. Ask for help. Ask for help. Like ask for assistance for from Malachim. Absolutely beautiful. Minayin should keep it all. So again, Minayin should keep it all. How do we know that vidui works? And when a person does vidui, a person confesses their averos, that vidui itself has a curative effect on you. By so Yeshua says to offer you uprooted us today, Hashem will uproot you, Hashem will uproot others. Just as you have uprooted us, Hashem will uproot you today. So Hashem was telling today you will be uprooted. In other words, in this world you will be punished, but in the next world, you will not succeed. My Kulam Kamisha all five of these individuals have a portion of work. So it says, it's the name of the person, and one says his name was Zimri. His name was Zimri. I have already just known Zimri. So why does he not call him Zimri? Because he acted like Zimri. Now this goes back to yesterday's daf. Remember again, our heart committed many different others. One of the things the Gemara accuses him of was Nara Murasa. He engaged in an immoral adulterous relationship. The last thing was others say the other was Zimri Shmo. Others say his name was Zimri. Allah many Krishna offers. Why was it called Ahon? Ultimately, again, because he caused sins to wrap around Rabbi Yisrael like a sin. His sin ultimately enveloped all of Rabbi Yisrael. Incredible. It also says in the power of Hebrew, remember again, just to highlight this, the Rambam is down, suddenly down, Kishu Yaseh Tshuva, Rambam tells us Tshuva, Halacha Aleph. Rambam says, Kishu Yaseh Tshuva B'yashar Mechato, Chayiv B'Nisvados. The first step in Tshuva is confession. Why is that?
I love that shot. It's always like violently uninformed. Like he never really knows. Someone told him. I'm starting to believe that it is people just telling him about things. He doesn't actually see anything.
Before you confess it, it's not real. If I don't confess it, it's in my mind, and then what happens with the mind is, over time, I'm able to somehow justify it. I'm able to justify it. I'm able to go ahead and kind of rework it, remake it, remove it in my mind, and if, depends how good you are. Sometimes I can justify it, and I'm really good at make it into a mitzvah. Right? And after enough time, I begin to think of myself as a science. So that the power of confession makes this thing real. I acknowledge the fact that I did something wrong. I acknowledge the fact that I broke something significant inside of me. If I acknowledge it and I make it real, then I have the opportunity to fix it. If I don't do those things, I'm just never going to end up doing it. That's the power of freedom. So therefore, just good for you, it's not a good move. As a real thing, it's like interesting. You know, we're talking about the idea that usually is mechata. So, listen, if you think about that, confession atones. How does that make any sense? If I confess it, I didn't do anything, right? I just confessed it. It's not like I did anything else. It's not like I changed my life. It's not like I retooled the way that I live. But oh my, what do you see? The act of having enough personal parts to be able to take a step step back and say, I did something wrong, and to acknowledge it and to own it, that by itself is a huge and incredible step in personal growth. Even if I don't do anything, in other words, even if there's no action of that, there has to be more follow-up. But even for argument's sake, if there's no more follow-up, that is still tremendous accomplishment. Let's go back to it. The Gemara says, in Jonas follows, you use over the Nakmas Nakmas. Remember again. So the Gemara said, if you remember again, the end of the Mishnah, the end of the Mishnah, is talking about this idea. Now what happens if a person doesn't know how to do Hebrew? The person doesn't know how to do Hebrew. So what happens? The person will say, hey,
Brian's like, I know you're wrong, but I have no idea what we're doing.
So then the Mishnah ended off.
He won't correct him. He's like, I know that, as usual.
Rabbi
John has no idea what he's talking about, but you know what?
Ruben knows that he is innocent, so Ruben could say, my death should be a kapara for all of my averos, except for this avera. Then it good. So then it comes to back to Yehuda. If that's the case, everyone's going to say that. Everyone's going to say that. Why? Right? Because every defendant is innocent. Every defendant is innocent. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. Good. You're not crossing. Who cares? Let everybody say it. Let everybody say it. What does it matter to us? So let every guilty person bring that out. Say, my death should be a kapara for every avera except this one, because I didn't do it. So what? But what does it matter if he says it? It doesn't look right. Right? At a certain point, it looks like you're casting aspersions on the judicial abilities of Basin. Right? Because at the end of the day, every single person that's doing executed says, I didn't do it. The optics of things. Yalla Eden, and on the Eden as well. Let's listen to this. Right? It was once a guy who was being led out to be executed. Amar, in the issue of Onzello, in Sassi Kapara, the follow of Onzello. Listen to this statement of this family. He's about to be executed. He makes the following statement. If I committed this sin, if I committed this offense, which I'm being executed, my death should not be an atonement for any of my offenses. Then any of the other death, but if I don't have this avera, to any sasi kapala called averos, then also if you then allow my death to be an atonement for all of my offenses. So you hear this? If I did this avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't do this avera, my death should atone for everything. We're based in the place and again, and instead, you know what? And I hereby, Basin just did their best. Basin did their best. I don't hold them culpable for my death. However, even most of you that have the witnesses should never be forgiven. Because again, what the guy's saying is like this, obviously the guy clearly thought he was right. So he's doing two things. Number one, he's saying, if I committed this avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't commit this avera, my death should atone for everything. Number one. Number two, I don't hold Basin accountable, right? Basin, they're just doing their job, they're processing the information, nothing else for them to do. Eden, they should never be fined for this, not in this world and not in the next. So what happens? If you show us on the double, on the last zero, so obviously, this was startling. This was very startling. Because the guy was literally willing to go ahead and say that if he committed this avera, his death should not be a kapara. Very startling. So now, the Basin heard this, we didn't know what to do. If Axiro, that's why next to Axiro. So bring it back to Basin and retry the case. You can't do that. It's already a Hello, Yehorik, they call our color, the summer, what has to happen? Executing. And again, Basin did their best. Really, what's happening over here is the yoke is going to be suspended around the neck of the Israelites. That's obvious. The Gemara says, cultivating. Let's see how the Kahadji Beru Sahadi. Let's say what happened over here. What happened over here is, so let's say, first of all, it's obvious. In other words, look, obviously it's a very shocking statement. But just because the guilty party makes that statement doesn't mean we're going to reverse the din. In other words, the din is the din. Okay, obviously, it's a pretty shocking and jarring statement. But the Lord says nothing else for us to do. Now we must know what happened over here. The witnesses wanted to recant. After hearing this, like the witnesses wanted to recant. So as the Gemara says, if he had to do my hobby, so who cares? There's a principle in Eidos. What's the principle in Eidos? One, go back to this. That's the principle. Once you give your testimony, that's it. You can't go ahead and retract afterwards. To which the Gemara says, the Afagab Hayad and the Messiah. They want to say what happened over there. The witnesses wanted to retract and they wanted to explain why they were retracting. Even though now maybe they have a rationale. Or why they were, we thought about it a little bit more. And then I will say, the halacha is, even if once you go to his testimony, you can't go ahead and go back and modify that. That's the end of the story. Even if they have good reason to go back and give a whole story, I give a whole myself, a whole explanation. Nevertheless, you don't go ahead and let them go back. And once they have to say, the Gemara says, the buy a mitzvah, and it's a serve tax collector. I'm gonna record it separately later on. This is an overwhelming story. It's looked down from that entire left-hand column is pretty much one Rashi. It's like from the top to the bottom. I'm going to record it later on in their session as a separate piece because it deserves its own time. But I can not finish with that today. I'm going to save it for the audience. But it is a tremendous story. All right, well, that's the end of that sugya. The power of vidui, the power of confession to go and affect the atonement all by itself. Says the Mishnah. Continuing in the execution process. So now remember, they're leaving him out. They're leaving him out to be executed. So now we'll say when they were 10 amos away, that's when the whole video, that's when the whole confession process occurred. Now they're Dalet amos away. So what happens? Now Shitin also has people done. So they tell him to take off his phone. So the Gemara says, now the reason they're doing that is because remember, a person who's unclothed is killed faster as a result of stoning. That's what we're going to see. It's not a degradation piece. This is just the opposite. This is in order to expedite the execution. So in the Torah, they tell him to undress. So the user said like this: a man, he just had something, a little piece of clothing covering in front of the body, and for a woman, a small article of clothing to cover her front and the back. That's what he would do. So to preserve some modicum of shmir. So from the front say, "Ha'ish nisko arum." The only thing of stoning unclothed ultimately is by a man. A woman is going to be executed, she's always executed clothed. Okay, top of them, hey, 45, here we go. Turn up, all right, Ish Mechassin also paragraph of the Isha, Shneifak, and Name of Rabbi Nacharel, and they should pull out every week. So we do the holes, just from this one, we do the holes, that everyone is stoned unclothed. A man has one piece of clothing just covering his knuckles is up. Right? And a woman has two articles of clothing covering her front and her back. She's going to do that. The Chum say, a man is clothed naked and a woman is not. My time ago, says the average is not clothed. What's the reason of so my time is not going on? What's the logic of the Rabbanon to say that only a man is stoned unclothed, but a woman is executed clothed? So Rabbanon also, because it says they will stone him. My also, what does also mean? You name also, if you want to say that the din of Stila only applies to a man and doesn't apply to a woman, but or say Sa'ishahu, or Sa'ishahu, the pasuk explicitly says that they will take out the man or the woman for stoning. To which he says, Elamai also, rather, what does also mean? Also below Kasusa. What it means is that is a special din of Stila by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. Was the special din of Stila applied to a man, not by a woman? Ultimately, again, clothing that by a man is stoned unclothed and a woman is stoned unclothed. The Gemara says, so below Kasusa, also Bichusa. Okay, so we'll say that's the Chachamim. That's the Shemaloch. So again, you go ahead and you stone a man without his clothing, a woman with her clothing. You know what it really says. And so, the locus is so, Loshna Isha. And you say no. So is a generic term that means what? Everyone is stoned without their clothing. Right? That's the halacha. That's the halacha. So the Gemara says, it doesn't matter a man, it doesn't matter a woman. The main rock, they will say, now here's the thing. What's driving a lot of this?
The name of the Gemara says this to apply to that Onan Cheshli Liki Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda lo Cheshli. Even though what's happening over here, that Onan and Rabbi Yehuda both dashing, right? Literally again, it's just a question of how you're dashing in the pasuk. But maybe there's something deeper over here. Maybe, right, the Chachamim are concerned ultimately again. The Chachamim are concerned that if you go out, especially by a woman, and stone her unclothed, there are other people present. Maybe again, seeing a woman unclothed will go ahead and awaken certain inappropriate desires within her. And therefore, that's what we're concerned with here. So the Rabbanon, who are concerned, who is concerned for that. Sorry. The Rabbanon, who are concerned for that, therefore say, woman is always stoned, is always stoned clothed, right? And Rabbi Yehuda seems not to be concerned for that. That was happening over there. Yes, we learned how to accept the opposite. It's not. A code of his blood of what's called, there's the entire mixture of waters. So we go ahead and give her to drink. We give her to drink from the waters. So as part of the process, the coin rips her clothing. God says, it's not a coin always good about that. The coin holds on to her clothing. In nikru, they tear. In nifru, ad shemagala asliba b'sos v'sala. Her heart is exposed. And they undo her hair. In other words, if her hair is bleeding, they undo the braids of her hair. And who says, well, that's not true. Now, interestingly enough, what that means is, in the social process, it was possible that a woman would be in some state of being unclothed, some state, and yet that Rabbanon allow it. Rabbi Yehuda says, in Hayya Liba Noah, Lo Hayya Mdaleh. So Rabbi Yehuda says, if she was an attractive woman, you don't do this. You don't do this. In Hayya Sarah Noah, no Hayya Social, ultimately again, if her hair was attractive, we also don't do it. So the Gemara places it here. The Gemara says, it sounds like over here, that Yehuda is the one who is kosher. Ultimately again, if a man sees this sofa, in some state of being unclothed, it's going to awaken desire within him. Right? And the Rabbanon seem not to be concerned for that. So that directly contradicts what we just said over here. The Rabbanon are saying, well, it's always stoned on. And Rabbi Yehuda holds that she's in a partial state of being unclothed. So what's going on? Rabbi says, no. Hassan had a time of Shemar Keating the days in Zakah, the Iskarabah Pirkei on the Katwa. Listen, it's incredible. The Gemara says, no. Here's the difference. The difference is in the case of the Sota, so what's going to happen? So she could come out of this innocent. She comes out of this innocent because it's the purified Torah. We're the purified Torah. The young Kohanim now are we're concerned that what's going to happen. She's going to emerge from Beis Din, right, innocent. That's good. What's going to happen? The Pirkei Kuna are going to try to pursue her. And she comes out innocent. What he plans for tonight, it's not time. So I mean, not good also. Right? So that doesn't work out well. Right? So the nice again. So because ultimately again she could be found innocent. Leaving the Beis Din, which was really about potential immorality if they saw her in this partial state of being unclothed. Here, in our Mishnah, we're talking about a woman going to be executed. So there's no concern about that. We might say, if he came out, Asir Iskaruye Ba'achana, something incredible. Or maybe again, maybe you should be concerned by Skila. Because if they see a woman in a partial state of being unclothed, so again, fine. So nothing's going to happen with this woman. She's about to be executed. Maybe awaken within them a desire to do immoral things with other women, or just immoral things in general. This is an incredible girl. I would have a beauty. Ainside Sholit, Ella B'mi She'ino Rose. Let's say this is fascinating. Rabbi says we have a tradition. What's the tradition? That the Sahara only takes hold of something that is with your own eyes. In other words, what Rabbi says the thing is like this. Seeing one person doesn't awaken a desire for morality with someone else. Seeing the person awakens a desire for morality with that person else. It doesn't, essentially, what Rabbi says is immorality is not transferable. Right? In other words, it applies to what you see, it doesn't really transfer over to anything else. Such a
So
Such a
GuinnessOnGuess.com.
incredible idea. So therefore, again, the concern over here is immorality with Sota. The concern over here ultimately, again, is immorality, with this particular woman in a state of being controlled. But if she's been executed, there's no further concern about that. In Sahara Sholi, Ella Benisha the Sahara only goes ahead and takes hold over something that you see with your own eyes. But essentially, if you don't see it, or if it's transparent, if you're not seeing it, then there's not even Sahara for it. Tremendous. So again, Rava says, one second. The only opposing says contradiction to Yehuda. It's also contradiction in the position of Rabbanon. I'm sorry. Okay, so we just answered out about Rabbi Yehuda. Rabban Nami Lo Kasha. Amakra, the no soup kolanashin, the low tasena, Kizimaskina. Hata in the Fayisud Godel Izak. So ultimately, you're going to say so. Remember, the passage says, with Rabbi Yehuda, it's two different things, right? With Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda is going to say all of this is done, sota and by the execution, is in order to go ahead and give musr to other people. So at the end of the day, the person is not going to come to sin when they see a woman in the partial state of being unbroken executed. Witnessing an execution in and of itself is one of the greatest forms of musr. So maybe like the other day party. So maybe we should do both. Maybe we should go ahead and halacha l'maisa compromise from both ways, namely execution and also the basement to be unclothed. You have to know echad kamocha baru lo nisayah. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says no. No, you don't have to execute someone. You have to be master on their dignity. If you're not going to dignity, so I'll say, this is incredible. What does that do? How does this manifest itself? Even when you execute someone, there is still a halacha under the same. If you're executing someone, about something, but generally, if you're executing someone, what does that usually say about the person? Not good, right? Not good, right? Good people don't get into those kind of situations, right? There are a lot of situations in life that even good people get into. Generally, if you're being led out to the base of skila, you're not a good person. Preposterous. You've done something that is deserving of execution. And again, remember, even though we can also get the basement's been advocating for you, the system is advocating for you, yet no one can exonerate you. It pretty much means you're probably not a good guy. It probably means. Even for the Jew who's not a good guy, there's a halacha. What's the halacha? I have an obligation to love my fellow man. It does not manifest. How does it manifest? What it does manifest is minimize the pain and suffering or minimize the degradation that such a person is going to have in his execution. So again, in this case it'll be you're fighting for a woman, you're not going to execute her untold. That's what it means. Or for a man, we're going to execute him untold, but we're still going to cover the area of his healer. In other words, we're going to preserve his dignity ultimately again to a degree. Even though such a person has engaged in such behaviors, we're still going to go ahead and do it because the mitzvah of the the person who is liable to death. How much we have to love each other as well. Also, you get into such divisiveness, you get into such strife and such negativity within colleagues over what? Over hashtafic differences, differences. Also, at the end of the day, there is a profound obligation that
subscribe and like the video, dude. We don't dress like Papa for nothing. We got new merch, dude.
Look at the videos. Shout out to Wolf Kevin the Gun for getting me this Dry Fest. How much I have to love you, no matter how different it's our favorite company. Incredible tomorrow. You know, it's a limit of not being Tanaiki. Maybe I've not been statement ultimately is not focused Tanoim, which the most is low. So the Alma is with Rabbi. Everyone agrees with Rabbi. Everyone agrees. So let's see, what are they arguing about? Mar Sabar Bizori, the English Adifale, Saint Minika did say, Mar Sabar Nika did say, Mar said this, everyone agrees with Rabbi. Namely, you have to let Achas Kamocha find, make sure that when you have to execute you have to execute someone, do so in a way which preserves their dignity. Those are here's the shayla. What do people care about more? Do people care about physical pain? Right, in order to give a person a trade-off between preserving their dignity and suffering less. Which one will people choose? Will people choose the preservation of dignity with more physical pain or less physical pain but the compromising of their own dignity? That's my focus on. Because remember again, what's the trade-off? The trade-off is like this. I can keep my clothing, right? So I preserve my dignity, but what? Sila is more painful. Or I can shed my clothing, right? So the dignity is gone, but there's going to be less physical pain. So as the Gemara suggests, is so profound. Which one, right? Which one do people prefer? So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, is going to English Adifan Kilomar Godel Be'ina Kfei Mineka Bigufei Hilchas Noach Moshe Tisaka B'Revusha Tish Halamos. Ta'afa Gabdi Titzara B'Gufei. So this is my focus over here. My focus for the person, like, well, of course, you have, everyone agrees you have to come over. It's my focus in human nature, which is such a fascinating focus. You see from here, by the way, how important it is to never compromise the dignity of another person. Sometimes I'd rather keep my dignity and step up physical rather than lose my dignity and be a little bit more comfortable. It's such an incredibly so so many halachos in here, not just how to execute people, but how to treat people when they're alive. You have to come over. You have to love people no matter what. They disagree with you, they agree with you. You have to find a way to accept and to love every Jew, even if you disagree with them. Number one. Number two, this is why you have to be so careful about how you treat the dignity of the other. Because you see from here, dignity is so important that a person, some people would rather suffer physically, but keep their dignity and to suffer less and lose their dignity. Incredible. Mishnah, basis like the Rosh Hashanah. Okay, now as I see out, it's fascinating by the way, these were trying to literally again, we're going through the journey. It's almost like overwhelming. We're going through the journey. We're walking side by side with the Jews. So what happened? Basis Kila, Hayagavah Shekolos. The basis Kila was 2 stories high. Remember again, the way Kila works, if you saw before, we've already referenced it. They would push a person up a high roof. If he would die, well, we'll see it now. So it was 2 stories high. Rosh Hashanah, it didn't go for a muscle. We'll see this more in depth. One of the witnesses, the way it would work is the Jews would stand a kind of like, we'll call it perpendicular to the edge of the building, and he would be pushed by one of the witnesses. Which makes a lot of sense. Like the witnesses have to carry out the execution. They would push him by his torso, by his hips. They would push him by the side. They would push him up the roof. So the Gemara says, both foremost. If it turns out that when he hits the ground, he falls like on his chest, they would turn him on his side. It makes him fall, and ultimately, again, if he died as a result of impact, in other words, you might have thought that in order to be Yotzi Shula, you have to throw a stone. You got to get a pebble, you got to get something in there. And Gemara says, no. If he dies from impact, that's, also the impact. What if he didn't die in impact? So again, in other words, the first witness pushed him off. The second one is Hasheni no Dasa Avin Minosa Alibo. The second one goes in and takes the stone and literally again puts it on his shoes, throws it on the guy. It makes Bayatza. So again, if he dies from the first stone, then okay, we go. So again, you have Ricky Masa the police. Then again, more people get involved and begins to stone him. Shnema Yada Ibn Tiyab over Shona, Lamisa Yadzola and back. Those are fascinating. Because it says in the Gemara, Commercial, Hurricane, Shalosh. Now, remember again, now, it's true the base of Skila is high, plus remember again, a person also stands at a certain height, which means that he's falling also from even a larger height. That's one second. When we bought in a truly high, why is it such a tall structure? The Gemara says, after all, a pit has the ability to kill at a depth of 10 tefachim. 10 tefachim. The Gemara says, that even a height of 10 tefachim, which actually seems to be a relatively low amount, but even a height of 10 tefachim has the ability to cause someone to die from impact. Barer
He's
lo
probably doing fine.
nisa
There's so
yasa.
many people in the comments saying Papa would beat Nate
Right.
Diaz. I stand
If you
strong
try
on
to follow
Nate
French
Diaz
Papa,
winning.
you can.
Yeah, I
The
don't think
chances
that.
are you
I think
won't,
you're right.
and you're just going to get very,
Papa's like
very badly
older now,
hurt.
retired, and he's
The
getting
idea,
hurt.
and that will cause
I don't think he's the
the
same
idea over here
Papa.
is we want
And
there to
also,
be a
Nate Diaz is
fall
still
that
fighting.
is high enough that the probability is that a person is going to die under that.
I agree that
That's
people
what
on
we
a
want.
defensive
That's what we want to do. So the Gemara
positioning
says,
in a
the message
battle,
here from Allah
maybe have a
myself,
better
Allah
advantage when
myself,
they're defending
Yankov,
themselves.
Pakamokov,
But the last person I would
Barlow
want to be
Misa Yaf.
defensive
Kill him in
to
a way
me is
that minimizes the pain. So the Gemara says, yeah, we live that today. If that's the case, put him on a 10-story building. Right, put him on a 10-story building. First, the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, you shouldn't do that. No, because remember, the issue is if it's too high, it will happen. The body will become intensely
if it was like Nate Diaz in the fight is at
mangled,
Starbucks, I
like
think
mangled. And again, that would be a lack of coverage ultimately against the race as well. So we find this middle area. How come that even go? Well, it's not about a minayim should be here. Because in general, how do we know that he accused, right? Or not accused. But the guilty party is pushed off the building. And the Lomar, Yaro, as he says, pushed off. The minayim should be still. I don't know if it's still. The Lomar, Sakol. The minayim should be still with here. How do we know that it's both pushing and stoning? And the Lomar, Sakol, Yisakel, O Yaro, Yara. Minayim should mace the Yasa. How do we know that it's halacha l'maisa? Halacha l'maisa. We went ahead and he died as a result of impact. Actually, we'll say. Talmud Lomar, O Yaro, Yara. Minayim shafik goes. How do you know that this is true not just for the desert, but also for future generations that go on the days? Talmud Lomar, Sakol, Yisakel. Okay, that's when we know what's happening. So what Gemara says, and it's not, remember, the guy doesn't die from impact. So the second witness comes along and
This isn't real. Here's what's real.
no doubt that kind of thing that was Omer, Evan Haisel, must be Evan Evan. What's the way this is selling like this? First witness comes along, what's the first witness do? He's the pusher. He's the pusher. And then again, if Ruben doesn't back in impact, the second witness comes along, and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So the second witness is taking the stone all by himself. So most likely back time, no? If you know what Omer, Evan Haisel must be Evan Adam. Ultimately, again, there was a stone there, but the stone was so heavy that it could only be carried by two people. So it's not the one-person thing, it's a two-person thing. Which Gemara says, in no sna'aldibo, no club, no sna'aldibo, in Yis bought Yasa. Or Tameh, Kikshi Yifa, must be Shnei B'nei Adam, so Gemara says, Kikshi Yifa, must be Shnei B'nei Adam. So in reality, let's listen to this. There was a heavy stone. It had to be lifted by both witnesses. No love, no sna'aldibo, Ella, what happens? Both witnesses will lift up the stone together. What happens? Both witnesses will lift it up together, but it would really be only one of them who would be the thrower. Like, essentially, Rashi points out there was something very interesting. If two people try to throw something, what ends up happening? It doesn't throw in the fun together. It's important. Right? The Maisa, again, if you look at that, when two people try to throw something, the intended item doesn't go in the right direction. It's too important to tackle it. Listen to that. So therefore, again, when Ruben didn't die from impact, so what happens over here? Again, the two of them together lift up the stone and they throw it down. But they lift it up together, but only number two throws it himself in order to go ahead and ensure that it's going in the right direction. I want to point out a tremendous mistake. If there are life-affirming lessons, even in execution. What do I mean by that? The thing about this is just in life, there are stones we have to lift. Right? In life, there are things we have to accomplish. And a lot of times in life, in order to accomplish things, you need other people to lift. Right? And that's true, right? I need other people to help me lift. You should only rely on other people to a certain degree. At a certain point in time, you gotta take ownership for getting the stone where it needs. Too often in life, we rely on other people from beginning to end. Like, I want to accomplish, but I need this one for this, I need this one for that. We all need other people to assist. No one can live life without assistance. So you need other people to help you live the stone of personalistic accomplishment. But at the end of the day, you get that stone where you need to accomplish the things you need to do. It's gotta be you and you alone. Other people can assist, but the execution, right? The execution of your life goals, the execution of the things you want to accomplish, own it, take it, direct it. It's gotta be you and you alone. Tremendous. Life affirming lessons, even in the midst of execution. Gemara was like that. In row, with myself. So that's how you know. All of those son of Adam. So Gemara says, interestingly enough, Gemara says, again, so remember, Gemara says, that first stone didn't work, and all the cars gets involved. Gemara says, the Raisa says, it never happened. Never happened that you had a person who didn't die either from impact, or at least from impact, and then initial stone after that.
I'm not this fake gangster. I don't go looking for fights.
That's how you like it.
I don't have to
It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that actually again it's no additional stone. That's not what it means. When you use
I don't have to do
in other words, if it was needed, this is what would happen. In other words, here's the process, right? We're laying out the process. The process was that Allah for the mindset, again, first push him off. If he dies on impact, good. If he doesn't die on impact, then first, second release comes along and throws down a big stone. And if none of that works, then again everyone else will leave the stone. Now, did that ever happen? What they need is cars to get involved in the stoning? No. But nevertheless, that's part of the process. Now, this is incredible. So the Mishnah makes it sound like, again, there was a stone that was prepared for the second witness to throw if it was necessary. It says in the after a person was executed, anything used in the process of execution was buried along with the guilty party. So the Gemara says over here, the sword that was used to kill him, the tree that he was hanged on, the stone that was used to stone him, right? The rope that was used to strangulation, everything was buried with him. So if that's the case, then how was there a stone ready there? Well, in other words, that Lamaisa, right, if they executed the thing, the stone was buried along with it. But Allah Lamaisa, then if there was no execution, they would prepare a second stone. And the rest of the part, really, these items would be buried with them after all we learned back time, any part of it. You wouldn't bury these items with it. I will say, by the way, the logic for burial is why it makes a lot of sense. You don't really want the stone. You don't really want the stone that was used for execution around. Why? It's going to be a lack of covet on ace. Because people are going to say, oh, that's what the stone that they killed people. Right, that's the tree that they hang Shimon from. You don't want that. It's a lack of covet. So the Gemara says, yeah, they buried the stone along with the individual, and then they prepare another one. They buried it in that time, in the barn, but we learned that we don't bury the item together with the mace. That's what says, you don't want to bury this with the mace. It's almost like such a degradation to the mace, that a mace should be buried along with the buried item it was executed with. Because you're right, Papa might remote it to us right now. It doesn't mean that we put it in the kever. Like, in other words, you're not actually putting the instrument for execution in the kever itself. What it means is you're burying it along in the same general area together with the mace. Amr Shmuel. You figure out that we've been talking about this afternoon. So let's say again, Ruben is condemned to death, and before the execution is carried out, so one of the witnesses lost the hand. So if he lost the hand, then Ruben gets off on a technicality. Pretty much my time on, right? So apart from Ruben is part of my time on, but Yava even gave away Shona, the leper. This is incredible. Bible said because it says the hands of the witnesses have to be on the defendant, right, on the guilty party first. Therefore, if the witness doesn't have a hand, so Ruben goes technicality. And the after even people in the entire house and not be seen. So that's to tell you what, that people without hands can't be witnesses. In other words, if somebody's an amputee, he doesn't have hands. So he can't go ahead and testify in a capital case. Shining us in the Amashra, Yaka, even Shahai Sikhar. No, what it means is like this. We're talking about witnesses who did have hands at the beginning of the proceeding, and they found them guilty. So again, if they lost their hands before execution was carried out, then the accused or the guilty party gets off on a technicality. But now if they didn't have hands from the beginning, the testimony is fine. Gemara says, "They say, come up with she this time. You want to eat Rabbi Shlomi? She will do the How does they hard? But here's the problem. Here's the problem. The Gemara says, what about the following situation? Where did you show up in another basin? Right? When did you show up and they testify about the following? We are here to testify that in so-and-so basin, Reuven was found guilty of killing Shimon, and so-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses. So the showing up in the basin, talking about Reuven being found guilty in a different basin, and ultimately, again, and so-and-so and so-and-so were the witnesses. And that's an interesting enough. However, based on what we just said, the witnesses have to be the ones who go ahead and carry out the execution. They have to have the head practice. In this case, Reuven is going to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony that occurred in a different basin. So we can go ahead, the hang on to
Arlington, Virginia. Yeah, real tough.
Testified that Reuven was
I pray to God he's
anybody
listening.
in
Sacramento, let's talk. Yeah. And we'll go 4 different Seattle.
The best thing about this is,
like some other city.
this is quite a literal interpretation of this, right? You were saying, the Yad Ha'im Kiyavo Barishon literally means that what? The witnesses, their hands have to be on him first. Right? The witnesses who push him off the side of the building by Skila. And therefore, the Gemara is literally saying, if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Reuven goes free. So Gemara says, that is a pretty literal interpretation of the passage. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to require such a literal interpretation? So the Gemara says,
this is the real world.
He sounds like a politician.
Yeah.
all right, anybody in the crowd, we
You know, politicians will say things that are sort of
most of us are not going to go
at the end of the day.
In the other Misak Sulaba, most of the budget, that's somebody for someone else, how much money you have to execute? Now, I only know that that executed in a particular execution, that the Torah highlights, like, how do I know? So let's say someone's high skila. Like, how do I know? But if for some reason I can't administer skila, that I kill him any way that I can. In other words, the halacha l'maaseh, even if you can't administer the particularly prescribed misa, that you execute in a different way. I'm not going to come up. Because most you must execute it. What do you think there? But you see from this halacha l'maaseh, even if a person says something, there's some latitude with the interpretation. As the Torah says that Reuven is supposed to give skila. If you can't give skila, you can only give herod. Right? But you give him herod. So you see here that people don't have to be necessarily interpreted explicitly. They'll be shiny husband, most of us. So that's not a good idea. That's different. Why? Because you have also there's lashon of most of us. There's a lashon of a pasuk, right? And the lashon of the pasuk ultimately is most must, which is a more general statement. The ligman today. So why don't you go ahead and learn out from this? So let this be the paradigm. Let this be the paradigm. But even if the Torah says something explicitly, it doesn't. The explicitity doesn't necessarily have to be understood in a very narrow way. Like that's the Yavo. Those who said the Gemara. Ligman today. Because in reality, Rotzech and Gol Adam, both now, this issue about Rotzech and Gol Adam we're going to see. These are both cases where the Torah hands down a very specific punishment, but then the Torah also gives you latitude in the implementation of that punishment. What's the trick to the Rabbi Gaffer? Implement is very important. I won't call that which is as follows. When the Torah says something once, right, that means that one is the paradigm. When the Torah says the same thing twice, what is that something to tell you? That these two situations are an exception to the rule. So watch this. So here we go. So the Gemara says, the first thing therefore, whenever the Torah says the same principle twice, that is to take an exception and not just a rule. So watch this. The Gemara says, like Imran, Rotzeach Adamas. What's he just said Rotzeach? What's this Rotzeach? Rotzeach, the Torah tells me that someone killed someone, Reuven killed Shimon, he's found guilty. What's the halacha? We have to kill him with skila. What if he can't give skila? Kill him however you kill him. Kill him however you kill him. Right? The Gemara says, Gola Adam, what's Gola Adam? Gola Adam, the Mitzvah tells you. Mitzvah of Gola Adam. Right? Reuven kills Shimon accidentally. The Shogun. What is the punishment for accidental murder? What's the punishment? Gola Adam. You go to Gola, but you're using a avenger of blood. Who is avenger of blood? Right? Who is that? Who is that? That's a relative of the person who was killed. So the Gemara says, how do we know? Mitzvah of Gola Adam. In the Gosh, you're going to go out. How do we know? Now let's say again, Shimon doesn't have any relatives, so therefore again, there's no Gola Adam. Beis Din appoints a Gola Adam. It's so interesting to see like who applies to that job, right? Beis Din goes ahead and appoints a Gola Adam. So ultimately again, so we see from what do you see from here? Even though the Torah says that it's Dafka the Gola Adam. It goes in execute, he's a relative, but yet there's no relative, Beis Din appoints us. What do you see in these two cases? Even though the passage explicitly says something, we nevertheless we interpret it to be not necessarily literal. So the Torah says a person who kills someone else is killed by skila. Okay, if you can't do skila, do something else. A person who kills accidentally is liable to death at the hands of Gola Adam, but if there's no Gola Adam, then what? Beis Din appoints. So these are two instances where we don't interpret the passage literally. So therefore, Shnei Rabbi two instances to non-literal interpretation, but because it's stated twice, therefore that means what? These are the exceptions and not the rule. But everywhere else, what is the rule? What is the rule? Literal interpretation. Literal understanding. Therefore, once it comes full circle, we now understand that what? Who pushes the guilty party off the roof by skill? Who does it? The witnesses. And therefore, if between the verdict and the pushing, one of the witnesses becomes an amputee, loses his hands, then what's the halacha? Reuven goes free on a technicality. He goes for a technicality. Incredible. He says the Gemara, only Milo Ba'inan, but do we not need the positive to be? I was, we're going to stop over. By the way, excellent job. Let's say excellent job. Okay, it would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. I would say you did fantastic. Right? We did it together, Baruch Hashem. We leaned into it. We accomplished it. We finished off the week literally on the same page, almost on the same page. Just Klal Yisrael. Let's say what a week of learning tonight is such a tremendous plus. Let's say something like that. One last piece. One of the most important sodos in all of this. What do you think? Let's say think about it. It's like a shtickle down or learning these gemaras. What do you do with all these learned execution? Let's say I always find when you learn about death, what death does, learning about death leads to the most life-affirming lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So let's say what it has to really bring within us is that Baruch Hashem, if we're here, if we're living, if we're breathing, Baruch Hashem, we are not, Baruch Hashem, subject to these learning, then it means we got to accomplish. We got to do. Every breath we have is a tremendous gift from the Rebbe Shalom, and we just need over to maximize it. I would say, a good Shabbos.
So yeah, but somebody's telling him to puff his chest and be a peacock, right? It's like nobody talks about my man like that, Well, he does always ask Jay, exactly. But I think that what he's saying probably comes naturally. I'm sure.
We got to figure out. We invest in this. We got to figure out a way.
It's also views or suffering. You know what I mean? So he's like, embrace that. Probably upset about the view. He's saying ideas, but he's talking to YouTube. You know what I mean? He's saying, I will fuck you up, YouTube. I mean, it's even sadder that he's doing this for views. He did the Shane Carwin thing for views. Yeah. He's doing this for views, too. Yeah, he did everything for views. True. Yeah, we ate a fucking salsa cookie. Yeah, Mexican cookie. Oh, this is disgusting.
All right, so let's say good morning.
Tough isn't getting on there and tweeting to people to get his fan base to bully him.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shit. It's the same power. Annual college over sponsor for Dafshin Pei. The Filthy Mishpacha, discuss and so for all of the Amis, how well you look to see that reference kind of because our weekly learning sponsors, Rabbi in her memory of Rabbi Lichter's grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon, who passed away earlier this week. I'm sorry, I'm total sponsor from the Filthy Mishpacha, the dedicated sharing vessels in memory of Amit Ben and David Rabbi, Rabbi Isha Rabbi, Rabbi Baz on the first night of Hanukkah. Zakir responses for today. Elio and Dvar Ramifar, and then you have Elio's grandfather, Nisan ben Abraham, Zechon Lebracha, and in honor of his son Yehuda on his 11th birthday. And we're going to start with the release of the more hostages today. And yes, Hashem, hope to see all of our hostages come home with Shalom and B'Kalim. Let's get back. Let us, we have a lot to do today. Everyone, incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's daf is Mem Dalet 44. We are actually picking up the rest of Hashem on Mem Gimel on the days 43 at the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. Convicted individual, right? So again, remember, following the direction, Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Reuben was found guilty by a Beis Din. So when Reuben was approximately 10 amos away from the Beis Din, from the execution spot, only low, they were saying to him, commit vidui, or recite vidui. She came down and called him to because again, it's the death of people who are being put to death by Beis Din to recite vidui to confess. And even though again, death itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless, the act of reciting vidui prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound atonement. Anyone who does vidui before he dies, has a portion in the world to come. When we see by Achan, who is Achan? When Klal Yisrael comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that was fought in Yericho. Yeshua said that anyone, that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho. And whoever does so would be liable to that. Achan went ahead and took of the spoils of Yericho. Again, we'll see more about that story in just a little bit. So really, again, this is your true saying to Achan, give covenant to Hashem, the God of Israel, the team of no Toga. Now we'll see what this means. Literally, give train just have to see exactly what this particular statement means. So Achan answered Yoshua and he said, so Achan said, when confronted by Yoshua, Achan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact I did so-and-so and so-and-so. And now you should keep that over you. How do you know ultimately again that Achan was atoned as a result, that he received atonement as a result of his deed? So Yoshua says to Achan, Achan just like you have like destabilized us. Really again muddied the waters for us. So Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. And you might actually it's only understood in this world that you are so to speak punished. You have to offer the Rabbi. If you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see the halacha said because Achan did shiva, Achan did vidui, therefore ultimately again he is forgiven. Incredible. Any of the other scholars, what happens when a person doesn't know how to do vidui? If a person just doesn't know how to recite vidui, only wrong, so he's saying it, and also the problem is, Yusasi kapara akol honasi. My death should be an atonement for all of my sinful behavior. My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. Rabbi says, so again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There's a concept ultimately of vidui when a person is dying. It's called vidui shchidnira. When a person is dying. So there's a longer form of that vidui, but there's also a shortened form of that vidui that essentially just says, Tehei Yisasi kapara akol avonosai. So that again, just let this be a kapara on all of my averos, and that's it. That's the entirety of the vidui. And the Rebbe says, in Hayodeh Shuvim Mezuman, the Rebbe says, if at the end of the day, let's say Reuben knows that he's innocent, right?
As much as Dathan says that for a defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. Let's say you're being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? My death should be atonement for all of my averos, except for this avera. So the Reader says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying it's a thing. So remember, the Reader says, essentially, you say legally before you let out, but if you're legally innocent, you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, if you put in that combination, everyone's going to say that. Because everyone maintains their innocence, or at least most people maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay? So interestingly enough, so remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yeshua says to Achan is the positive example of this concept of sin legally prior to go ahead and be killed. So Yeshua says to Achan, please, when he asks him not, watching over here, the Hagate no Asisi, please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is a request. What does this mean? The church of the Prophet Yeshua, I'm not even legally done. So let's do this. That's actually what my speech. Right, I'm going to tell you what we do. Let's go and cast lots. Cast the lottery, and you'll see really the temperature that it was. I love these gorillas, so sure enough, you'll feel well, and you cast lotteries. The Yapah go out and the lottery fell on Achan. I'm going to Yeshua. So I'm going to Yeshua. Is all Akabah right? So now Yeshua confirms Achan. You went ahead and you committed this. So Achan, really? A lottery? That's how you assume I'm guilty. After all, again, after the Elijah, I'm going to say you don't have their Achan. Even Matthew Ali can call that when he comes here. So Achan said, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elijah, like you're the Kohen Gadol, like you're the Rabbi, Elijah is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. The first way that Achan tried to make is a lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So I don't know. So it's back to the question is how peace Achan. Whatever you do not cast dispersions on the lottery. Why not? Sha'asida Eretz Yisrael is counted for gold. Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So Achan, if you start casting dispersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast dispersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. So he goes on, he says, please give over. Is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All you do is confession and then we're done. I know you can't talk to that like you. So, Kazos is a Kazos Asisi. And I'll say, yeah, everything. I get it. Like, this is what I did, And he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from Yericho. The pressure's on him. I'm not going to tell you that.
So interesting enough, let's say, turns out that Achan didn't just violate the Kalim. Kalim means also Kalim. They used the Kalim in a particular context where they didn't put someone in Kalim. The Kalim also means the context where the basin, right, goes in and says something is off limits. So, for example, Yericho was Kalim, right? The spoilers of Yericho were Kalim.
He's so protected. He's like, Shah, I don't know UFC. I watch it, but I don't know well enough to be able to evaluate the things he's saying. But he sounds super. What did you get me to play? Like that's like killing an insult. The king of football. He's talking like Calvin. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna hit you in the face with my fist. Like that's what I'm gonna do. And he's looking at you, fucking use your hands in a gorilla. Look at these thighs.
Didn't just violate the one by
You're a hot guy.
he violated two by Kazos, you're
a saber tooth on the hand.
like this one,
Look at the bigger
and like this
dick.
one, have
Folks
I
watching
done.
who's
So ultimately, again, that there's like 3 acts of performance, 3 acts of violation, 3 Kazos violated. I'm sure it wasn't sure. Hamisha, he violated 3 Kazos. Arba in Moshe, Be'achamei Yoshua, Shneimar, Anochi, Chatasi, Vikazos, Asisi. Also, Va'ad Hashka, my Kalor Adish. So what? Up until this point, so if that's the case, then Achan in fact violated multiple other Chalavim. Why is he only punished after Yikon? Shouldn't he be punished earlier than that? So I look at the Loza is beautiful. I'm going to look at the Shimon, the Loza of Shimon, the fish of Anshu Alan is stone, Aksha Abra Kayadi. So this is incredible. One of the hallmarks of Kali Star is Kali Star raising Zebazah. Mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility means that not only is it take care of each other, but I'm not going to myself. I'm responsible for your ideas, you're responsible for my ideas. That's the way it works. I share in his ideas of your mitzvos, you share in his ideas of my mitzvos. That's the mutual responsibility. So this concept, the Gemara says, and this is really quite dramatic, that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the ideas that maybe we don't know about. What if I commit an idea privately? No one else knows about it. So Allah says, is your mutual responsibility for that idea? So listen to this. So Rabbi says, there is, but can only get mutual responsibility only occurred when it actually crossed the idea. So therefore, again, Allah even though Achar went ahead and violated multiple other Haramim prior to recall, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private averas after we cross over the Yarden. Therefore, the only one Christ was held accountable for was what? Was recall. This is actually not what we said. Listen to this. And it starts by talking about the rational and the Agama. So literally translates that which is needed is to act as responsible. But that which is revealed is for our children for all eternity. So much as not a knuckled al the al shed right? So why do
so this one's posted by Deep Interest 9. Cannot wait to see they beat the shit out of the pump.
The Rabbi so the theme of mutual responsibility didn't apply to private averas until actually crossed comparity cell. But what's you see is actually incredible. There was a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Gulf. When we are outside Eretz Yisrael, there's still mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. So like, I'm going to if he starts the other wall, hold up over here.
I almost posted publicly, please come on the show many times, but you talk me out of it. I'd love to talk to Nate. I'd love to talk to Sean.
For the opportunity of one another. But it's just such a thing that I'm responsible for your private ideas, you're responsible for my private ideas. That is a very difficult thing to swallow. That's a pretty overwhelming concept. So the Gemara says, there's never mutual responsibility for hidden averas. This is like that can't happen that way. You might say, I can't be responsible for things.
I'm not sure if this is what he wants to talk about. My cardio has never been an issue. I beat his ass for some reason at times. So again, what is he talking about? He seems caught up in being fan friendly. Easy to say I have a bad cardio based on less than a fight. He knows I was rushed to the hospital and was near death. He was with me. That wasn't cardio, and he knows it. While he has been deciding on his next hairstyle, I have been sitting working on my training, staying busy. My back has been fine for a year now. I will name up with the entire division. I have a plan for all of them. Even Kane. He knows that I have great wrestling. He knows I can do a lot of footwork, and you have to come close to get a takedown. I will knock you. I'll knock any heavyweight in the world out. If they question that you call your match bigger, let's listen up. I don't see that first part as complimentary, and also as typical Brendan or even I call him Brown, and he insults the person who calls him a bullshit phrase, and you are left wondering what he really believes, which is what we just walked to a team. He insults me, and then covers it with like I love you, I'll support you, but you're a fucking bitch and I hate you. When the podcast is over and his fake friends are gone, he won't have a friend here. If he has evidence of me having trouble passing a test, he should man up and just say it. We can certainly have that discussion if you want. So yeah, this is not a friend.
So that's like, okay, what I noticed about this, and I haven't read this one, but it's a clear, there's a very clear difference between how Shane communicates his point here versus what Baba does. Baba is a liar and stupid. So he just lies and says all this stuff that means nothing. Shane is being assertive and saying exactly what he thinks, right? No sugarcoating. He's not my friend, he's lying, he's full of shit, and he's just a freaking Joseph. Don't put shit in a corner and tell him to talk his way out of it, you know what I mean? Yo, we got Shane from you. Yeah, okay, so this one's great. Plus, my beep time, Arrow is naming the waters, so it's Ariel. I'll watch the clip right now, but this is so funny telling the tape. Comedy Specials 2, very effect. You know, just skits and bits all day long. Very good. So let's go ahead and get into that clip right now. Be Cool Ariel posted by Embarrassed Bag 1107. Sponsored with Addie's and Baddies by Red Green Tweeties. Oh shit. Whoa. I know we made what? Also, fuck Miguel the Dog Page. Holy shit, that's crazy. Embarrassed Bag. Thanks, next man up. Wow, on T-Fat Cat. Wow, I didn't know what Miguel was going to make the change. People are like, who's Miguel? Like, no, that's funny. If you want to know, bitch, if you want to know more, tune into our streams here. Let's see, this is a great right over here, tail tape. ATS, standing at 6 feet even. Prison jump 6'4". Diaz around 180 pounds. Last time we saw Sean Jets, we saw could very well be more than that. If you're wondering about comedy specials, Job Chill. 0 for Nathan Diaz, perhaps.
The Valkyrie is fellas. He said, listen to this phrase. He says, Hashem Yisrael, Eno Shem Torah. He said, Reign Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Tzaddik, Rasha. Those are descriptive terms. Like Tzaddik is a descriptor of who you are. Rasha, he says that's not Yisrael. He said, what's the difference between a non-descriptive term and a descriptive term? He said descriptive terms could change. If someone is a Tzaddik today, he could be a Rasha tomorrow. Someone is a Rasha today, he could be a Tzaddik tomorrow. Elohim, Elohim, etc. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And it says, Kirishmo Yisrael, and Chilek Elokim Ma'al Mamish. So again, open Russian time, because the neshama of a Jew is mamish a spark, it's a clip, it's a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Meila Eino Yoko Mishtanos. It's not changing.
I was there. I saw my own eyes. Nathan Diaz, like I said, is from Stockton, California, and Brendan Shaw hosts the Fighter the Kid show alongside our good pal Raquel, and also
the fact that I'm a Yid, the fact that I'm Yisrael, the fact that I'm a Neshama, the fact that I'm a Baruch Hu, there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I can commit the worst I don't know if it's possibly imaginable. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael. Why? Because at the beginning of Yisrael, being a Yid, which by definition means that I'm a Neshama, there is a spark
Would you fight that guy?
That is what the Baal Tanya calls a shame etzem. Right? It's ultimately again.
Alright, so just another one that would good on Jake this week.
It's not a shame Torah, it's a shame
Why does
etzem.
Baba want to grab hold of me? Because he would do this again and still think it's not completely embarrassing. Oh yeah, where he just runs around, the guy's on the ground. Yeah.
Descriptive terms
Let's see here.
change
Okay, so this
based
one
on where you're holding in life.
posted by
A shame etzem,
Bella
in essence term, that
Papa's
remains
record so
intact
far.
no matter what.
He's got allies, as you can see here, Joe
Probably
Rogan,
one of the
Brian
most
Callen,
important Gemaras of all
Jesse
time,
on
because this is the reason why
and
Shiva
here's the
is
list of
possible.
enemies that he's
One is
created.
that no matter how badly I
And my
debase
favorite,
myself,
Randy Felt
that I
Face
be
over here.
broken
Oh yeah, of course.
myself, why
Also,
is that? There aren't just certain areas that after a certain point, like you hit the point of no return, there's no going back. So why do I have the ability to bring myself back, not just like from the edge of the cliff, but even if I went over the spiritual cliff, I can still bring myself back. Why? Because I'm in the snow. Because I'm in the Shama. And that the Shama is a spot like a spark. And no matter what I do in life, I can't change that. I can't change it. And because I can't change it, it's always there. And because it's always there, those represent the fundamental building blocks that I can use to build myself. That's the reason it says, no matter what I do, no matter what I do, I might not be at Savage any longer. I may actually be a Russia right now. That's possible. But no matter what those descriptive terms may be, my essence term of myself is always intact. And if that's there, then the ability to spiritually and personally evolve is always present as well. Incredible. Already have 100 issues. This is what people say. Common expression, people say, Asa ikar b'nei kilti, Asa shnei v'asa karelei. Even a myrtle branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a myrtle branch, and it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a myrtle branch, you can have a high branch that is surrounded by little branches all around it, still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how camouflaged maybe it becomes, in all of the little branches, it still remains a myrtle. Incredible. The guy operates from sea after Tunisia. Clouds are also violating the covenant that I commanded them. God not given up favor. God mandu, God kafashu, God some of the killing. However, he's talking about all the things that, again, I want to point out, Clouds are didn't do this. It was 100 years. But Clouds are being held responsible. I'm not going to show you about the start. The Lamin Abba Achan Achamisha Kumshi Torah. The secret name of Achan violated all, he didn't just skip from his father to himself. He violated halacha. And he violated everything including the 5 books of the Torah. Shne'emar Chamisha Gam. He also violated the Chamisha, the 5 books of the Torah. Upon Moshe also. Upon tried to cover up his dismissal. Right? So it's called the admonition also. You don't do this with us. Sip Hafa says over here the damn public to Sip Hafa as you do Sip Hafa. That's obvious. Now the ones who have mitzvah, the buffet no Hafa,
he's a stupid guy and he thinks that's like so funny and it's like what people don't
actually rarely get
so far
to cover the mitzvah on his body. And that's one of them that he did. But he also have all of these cells. He did something terrible in Cloud Israel. I'm like, Baz Abdullah Shabbat Akana ala Hamulasa. Nothing had a relationship with the betrothed girl. Ksiv Hata Zendel the Asana Baron, Ksiv Hata the Asana Baron Israel. So Pshita, Mark, the ones who are really high, low Paka Nafshe, that's far, you wouldn't do. Like, you wouldn't mix the Paka Nafshe, that's actually very good. Paka Nafshe means the soul hefker. The act of sin, by definition, is making the soul hefker. Isn't that incredible? Like, you know what, not about just taking out wallets, putting it on the table, and say, you know what, hefker, my credit cards, go, enjoy, cash, all yours. No one in their right mind says that. Why? Because my wallet is valuable. Yet, my neshama, which is the most valuable thing of all, essentially what I'm saying is, it's hefker. It's hefker. Whatever it is, do what you want, do how you want, what you want, it doesn't make a difference. So I say, none of us in our right mind would ever actually, choose to do that. Yet, the default reality of the function of an avera is making that neshama hefker. Avera says, Dine kinara murasa.
I don't mean to change this, but I'll tell you what I do.
Like in Arasa, did this ultimately in his what does this mean? What do you mean this?
The UFC just violated
5 books of the Torah.
If you want to cure some issues, you know what I do right now? Yeah, don't worry about detail. I'll worry about myself. I go to transitcompany.com/microphone. Do you know anything about these pills? No, shut the fuck up.
Out of our way to find culpability for our person.
Oh my God.
Like this. It's important to do this all the time. Sin doesn't just occur. And dramatic sin doesn't just dramatically occur. Very often, these heroes are results of a culmination of smaller missteps. They may by themselves seem relatively innocuous, but they lead you on a particular path and you're putting on a particular trajectory, which manifests and results in truly negative behavior. So you know something like this. But actually, I'm making an out on the rough side, trying to come with this new, but something you might say, you know something like this. Look, Yeshua gave you an explicit command. Don't partake of the spoils of the evil. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. The Jews are wealthy. But remember, the Jews are wealthy. They can put all amounts of wealth. Everybody's wealthy. Everybody's got plenty of money. So how do you make such a dramatic mistake to compromise you, your family, and colleagues? So what the answer? This wasn't the first mistake. Ahmed was making multiple mistakes all along the way. He was making multiple others all along the way. And in life, when you get used to making bad decisions, even if they're small, bad decisions, that leads you down a path. And that path is going to end only in one way. A really bad, big decision. That's why sometimes I like to think that it's like the big crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true, but it's also the everyday decisions that we make that fundamentally chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong small decisions, maybe they're simple, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a derech of my life, and that derech sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying over here. Don't think that Ahmed just woke up that morning and said, hey, maybe I can get some of the spoils of the Moshe, oh, Yeshua told me not to. That's not what happened over here. The ability to violate the words of Yeshua and take the spoils of the evil was the culmination of a series of private decisions that put Ahmed down. This is why I was mentioned so often. It is so important to live with a sense of mindfulness, of awareness, to recognize every single decision has consequences. Big or small, every decision has to be on a diet. If I need that mindfulness, I set myself up for ultimate good. If I live without mindfulness, well, yeah, I find myself taking the spoils of the evil. So I was like, I was like,
as you can see, 100% match. That's what they were 100% match for. It's also the Slim King account. Shout out to y'all. Let's see here. The funniest part of the shop name, read plus by Big Shoots. Let's see.
One of them knows that my heart is saying, so it sounds like you're executing up on stuff.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
What did his family do wrong? He must have through time accusing us saying, you cut off.
I just picture when he says that, I picture in his brain the monkey.
So we're going to talk about committed a sin. What
are these things on the tambourine? That's what I think of. Or like an organ, like this one's posted by Barfman902. It's called They've Given Up on Coming Up with a Tag for each episode. It's over, Bubba. Not gonna lie, when I first saw this, I got kind of sad, a little sad. As you can see here at the bottom, we have Brian lost himself at a Diddy party, which is the worst last title to have. Yeah, that's right. Both on out.
So you should get in the family about as well. But you should also know, but you should also know about it. So they went into Yeshua, went ahead and burnt everything. Everything is upon its possessions and stoned them. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. Why did you burn the stones? What's the shot with that? I'm like, I read the ship was shit. I read the ski was ski.
Okay, so this is question.
The things that were supposed to be burned were burned, like the object's property. And things that were supposed to be stoned, i.e. on a livestock, were stoned.
Also, this comment is from Michelle Mitchell, which could be a fake name. Brendan Shaw, the dog PE you're getting on the 24th from Tino Sanchez is my dog. I gave him $2K to train him for a veteran, and he turned around and gave him to you. I'm begging you to do the right thing and tell Tino to give me my dog back. Please do
קורא כפיים בו, שמוע משמוע שסבא לו בצפיסה, הכל דאג בו, ויעציקים לפני השם, אבל מדובר בחסם לפני הבחור, what is incredible. Looking back to the Hashem, Yeshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. Some of them Bob Hakut Melech, he threw it down before Hashem. I'm in front of Ribono Shel Olam. I'll even be hard to do stuff and I do never say, yeah, remember. How did Yeshua know? How did anyone know that Hakut took from the spoils of the people? How did you know that? Remember again, in one of the subsequent battles, 36 Jews died. 36 Jews died. Now remember, the Ezekiel promised victory. So 36 Jews are dying in battle. That must mean what? Something's going on over there. So Yeshua comes and almost like an act of defying chutzpah. Takes the spoils. And then you get down in front of Hosea and say, really for this you kill half of the Sanhedrin, this you kill half of the Sanhedrin. And the Gemara says, Vayakol mehem anshe Ai k'shloshim v'shisha ish in the battle of Ai, which was the next battle after Yericho. 36 men died. That's what it usually says. A half the Sanhedrin. So you want to say, kind of, Shloshim v'shisha ish. The reason really 36 men died in the battle of Ai. However, in the kind of the Shloshim v'shisha ish, the Bible says, he's giving us 36 men died. So who died? It was a great time to get in there and just shuffle to never get people shut on it. It was so great that he was as great. He was worthy as like 36 people, as half of the Sanhedrin. So Yeshua was upset. Yeshua said, you know something, because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Achman stole from Yericho, this is why you killed the 36 people you're in there. So I'm not my decision, Kachanidin Yigada Rosh, Ma'asher Ya'anda Oshim the Pasuk says, the ability against the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion, right? And the rich man speaks with a bit of arrogance. So the man says, who is this? So Rosh is Zed Moshe. So the poor man is the Moshe who spoke to Hashem with a sense of humility. But Asher Ya'ane Az, which means the rich man speaks with a little bit of arrogance. Zed Yeshua. This refers to Yeshua. Right? Again, especially the fact we just said that Yeshua spoke with Chutz Ya'ane for my time now was using. Even this by speaking with Hashem, like the Pasuk just mentioned, that he took the spoils that Achman stole and he threw it down from his mouth. Almost like you see Kushma, why? Okay, you want to punish us, but why take 36 neshamas for what? For some spoils? So you should speak with a little bit of chutzpah.
That's all I'll say about that. I'm terrified of all you using viruses here. This one is probably the funniest of the day. If you find it as funny as I did. Being clinical and then adverting without telling people there's looks like Brandon is skipping off the top and Eric is not happy with that. Confident search 8648. Post this one. Bro.
Stop. So the Lord says, it doesn't say Vayispalel, it doesn't say Hidavi, rather what does it say? Vayipalel, Melamed Sha'asaf Talilos in Kono. So it's like the showing of Pagam Melamed Halal means to judge. So therefore it doesn't mean that you have to be up and judge HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What we do, brought up and we brought the bodies of Syrian countries. Like Zimri was in the country of the Middle Princess, you give me a vote to the immorality of public. These are bodies that are very important. I'm going to find the bonus to all of them. These 24,000 Jews should die. So you see, they're going to cause also actually insolence and arrogance. You want to say, I'll just mention, you can see by you, I listen on the we're teaching us something about tefillah. So people that sponsor us, you just never get any of the migraine. That's the brings down in total.
I think it is so funny.
He said, you translate Hallel as the Daphne. But if you think about it, that's not actually what it means. Like, if the Shurish Lamed Lamed is to judge, the Hallel is the reflexive form of that verb. which means then,
Oh man, the body language is nuts. I didn't even look at Chris's reaction. I want to see this really quick. Sorry.
Reflects of each other, right? So what's the concept of each tefillah that Kirk says is not simply davening to Hashem. Rather, tefillah is the mechanism, tefillah is the framework through which we are to engage in introspection and personal judgment. Therefore, such a richness and so beautiful. This is often when it comes to tefillah, we're hyper-focused on Kabbalah. And Kabbalah, of course, means like Perishanidos, understanding of the words. Her first chapter essentially is both people and your mind to wander. It just depends what your mind is wandering to. If my mind is wandering, thinking about myself, thinking about my rights, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a time of self-judgment, of self-reflection. Parallel doesn't simply need to pray. Parallel means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. It's a different way of looking at davening. We must Allah. Have you time like that? That's a argument. So again, what did Yeshua say? Yeshua says, why did you take us over the Jordan? Which is after the defeat of the eye. Why did you take us over the Jordan? Like just to be defeated? So we must time make them Abba. Most of us said this. Lama Hara, so that was that. And it was just Moshe said, after going to Paro, and Paro said, shit, why Paro? Moshe Rabbeinu says, why have you done so many devils to these people? Hello, however it comes from here. The nation says, Yeshua says, you know what? After this defeat at the eye, Yeshua says, you know, we should never cross the Jordan. We should just stay where we were. But I'm not sure Yeshua. Kumla. Kumla means get up. Now, the way we understand is Kumla is Hashem telling Yeshua, bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Your culpability is more than the cause of how so. I am at the Banya Baba Takimu, Bata Takim, Samet, no. So you must listen to this. So I just feel sure like this. You know, when I command you, when you came over to Jordan, it's supposed to set up a stone, right? Upon which the Torah would be with you. You didn't do it when you do it by passing over Jordan. The way you do it, 60 mil into less. You are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Boss says, as a friend, what you were like, it's just not and he takes on the dark. He got to catch up to that shit, right? So I go to see the Moshe Yeshua, to he also Yeshua, so he see it, David, we call that shit, see that shit, as Moshe. So we're going to wait the problem. So one of the things that we make that we will call Yeshua culpable for not following his directions. We have the Pasuk says that Yeshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. Because of Yeshua was in complete compliance, and came out of a Kumullah. So ultimately, Hashem says to Yeshua, you need to be partial responsible. Now, why are you partial responsible? So what is?
I guess it's just him dancing.
Hashem never commanded Klal Yisrael not to take from the spoils of the Hashem never commanded that. That was Yeshua's prohibition. So Hashem said to Yeshua something amazing.
Well, I disagree with this. I mean, everybody knows that you don't say wife until 10 years.
If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited.
True.
If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yeshua did it because again, he wanted to singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. So he said, Yeshua, I didn't ask you to create that kingdom. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take. I was spoiled. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore I'm going to partially culpable for what happened with Achan. That's the story. And you say, why do you do all this? This is incredible. Right? But why else do you do all of this? What did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that before a person is executed, we tell him to do vidui. Who is the source, the biblical source for vidui? For vidui, so the Mishnah here quotes Achan. Like Achan confessed his sin before being executed. Let's say, by the way, who is the real Makar for vidui for confession? The real Makar for vidui is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do vidui. The difference is the reason why that's not one of our videos because we're looking for a source of somebody who did vidui before execution. So who was the first person to do the for execution? That was Achan. So now we're going to show what's incredible, ridiculous. Your story, ridiculous. Your story. We saw very much. Yeshua is in Yichol. Vayisa in a Bayar. He goes ahead and he sees, and the pasuk goes on to say, he sees by Ish Omer Lenedo, the Charbo Shalufo Biyado. He sees the Gemara says, what happens? Vayomer Lo, Yani Sar Shiva Hashem Atabas. So now Yeshua doesn't know that's why you found the bow. So the man says, don't worry, I am a Malach Hashem. I'm a Malach, I'm only here to help. Yeshua prostrates himself. Now remember, this was happening at night. So Yeshua, how are you able to prostrate yourself? After the Bahamah of Yofer, also the Adam Shikin Shalom Hamir Balai. You can't keep a Shalom Aleichem to your friend at night. Why? Hashina Shema Sheitu. You have to keep saying that he's a Sheitu. They're shaking at night. So maybe Allah will say again, maybe the person you see in front of you can't be the person that is Sheitu. How do you Yeshua give you Shalom? So the Gemara says, Shiny Heart on the Kamei, Ani Saksava Shem Atabasi. This man used the name of Hashem, and ultimately, again, because they said the name of God, Yeshua knew it wasn't the shape. If you're a Meshachri, maybe it's a lion shape. Like, in other words, not a maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just using the same Shalom Aleichem, right? Because he's just trying to go and pretend he's not a shape. And as is new, we have a tradition, but not teaching Israel about Torah. Shading do not go ahead and use the word Shalom. I won't say each body is such a profound story. Everyone has the line they want to cross. There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that no, I would never do that. Anything in front of that, I'm on it. I'll do all that stuff. We all have that line. We all have that line, which is good. Everyone has to have that line they want to cross. Sometimes shaking also has that line. Shaking goes through the name of Hashem. Other days it will say, this is ridiculous, Gemara. So listen to this. So the shade so the Malach says to Yoshua, I'm here for 2 reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer us the daily Talmud, and tonight you're not learning Torah. What is the exact thing about Torah? So I understand the first part. They didn't offer us the Talmud. They did the daily sacrifice. They didn't offer us the Talmud. So the Rabbi is accountable for that. What does it mean?
Big belt buckles and listens to country music now. If Papa moves to Texas, when he cosplay harder than Tiny Tony in Chile. Let's hear your thoughts. Also, my ambitious tip 3152.
So because he didn't offer us the afternoon Talmud, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight, you're not learning. Look at Rashi. It's the 4 lines down. Last line, on the right-hand side. Rashi on both sides here. Rashi is talking about Torah. The Yom Kiyachon Kohen Lasot B'Torah Makmas Yisrael Hamas. Sweeten Atem Lasot B'Torah B'Layla B'Harim B'Kol Mishkat B'Gilgal Shesham HaAlach HaLevlom Lasot. This is absolutely covered. Get into this. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, like as a following idea, that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, I understand why during the day you're fighting about you didn't have time to learn. I get that. Hey, you're doing battle. But at night, why you not learning? At night, why? Listen, do you hear this? I understand you're fighting. You're not working during the day. I understand you're working during the day. But you're fighting about during the day. I got it. But now you're not at work. You're not at work. There's night savings. I understand. I don't understand. Listen, it's such a it's a long night. It's a long night. There's no such thing as a week. It's beautiful when it comes to this meditation in the morning. It's incredible. That it's not up to tour. Not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. Again, I do this meditation because it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach said, listen, it's war time. It's war time. And the Malach comes to Yeshua and says, where is night Seder? Where's night Seder? What's happening over here? It's night time. I understand. You learned before you went out to war. The whole day you're busy with the war. But when night Seder now it's night time, where is your... Sometimes we think we gotta get out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, nighttime is for me to relax. just understand, again, they're pretty busy during the day, they'll be on Yeshua. And yet the amount of time out of the day to say, to make such thing at night and there is free time, not a bit,
So James there, just in case things pop off, so somebody got my back, I don't know if I was getting stabbed, shot.
I was going to have to stop over here for today. It's fine. I couldn't point out.
He also performs stand-up comedy for Hell's Angels. Again, we're not going to rush. They all love him. He's got a big pussy. That's the only thing they have in common is their love of British out. Yeah, hilarious to be afraid of. I mean, like, Skankfest fans, they scare me in the sense that they're sort of diabolical and they're branded as mean. Yeah. But they don't scare me. I wouldn't think I'd be stabbed by one of them. They're comedy fans. That's your narrative, dude. That's true. Dealing with a whole different level of success, all right? That's true. I don't know what his success is like. He was top 10 heavyweight, all right? So let's be cool. Let's see here. Confidence Search 8648 posted this. Throwback to when he never spoke bad about Nate because Nate would twist your fucking neck off.
Good morning.
So basically the same thing he said he would do.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for.
And so they invite everybody to that nightclub. Nate shows up. Dana's there and he's drinking. And Dana goes,
This morning share to
what's up, motherfucker?
thank our annual Talmud sponsor for Production Day, hey? The Filson Mishpacha Ziskus, for Visoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Allah see that Brocken is Kain, the Karo. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimons from the Bracha, who passed away earlier this week. I'm sorry, Talmud sponsor for this month, Talmud Mishpacha. The dedicated Shalom Joshua in memory of Amit Ben David Levi from the Bracha and Itai Levi, killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. The only sponsors for today, Elio and Dvar Ramenfar, in memory of Elio's grandfather, Nisan Ben Abraham from the Bracha, and in honor of their son Yehuda on his 11th birthday. Thank God for the release of the more hostages today, and the Mir Hashem hope to see all of our hostages come home. Shalom and the Karov. Well, so that's let us. We have a lot to do today. Chodesh, everyone. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's daf is Mem 44. We are actually picking up the rest of on Mem Gimel on the days 43b as the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. When the conviction is for moving, right? So they're following along our progression. Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Reuben has been found guilty by a big. So when Reuben was approximately used to 10 hours away from the base of the execution spot, Omen Lo, they were saying to him, his father, commit vidui, or recite vidui. She came down to almost in his family. As again, it's the death of people who are being put to death by Bezdin to recite vidui to confess. Because even though again that itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless the act of reciting vidui prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. So the Gemara says, because that anyone who does vidui before he dies, yesh l'kelit olam has a portion in the world to come. Shekin matzinu ba'achar. What we see by achar now, who is achar? Again, as we're going to see just a little bit, when Israel comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought in Yericho. Yeshua said that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho, and whoever does so would be liable to that. Achar, when a hard hand took of the spoils of Yericho, and we'll see more about that story in Yeshua, B'ni, Simnos Tahor B'Hashem Elokei Yisrael, B'tein Lo Toda. So literally again, this is Yeshua saying to Achar, give cover to Hashem, the God of Israel. B'tein Lo Toda. Now we'll see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. We have to see exactly what this particular statement means. Vayan Achan as Yoshua. So Achan answered Yoshua, and he said as follows: Vayomer, Amda Anochi Chatasi Kazos Kazos. So Achan said, when confronted by Yoshua, Achan said, "Yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact I did so and so and so." How do you know ultimately again that Achan was atoned as a result? That he received atonement as a result of his deeds. So Yoshua says to Achan, Achan just said, destabilized. Literally again muddied the waters for us. So Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. Mardashin, it's only on this day, i.e. in this world, that you are, so to speak, punished. But you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see over here that Havachalamaysa, because Achan did Shuvah, Achan did Vidui, therefore ultimately again he is forgiven. Incredible. In any of the other styles, what happens if a person doesn't know how to do Vidui? Say a person just doesn't know how to recite Vidui. Only low, so we say to him, Emar, say the following. Hey, Yisasi Kapara Akolavarasi. My death should be an atonement for all of my sinful behavior. Right? My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. But you know what says. So again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There is a concept ultimately of saying deeply when a person is dying. It's called Hebrew Shkizera. So there's a longer form of that deeply, but there's also a shortened form of that deeply that essentially just says Tehei Misasi Kapara Akol Abonosai. So that again, let this be a kapara on all of my averos, and that's the entirety of the Hebrew. And Rudy says, in Hayodea Shivim Zuma, Rudy says at the end of the day, let's say Rudy knows that he's innocent. Right? As much as Daisy says that the defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. So let's say Ruben's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Omer Kelim Sasi Kapara puts me up on that. Ruben could say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this avera. So Rudy says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying, so remember, Rabbi says essentially, you say deeply before you're being let out, but if you believe you're innocent, so you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, if you put in that solution, everyone's going to say that. Because everyone maintains their innocence and most people maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay? So See, interestingly enough, remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yoshua says to Achan is the paradigmatic example of this concept of saying vidui prior to go ahead and being killed. So Yoshua says to Achan, please, like he asks him, Moshe over here is the Hagid no li na'asiti, please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is a lesson is a request. What is this? Yeshua, so remember again, Hashem was telling Yeshua that someone took from the spoils of Yericho who wasn't supposed to. So Yeshua says, okay, Hashem, tell me, who did it? Who took from the spoils of Yericho? I'm related to people. So Hashem says, what? Am I a snitch? Right? I'm going to tell you who did it. Wait, go and cast lots. Cast the lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was. So sure enough, Yeshua went, and he cast the lotteries. And the lottery fell on Yeshua. So Yeshua, the girl out the bar life, and now Yeshua confronts Achan. You went ahead and committed the second. So Achan said, really? A lottery? That's how you're assuming I'm guilty? After all, again, after the Allah coin maybe going to go Achan. So Achan said, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elazar, right? You're the Kohen Gadol, right? You're the Navi. Elazar is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. point of view that Acharon's trying to make is a lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So other laws, you're contacting Bakashin, please Achan, I'll tell you guys whatever you do not cast aspersions on the lottery. Why not? Sha'asida Eretz Yisrael shekiskalek b'gola. Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the division and distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So Achan, if you start casting aspersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast aspersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. He goes on, he says, Shina Emar, after going to fight this out, so what does it mean, pain Torah? What does it mean Yeshua says to Achan, please give over? Literally, Yoshua bribes Achan with words. What does this mean? So Yoshua lied a little bit to Achan and said, Achan, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All we need is a confession and then we're done. Yad, Vaya'al Achan et Yoshua, Vaya'al Amna, Anochi Katash Katash Yisrael, Azos V'Kazos Asis. And Achan said, yeah, I did it. This is what I did. And he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from Yericho. I'm ready. Lani, Shema'o Achan B'Shlosheh Halalim. It's interesting as it turns out that Achan didn't just violate the Kedem. Kedem means also Kedem. We raise the Kedem at a particular time. The reason for some of the Kedem. Kedem also means the concept where the base limit, right? One of them says something is off limits. So, for example, Yericho was Kedem, right? The spoils of Yericho were Kedem. You notice something very interesting. That Achan went ahead and violated 3 different Halalim. First of the white lines on the bottom, Shnayim B'Nei Yoshua, 2 during the days of Moshe Rabbeinu, and 1 during the days of Yoshua. So apparently, although we don't necessarily see it stated, but apparently during a number of the wars under Moshe Rabbeinu, there was also a Kedem. Do not go ahead and partake of the spoils. Do not partake of the spoils of the war. So apparently, Achan didn't just violate the one by Yericho, but he violated 2 by Moshe and by Yoshua. Shneimar, Kazos, Asis. As well as there are 3 Lashonos over here. Like this one, and like this one, have I done. So ultimately, again, that represents 3 acts of performance, 3 acts of violation. 3 Charamim, Kamisha. He violated 3 Charamim. Anoki Katasi, because those Asisi. Okay? So what up until this point, so if that's the case, that Achan in fact violated multiple other haramim, why is he only punished after Yericho? Shouldn't he have been punished earlier than that? So Rabbi Yochanan so I said, this is incredible. One of the hallmarks of Klal Yisrael is mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility is that not only is responsible to take care of each other, but I'm responsible for your ideas, you're responsible for my ideas. That's the way it works. I share in the materials of your mitzvot, you share in the materials of my mitzvot. That's the mutual responsibility. So this concept emerges in personality that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the ideas that maybe we don't know about. What if I can make that idea private? No one else knows about it. So I've often also need to get mutual responsibility towards that idea. So this is the case. So the Rabbi says there is, but that mutual responsibility only occurred when after we crossed the idea. Therefore, again, even though Achan went ahead and violated multiple other Halalim prior to Yericho, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private Averos after we cross over the Yarden. Therefore, the only one Klal Yisrael was held accountable for was what? Was Yericho. What was Yericho? This is actually not called this. And it starts off talking about the verse all of the So literally translated, that which is hidden is to our but that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all eternity. Gemara says, "Nama nafud al lanu v'lachu v'neinu yal ayin shebad." Right? Why is it? We're going to say the Torah. There are dots over lanu ulevanenu and the ayin of ad. The lanu shall punish on the stars at Shabbos hayadim divrei Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda also teaches us that the din of mutual responsibility didn't apply to private averos until after he crossed into Eretz Yisrael. What do you see is definitely incredible. There's a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Golos. In other words, when you're outside Eretz Yisrael, there's still mutual responsibility. But when you are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. So Rabbi Yirmiyah, but the other on the wall, say, hold up over here. Is there ever liability for private averos? Right? So listen, let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the public being for one another, but is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your private averos, you're responsible for my private averos? That is a very difficult thing to swallow, right? If you think about it, that's a pretty overwhelming concept. The Gemara says, "Halot kvar ne'emar ad olam, elekishim shlo ones al staros, tak lo ones al oshi shebegaloi ad she'avu yisrael hayayim." Rather than go to the second hour, the Muslim uses like this. There is never mutual responsibility for hidden averos. See, right? You can't operate that way. You might say, I can't do responsible for things you do in private, you can't be responsible for things that I do in private. That's possible. But again, when it comes to the niglos, the revealed averos, there's responsibility for that only once we enter into Eretz Yisrael. No responsibility for that before we enter into Eretz Yisrael. Ella, that's the case, top of Mendalit. Alpha, my time on Yonish. So that's the case, it looks like, that essentially, taking the property from Yericho was a private act. So if that's the case, even though it happened in Eretz Yisrael, why would there be any level of mutual responsibility for that? Ella, Alpha, my time on Yonish. First, the Gemara says, Mishum dahavu yadi bei ishto. Ultimately, again, because his family knew about it. Even though it wasn't public that Kali's family knew about it, it was public enough. It's public enough that his family knew about it, and they didn't do anything about it, creates a sense of mutual responsibility. As Rashi says over here, not yet. Let's say, I just want to point out, in a tremendous hospital, that there is there is a level of mutual responsibility that a family has. And if a family knows that one of the members of the family is struggling with something and doesn't do anything to help with that struggle, there is responsibility for those failures. Overwhelming, in other words, it's just whatever's true in Klal Yisrael is true on the microcosm of the family as well. So in Klal Yisrael, we're responsible for each other. Not with the stuff we don't know about. I give you responsibility for the secret stuff. You give me for the private things of mine, but for the revealed things, we're absolutely responsible. I'm sitting in a family. I can't know what my family members are doing in private. But if I know that my family members are struggling with things, and it's clear that they're struggling with things, failure to do anything about it can help result in a profound sense of liability and responsibility. It's incredible. Remember, the Gemara says that the sin of Afan was the sin of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say, so this is actually very, very beautiful. Because remember, this is the Pesach speaking to Yeshua. Chata Yisrael began Avos Yisrael. Klal Yisrael sinned and they violated Ma'aser. Now, what we're seeing over now is we come together. It was Achan who sinned. But Klal Yisrael is held responsible for the sin of Achan because of the din of Arba, because of the mutual responsibility. But there's only mutual responsibility for the public to be known averos. What's the answer? They did know about it. Who knew about it? His wife knew about it. His kids knew about it. That is enough to create public knowledge and therefore to create mutual responsibility and liability. So it was a beautiful Gemara. Chata Yisrael, the Baruch Hu says to Yoshua, Klal Yisrael sinned. Rabbi Alpha Bar Zata, Alpha Pisha Chata Yisrael. This is so beautiful. So what do you see from here? You see from here that Halach even though a Jew sinned, he's still called Yisrael. Yisrael, Alpha Pisha, right? Because again, Chata Yisrael. Even though, so the Prophet says, even though Klal Yisrael sinned, they're still called Klal Yisrael. They're still called Klal Yisrael. So also there's a beautiful piece right about Atanya. Atanya writes this. He says, listen to this phrase. He says, Hashem Yisrael Shem Torah. So the name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Tzaddik, Russia. Those are descriptive terms. Like Tzaddik is a descriptor of who you are. Russia, he says that's not Yisrael. He says what's the difference between a non-descriptive term and a descriptive term? So descriptive terms could change. If someone is a Tzaddik today, he could be a Russia tomorrow. Someone's a Russia today, he could be a Tzaddik tomorrow. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Kimishmos Yisrael, Helchilek Elokami Ma'al Mamish. Again, the opening Russian and Tanya, because the neshama of a Jew is mamish a spark, is a hint, is a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Menela Eino Yachol Mishtana. It's not changeable. You can't change that. That is an immutable truth. The Kasher Yisrael Chodei. Okay, so he goes on. So he said, this is absolutely incredible. What does it mean that Yisrael Shechat, the Lashon over here is Chatu Yisrael, Afati Shechat Yisrael. Again, I will say, the fact that I'm a Yid, the fact that I'm Yisrael, the fact that I'm a Neshama, the fact that I'm a Spartan, there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I can commit the worst Avera possibly imaginable, and even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael. Why? Because it's being a Yisrael, being a Yid, which by definition means that I have a neshama, there is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is what the Baal Tanya calls a Shem Etzem. Right? It's ultimately, again, it's not a descriptive term, but rather, again, it's Shem Etzem. It's not a Shem Toar, it's a Shem Etzem. There are things that are Shem Torah, which are descriptive terms, and Shem Etzem, which ultimately is an essence. Descriptive terms change based on where you're holding in life. A Shem Etzem, an essence term, that remains intact no matter what I do. And I will say, this is probably one of the most important Gemaras in all of Shas, because this is the reason why Tshuva is possible. Why is it that no matter how badly I should face myself, that I can work to be broken myself? Why is that? Like we should say, there aren't just certain Averas that after a certain point, like you get the point of no return, there's no going back. That's it. So why do I have the ability to bring myself back, not just like from the edge of the cliff, but even if I went over the spiritual cliff, I still bring myself back. Why? Because I'm a Yisrael, because I am a Neshama, and that Neshama is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and no matter what I do in life, I can't change that. I can't change it. And because I can't change it, it's always there. And because it's always there, those represent the fundamental building blocks that I wish to rebuild myself. So that's what it means when it says, no matter what I do, I might not be a tzaddik any longer. I may actually be a Russian right now. That's possible. But no matter what those business terms may be, my essence of Yisrael is always intact. That's there. And it goes through the spiritual person when you go through, it's always connected as well. Incredible. I don't really have a hundred times this is what people say. Common expression people say. Aso Tikai Dene Yoki, Aso Shnei, Vasa Parade. Even a myrtle branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a myrtle branch. And it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a myrtle branch, you can have a hadas that is surrounded by willow branches. All around it still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how camouflaged maybe it becomes, in all of the little branches, it still remains a willow. Incredible. The God of I should say, that's what he tells Yeshua. Fathers are also violated the covenant that I commanded them. God not even Gam Zanzu, Gam Kakashu, Gam Samu Bikeleya. However, so he's talking about all the things now. Again, I'm going to point out, Fathers are doing this because Achad did it, but Fathers are doing other stuff. I'm going to lie, I'm sure you can do that. Start. Lamin, Abba Achad, Achad, we should see from here that Achad violated all of these. Right? And he violated everything that's written in the 5 books of the Torah. Shne'emar, Chamisha, Gan. A little bit of a play on words over here. Chamisha, he also violated the Chamisha, the 5 books of the Torah. Already, like, Mishum, that he was a bar, miscarved. Often, Moshe Svaraz also. Often tried to cover up his mismidah. Right? So I can call that admonition also. She's going to be Bismillah. Sit Hacha, it says over here, Begam Avros Brisi. Sit Hasam, Brisi Hacha. Shita, that's obvious. Mal, the Mojo of God, Mitzvah, but you say Lo Pakar, maybe not. Maybe no, often was a sinner. Ultimately, again, perhaps he did not go so far as to cover up the mitzvah on his body. The mashmalah that he did, he asana bala b'Yisrael. He did something terrible in Klal Yisrael. I'm not the Abba. As Abdullah Shabal Akan Na'ara Hamulasa. Nachman had relations with the betrothed girl. His Hacha says over here that he asana bala. She asana that he asana bala b'Yisrael. Shita Mal Deloju of God. Really high, low pakar. That's far. Asana b'Yisrael. Right? You wouldn't make the Pakar Nasher was such a place. Pakar Nasher made his soul hefker. The act of sin, by definition, is making your soul hefker. Isn't that incredible? Like none of us are taking our wallet, putting it on the table, and say, hefker, my credit card, enjoy, the cash, all yours. No one in their right mind says that. Why? Because my wallet is valuable. Yet, my neshama, which is the most valuable thing of all, when I come with an Avera, essentially what I'm saying is, it's hefker. It's hefker. Whatever it is, do what you want, do how you want, what you want, it doesn't make a difference. So I say, none of us in our right mind would ever actually, choose to do that. Yet, the default to be out of the pollution of an Avera is making my neshama hefker. It's incredible. Rabbi says, Dine Knara Murasa. That ultimately, often was judged like an Aram Murasa, to the Skila. Ultimately, but so what is this? What is this? That often violated all 5 books of the Torah, that often went ahead and tried to cover the Skila, that he had relationships with an Aram Murasa, like first of all, that's not, or the Gemara is learning it out from like Zera Shabbos, but it sounds like, or it feels like we need to be doing it out of our way, to find culpability to often. And the Gemara is saying is like this. He said, well, we do that all the time. Sin doesn't just occur, and dramatic sin doesn't just dramatically occur. Very often, big averos are a result of a culmination of smaller missteps that may by themselves be relatively innocuous, but they lead me on a particular path, and they put me on a particular trajectory, which manifests and results in truly negative behavior. So what Gemara is saying is like this: whether Achan actually had a relation with an Aram Murasa, tried to come with the what the Gemara is saying? The Gemara is saying is like this: Yoshua gave you an explicit command. Don't partake of the spoils of Yericho. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. Remember, they came out of Egypt with incredible amounts of wealth. Everybody's wealthy. Everybody's got plenty of money. So, Achan, how do you make such a dramatic mistake to compromise you, your family, and colleagues? So what's the answer? The answer is, this wasn't the first mistake. Achan was making multiple mistakes all along the way. He was committing multiple averos all along the way. And in life, when you get used to making bad decisions, even if they're small, bad decisions, that leads you down a path. And that path is going to end only in one way: a really bad decision. That's why I will say, sometimes I like to think that it's the big crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true, but it's also the everyday decisions that we make that fundamentally chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong, small decisions, maybe they're simple, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a derech of my life. And that derech sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying over here. Don't think that Achan just woke up that morning and said, hey, let me partake of some of the spoils of Yoshua told me not to. That's not what happened over here. The ability to violate the words of Yoshua and take the spoils of Yericho was the culmination of a series of prior decisions that put Achan on a path. This is why I was saying so often. It is so important to live with this sense of mindfulness, of awareness, to recognize every single decision has consequences. Big or small, every decision puts me on a derech. And if I live that with mindfulness, I set myself up for ultimate good. If I live without mindfulness, one day I find myself taking the spoils of Yericho. Gemara goes like that. Like Yoshua's Achan ben Zara, Vesakesa Ves Haideres, Es Lashon Hazav, Ves Bona Ves Penosa, Ves Shora, Ves Kamona, Ves Sola, Ves Ola, Ves Kala Shalom. Because I see now, because it says Yoshua took his entire family and all the spoils. So the Gemara says, in Uchata, one of them knows that not I understand. So it sounds like Yoshua is executing Achan's family. But Achan is going to commit the idea. What did his family do wrong? The Gemara says, it also says he's some of Klal Yisrael. So again, Achan committed the sin. What did Klal Yisrael do? So the Gemara says, Yasir b'chol Yisrael imo, elo l'irdosan, Achanam l'irdosan. Right, of course, Achan's family wasn't executed, just as Klal Yisrael wasn't executed. So what happened over here? Why did Moshe gather them for the execution of Achan? To give them Musar. Show them ultimately again that what was done was incorrect. And it's important that we see just like again, executions were public, in order that the people should understand the sincerity of actions. So to Yeshua gathered the family of Achan and Klal Yisrael. They went ahead and turned everything. Everything is up. Achan sounds like it's Achan his possessions and stone them. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. Party? Why do you need burning the stones? What's the shot of that? Rabbi, I wrote the strip, I wrote the skills, the objects, property, and things were supposed to be stoned, i.e. Achan, and livestock was stoned. The Erev Shalom, Agaris, Shinar, Achas Tova, Umasayim Shkalim Kesef. So again, now the Navi details what Achan took. Right? I saw it in the booty and the spoils. Agaris, Shinar, Tova, Umasayim Shkalim Kesef. Amrab, Fixla de Yosa. It was a cloak of fine wool. Shmuel was a Sabbalah de Srifa, a cloak of dyed wool. Bayatzihim with Hashem, Amron Achman, Ba, the Kaptam with Yamach. What is the Bayatzihim with Hashem? Yoshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is curious. So I'm going to ask him. Saw the Chab of Nelach. He threw it down the front of Hashem. I'm going to find the Ribbono Shel Olam. Even the Hari Grubet Shal Sanhedrin. I remember. How did Yoshua know? How did anyone know that Achan took from the spoils of Yericho? How did he know that? Because remember again, in one of the subsequent battles, 36 Jews died. We're going to see 36 Jews died. Now remember again, the Jews will promise victory. So 36 Jews are dying in battle. That must mean what? Something's going on over here. So Yoshua comes and almost like an act of defiance, chutzpah, takes the spoils, throws it down in front of the Baruch. Really for this you killed half of the Sanhedrin. This you killed half of the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, in the battle of Ai, this was the next battle after Yericho. 36 men died. That's what he says. Half the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, the time of Shloshim Mishesh Men. Literally 36 men died in the battle of Ai. I'm going to learn the end of the Shloshim Mishesh V'alo Ve'emar Ela Shloshim Mishesh. Because it says the equivalent of 36 men died. Who died? Ela Zeh Yotir Ben Menashe. It was a great advocate in Menashe. Shakol Kuneged Rigol Shasachet. He was so great that he was as great. He was worthy as like 36 people, half of the Sanhedrin. So Yoshua was upset. Because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Achan stole from Yericho. This is why you killed even 36 people. Amrab, my Yisid, Tachanudim Yidaber Rosh, Va'ashir Ya'aneh Chazis. What does it mean when the Pasuk says that literally again, the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion, right? And the rich man speaks with a bit of arrogance. The Gemara says, who is this? So Rosh is Yad Moshe. So the poor man, this is Moshe when he was supposed to have some of the sense of humility. But Asher Ya'aneh Chazis, who is the rich man who speaks with a little bit of arrogance? Zeh Yoshua. This refers to Yoshua. Right? Again, especially the fact we just saw Yoshua spoke with perfect weapons for my time. Now, what's the reason? Healing with this by Hashem, because we just mentioned, that he puts the spoils that Achan stole and he threw it down from the Shmuel. Almost like you say, why? Okay, you want to punish us? Why do you punish? But why take 36 Neshamas for what? For some spoils? So Yoshua spoke with a little bit of chutzpah. No, so the Gemara says, Pinchas, it didn't Pinchas do the same thing after the sit Vayamot Pinchas Vayipalel Vata'atzam. Pinchas now was normally translated as Pinchas davened, and the plague which was speaking to the people as a result of the immorality of the daughters of Midian stopped. So the Lord says, it doesn't say Vayispalel, it doesn't say Daven. Rather, what did it say? Vayipalel. Melames sha'asa palilos in kono. So we'll say the shorish of Abraham and Lamed halal means to judge. So therefore, again, what does it mean? That Pinchas Kiviyachol judged HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What did he do? He brought the bodies of Zimri and Kazi. Right, Zimri was the Nasi. Kazi was the result of immorality in public. And he threw their bodies down in front of his Baruch Hu. I'm going to tell you, for these 24,000 Jews should die. So you see that those also acted with the shtickle insolence and arrogance. We'll say, I'll just mention the Ksiv by you and I mention that here. Tremendous Gemara. The Gemara teaching us something about tefillah. So the word includes the idea that the word halal means to judge. Shashafal Hirsch brings down in Cholim, hard idea. He said we translate the hit halal as to daven. But if you think about it, that's not actually what it means. Like if the shoresh hey lamed is to judge, lehit halal is the reflexive form of that verb, which means then, what does the hit halal mean? To engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Reflexive, right? So we'll say the process of tefillah, that Hirsch says, is not simply davening to Hashem. Rather, tefillah is the mechanism, tefillah is the framework through which we are to engage in introspection and personal judgment. Therefore, says the Hirsch is so beautiful. Often when it comes to tefillah, we're hyper-focused on Kavanah. And Kavanah, of course, means like Perush Animals, understanding of the words. The Hirsch says essentially, it's okay to let your mind wander. Just depends what your mind is wandering to. So if my mind is wandering thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a kind of self-judgment, self-reflection. Lehit halal doesn't simply mean to pray. Lehit halal means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Incredible. Let's say a different way of looking at davening. So you might say, so again, what did Yoshua say? Yoshua says, why did you take us over the Jordan? Why did you take us over the Jordan? Like just to be defeated? So the Moshe also says this. Lama Hari also Lama Zeh, and the Parsha Shmos. Moshe says after going to Paro, and Paro says, "Pick by Paro." Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Why have you done something terrible to these people?" Ella Mehacha. Rather, it comes from here. So Yeshua says, you know what? After this defeat at Ai, Yeshua says, you know what? You should never cross the Jordan. You should have just stayed where we were. Kumlach means get up. Now, the way the Gemara understands it is Kumlach is Hashem's telling Yoshua, you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Your culpability is more intense than Klal. How so? Ani amarti takimu baka lecharkem samech no. So the Gemara says this. So I said to Joshua like this. You know, when I commanded you that when you come over to Jordan, you're supposed to set up the stones, right, upon which the Torah was to be written. You didn't do it immediately upon passing over the Jordan. Rather, where did you do it? 60 mil into the land. So Yoshua, you are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Also, did nothing. So after Shimon Rav, Okim Rav Amorale, Rav called over his Amorah, and he said, "So the Darsh, Kasher Tziva Shemesh Moshe Ado, Kim Tziva Moshe Es Yoshua, V'Kim Asa Yoshua, Lo Hisir Davar Mikol Hashem Tziva Hashem Es Moshe." Remember again, here's the problem. So on one hand, Hashem is holding Moshe Yoshua culpable for not following his directions. Yet the pasuk says that Yoshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. It sounds like Yoshua was in complete compliance. So So ultimately, again, Hashem says to Yoshua, you were partially responsible. Now, why are you partially responsible? So watch this. Hashem never commanded Rabbi Yisrael not to take from the spoils of Egypt. Hashem never commanded that. That was Yoshua's focus. Hashem said to Yoshua something amazing. Why are you prohibiting extra stuff? Right? If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yoshua did it because, again, he wanted singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. But the Baruch says, Yoshua, I didn't ask you to do that kingdom. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take the spoils. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore, again, you are partially culpable for what happened with Tafan. Boy, Basisa Lai, Ulamalko, Kasha, Sicily, Ulamalko. Vaidios is going to be supposed to say now, and you will not okay. So that's right. And again, why do we do all this? Right? But why else do we do all of this? What did Mishnah say? Mishnah said that before a person is executing who is the source, the biblical source for Vidui? The Mishnah over here quotes Achan. Right? Achan confessed his sin before being executed. So by the way, who is the real Makar for Vidui for confession? The real Makar for Vidui is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do Vidui. The difference is, the reason why that's not one of over here is because we're looking for a source of someone who did Vidui before execution. So who was the first person to do Vidui before execution? That was Achan. So now that we're going to Yoshua, it's incredible, it's ridiculous Yoshua story, and we saw it in more sense brothers. Yoshua was in Yericho. Vayisa in a Vayar. He goes ahead and he sees. Goes on to say, he sees Vayhine ish omed l'negdo v'charbo shalufo biyado. He sees a man standing opposite him with a withdrawn sword. So the Gemara says, what happens? Vayomer lo ki ani sad tzva Hashem atabas. So now Yoshua doesn't know. He's like, who are you, friend or foe? So the man says, don't worry, I am a malach Hashem. I'm a malach. I'm only here to help. So Yoshua prostrates himself. Now remember, this was happening at night. Yoshua, how are you able to prostrate yourself? After you can't give a shalom aleichem to your friend at night. Why? You have to be concerned that maybe he's a shade. You're shaking him at night. So maybe Allah will say again, maybe the person you see in front of you is not going to be a person but a shade. How do you give him shalom? So the Gemara says, Shiny Hazam the Kamele Ani Sartzva Hashem Atabasi. This man used the name of Hashem, and ultimately, again, because he said the name of God, Yoshua knew it wasn't the shade. The Dilma Meshachri, maybe it's a lying shade. Right? In other words, maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just using Shalom Aleichem, right? Because he's just trying to go ahead and pretend he's not a shade. So when it says Miriam, we have a tradition, Shadim do not go ahead and use the Moshe. They will say, by the way, it's such a profound use. Right? Everyone has the line they wear a cross. Right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that, oh no, I would never do that, right? That anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in, right? I'll do all that stuff. We don't have that line. We don't have that line, which is good. Right? Everyone has to have that line they won't do. So apparently, Shadim also has that line. But Shadim don't use the name of Hashem. I'm a Gezer will say, I'm a lay. Listen, this is ridiculous. I'm a lay. So listen to this. So the shade, so the Malach says to Yoshua, I'm here for 2 reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer up the daily Talmud, and tonight you're not learning Torah. What is the new taking out learning Torah? What's the new actually, so I understand the first part. They didn't offer up the Talmud. They did the daily sacrifice. They didn't offer up the Talmud. So you have to be culpable for that. So I say, what does it mean? I think he's one of the guys that you invited. Yeah, he's one of the many people. So he says, the Malach says specifically, he didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud. So because he didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight you're not learning. Look at Rashi. Put 4 lines down, last 5 lines, on the right hand side. Rashi's on both sides here. That's what he tells them Talmud Torah. Even if you don't get them, you call them Rasok Torah, Machmas Zichem Atem Rasok Torah Balayla, V'Hayla L'Chol Mishkav V'Gildo, V'Shem HaChanach and Evelon Matzah. We'll say, this is absolutely incredible. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, like the following idea. That halakha l'maisa, the Gemara says, the Malach says, I understand why during the day you were fighting about you didn't have time to learn. I get that. Yeah, you were doing battle. But at night, why are you not learning? At night, why listen, do you hear this? Do you hear this? I understand you're fighting, you're not working during the day. I understand that works during the day. Like you're fighting the battle during the day. I got it. But now you're not at work. You're at work. There's nice stay there. I don't understand. Listen, this is such a tremendous mitzvah. It's a long night. There's no such thing as if you look at it come to the in the morning that it's not up to her not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. Again, I do that they start because it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach said, listen, it's wartime. It's wartime. And the Malach comes to Yoshua and says, where is night Seder? Where's night Seder? What's happening over here? It's nighttime. I understand. You learned before you went out to war. The whole day you're busy with the war. But when I say now it's nighttime, where is your learning? Well, listen, this is overwhelming Gemara. Because sometimes we think we've got it all figured out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, nighttime is for me to relax. Just understand, again, they're pretty busy during the day when you're on Yoshua. And yet the Malach comes out of the day to say, there's no such thing at night when there is free time, not all of it, but some of that time was absolutely unequivocally devoted to study. So I was asked to stop over here for today. You're fine. I just want to point out, we did a lot of Gemara today. We did do a lot, one block, but we did do a lot. Again, we're not going to rush. Beautiful, fine wine Gemara. We continue to our side. Shkoya. All right, good Chodesh. Let's have a great day. Good Chodesh.
This is supposed to be just like LBC. It's called Petey the Pibble has officially been reduced to called it. Let's see.
Stories about pibbles attacking kids and stuff. So I was like, hey, Chen's not wrong. I've owned pit bulls. He was just on sends me this article from like a few weeks ago. This 4-year-old. Those are the exact pibbles are great. This 4-year-old the pit bull since a puppy pit bull.
Pibbles are great. Pibbles. You go to the fucking dog place, you go to get the rescue, and you're like, they're like, what kind of dog are you looking to get? I'm looking to get Pibbles. Pibbles. You're looking to get a dog named Pibbles, or Pibble the Pibble.
With a girl, she's a 4-year-old girl, was in the pool. Parents went to go get a towel, and the pibble.
All right, good morning. Let us begin to do like that. All our sponsors for this morning.
This guy's a breeder. He's like,
Our Talmud sponsor for Top Shinting, our annual Talmud consultation shop of our Shishol has dedicated all of the Shulim and drugstores this year as this first for the source on the Torah coaching stuff of it. So we thank you very much for their generosity and how we can open it for chef. It is really the country and thank for all the problems. So Talmud sponsors for the month of David. The Talmud family memory of Amit Ben David Levi, to hold the Rafa, the Shita Levi, who was co-fighting in God on the first day of Hanukkah. We all that in the merit of our Talmud Torah. And someone out of Aliyah and the family in this trouble. And I was learning questions of it. I was kind of with her, and then we have a history of your grandmother's Torah, she needs to call the Rafa. You can imagine that Talmud Torah. And someone out of Aliyah, the family and the church was always very pleased our women. And the source of all of our countries have to ignore the provenance for being in the Shalom and the Khalom, and the merit of our holy soldiers, the Rafa, and the successful. The whole Maaseh Midday. And this is that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Many Gimel 43. We are up to 42 many days on the page of the lot to do today. Minhani, let's just pick up on Minhani. It's pretty much right smack in the middle of the base.
Hey,
Right across from Tosis
it's good to make sure that
So the Gemara says,
check your fridge,
so how do you
clean it
know
every once in a
that in
while.
general,
Right
when
now,
someone is executed, they have to be taken out
Let's go
of
to
all
bed.
three macros? Remember, again, we spoke about this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the original camp in the desert. So in the desert, there are three camps. Machane Shina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle, Machane Leviah, which is where the Levian camp around, and then Machane Yisrael, which was everywhere else. So for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shina, Harabayis, Machane Leviah, the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea here that we've been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three macros, all three camps. It says you know how you're reading this from. It's not right, because the Prophet says, all takes in the color, only if we're not going to go ahead and take in the color, but there are also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of misapplication, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makalo, who was the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu in public, and then there was the Makoshesh Eitzim, the person who was the Makalo violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the two cases of execution that you have in the desert. So the So he says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed HaKadosh, take him out of the camp, and go ahead and execute him. So my wife is taken out of what does it mean? He's taken out of all three camps. Take him out of all three camps in order to go and execute him. I come up with the Gula Machlos and Ella with the Machla Akos. She said, take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means taken out of one of the camps. It says was deal by the Makalo, by the guy who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nemar Poem comes from Kutzmach, and it says by the permanent structure. Now, what is the permanent structure? If you look at Rashi is a permanent structure. There are two poles that are referring to over here. Number one is Har Ha'alam Davar Shal Tzibor. So this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. If the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly, there's a particular type of carbon that that's called Har Ha'alam Davar Tzibor. Or again, Rashi says, Har Kohen Mashiach. This is the Har that reflects the Kohen Gadol delivered to erroneous community as well. Neither of these kabbalas are consumed, rather are instructed. They're burnt. Bakosi is called out and Chutz Lamachara. Fine. So the man says, just like by these parts, right? Just like by these parts, sorry. Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to be burned. So to over here, this Lashon Chutzi by the Makalo is also outside of all three Makalos. I have a husband now, and by the way, how do you know by the parting that they take you out of all three camps? The Hotzi is called Hapara, because the Makala is the Shalosh Makala. The Pasuk says the Hotzi is called Hapara, because you shall take the power, the entire power, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? Outside of all three camps. The man says, sorry, I can look for Makos. You mean all three camps. How do you know? Maybe you need to take the pardon outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps?
It's from our guy, though.
When the Pasuk says, you don't require this Pasuk, right? I don't need this Pasuk over here. But the Pasuk is, I don't need that Pasuk. I don't need that because they're really taking the cow to the bull outside of the Makala. The Sarah also, Kasha Sarah has a power addiction. It's already gone to me. Then I'm going ahead and burning this part as I burn the other part. And just as the other part is burned outside of the Makala, so through this one is as well. So that's why it's going to teach me. If you want to know the second, the whole skills and the consideration to move from a second camp. So the Gemara says, what if you over al michutz lamachana, the dash and then when it says a third time al michutz lamachana, by the Sunnah connection, taking out of the ash, that's also unnecessary. Why? Because right now, Ashaka Hadash Yishari, teaching on Machana Shishis, that quantity to your third Machana, but it's essentially the repetition of this phrase, Al-Michutz Lamachana, which is unnecessary in a number of different contracts, teaching me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps, related to stupid hooks. So why not learn it out from stupid hooks? So what's the cinema? Stupid hooks refers to the prohibition
I can't think of anybody who's so just give me somebody who's so
a carbon outside of the base of the flesh. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the base. Right? This is not back to just with the shalosh machos. So, for example, over again, where am I supposed to check the carbon? Inside of this is what we call machan and shkira. Even if you check the carbon outside of one camp, and let's say machan and levia, you don't apply to that. The mark is now, whenever it says hook the machan, that's even one machan. Mar says, well, now from shkita goes, mar mahalot goes from machan achos, just like by shkita goes, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. So it's over here. Now what's the here? The here is by the kalo. Right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So you might guess, this might ask, you start with how many steps. So essentially, you see over here as follows. Just to highlight this. So you see a number of things that are done, quote unquote, outside of the camps. Right? We have, again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the party, the Par HaLam David and Tzibor, and the Par HaLam Mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now, you know that those two parim, those actually, let's everything differently. Parim are burned outside of all three camps. That we know that. Okay, we established that just before. Shkita goes to prohibition to check the carbon outside of this, and this applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shkita goes to one camp, parim cross three camps. Now it calls out about execution, the whole sea also what's the matter? Take the person going to execute outside of the camp. What don't I know? What don't I know? How it goes. You're an execution. But the issue is, you know, what other people want to compare the execution to the parim. And if it's just that the parim are done outside of all three camps, so the execution is done outside of all three camps as well. So which the one to say is, well, how do you know? Maybe you should compare execution to what? To stupid hooks. And stupid hooks is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the shayla. So the answer is no. The word says, so the stop when you come yourself and how they relate. But it makes no sense to go ahead and compare execution with the parim. Why? What's the matter? Not sure in the parim. Because execution and parim share all of these similarities. First of all, they are linguistical similarities. That's not how it's applied by both. What's the matter? By both, not sure both of the territory acts. And the fact that both provide atonement. So there's more things to compare execution to the parim. You know, it's the atonement in here. I can go ahead and what I think is the wise. Shaking Adam, hoping to Shama people, not to other people. Because again, on the other hand, you can compare execution to stupid hooks and all of these other ways. So Lashon Adam, like Lashon Chote, you both have liability, liability in your life. And bigger. For example, the big position around this is like, not everything. It is better to go ahead and learn out one territory act, another territory act. So if I look at the Gemara's intent on linking execution with the parim, and just that the parim are done outside of all three machanos, so the execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay,
Why did they post this?
She said the Gemara, Rafa says, Rafa on the Moshe HaHaviyashi, so Rafa takes another approach. He says, where was Moshe Rabbeinu in the desert? Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, the Machane Leviyah.
everything else stays in.
But remember again,
Lifetime of Jet's like,
he
gonna take
didn't
that out.
believe in Matan Shechina, right?
Keep asking me why, and I'm telling you
He
why.
was situated
And
in
you will have
Matan
the correct heard. You're asking me
and the
why,
Torah
and
was
I've told you why, but you keep saying,
carrying
why
out
should I
the
know this? Why should
execution,
I bring it up? Things like,
not
you don't know
really
about
himself, but ultimately
care,
as
so I'm like,
overseeing it.
oh, okay. Why don't you just ask me why? And if you would listen, so much I to explain. Because it will make your life more enricher life. You'll see things you haven't seen before. It'll make you less blind to reasons. It'll make myself as an illustrated genuine when you educate yourself, and I do this all the time for myself. All it is there's a regular spot outside of the Machane. So there's another headstone. What is that? Like, who is it gives me a little bit of a light in a dark room. It gives me a flashlight in the dark room. That's where the world is. That's all it is. And I'm very blind. And I don't know why.
This is the so okay. So this is. I know the analogy, but I don't know the context of the analogy. This is the old man on the porch yelling at kids walking by. What about you? You know what I mean? That is true. You get off my lawn, kind of thing. Yeah. But like they're yelling because these days don't even know where Australia is. They don't think it's important. Nobody knows context
Actually carried out the execution.
and if everyone just did what I said, everyone would be better off. That's why the election is fraud. Everyone's stupid. Everyone voted these stupid people. Nobody knows what I know. What do you know? It's not important what I know. Santa Claus lives in the North Pole. Yeah. He's not making any real points. Really.
I don't know a lot. And what's fun is just to kind of give myself a flashlight and look at a couple rooms. Never stop doing that. That's all I'm saying. And all of us, a lot less than we do now, right? Like all of us are here. All of us. But it's kind of, I think it'll help you'll enjoy knowing if I was to say those genes. Yeah, it enhances everything. You know, you're right. Yeah, I know. What is it? There's these ladies that are asking, yeah, Chelsea's lines, trees, all the same, red lines, and frowns, but yeah, now this is, no one's saying that it's wrong. Okay, it's a genie outside, it's just, it's like the most beautiful song. Watch this motherfucker sing this song. I'll show you, get in trouble. No, you probably do. Now he died. Look it up. Tell love to
Are you the person without any other layers? I do not know. And one other thing, it makes the Evan Achas Yatsa. So if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies, as a result of one stone, then Allah I would have thought that Stila, by definition, requires multiple stones. I'm not sure it's still going from that. We haven't gotten into this. That's considerable. See, 2 days from now, that there's a process for how you administer the punishment that others will see us. So we'll discuss that in the next session. That's right. What's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of abanim stone. So you might say you need both. Why do you need both? Whereas you touch a Rahmana, Evan, if we would have just said Evan singular, Habanina, take everyone makes Pekada, then we see how it felt like this. Essentially, when you're saying Skila, what you have like one shot. If you get it right for this, you kill the guy with the stone the first time, then fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. He's free. Yeah, but the Gemara says, "Lo neitze achizim because of Rahmana Abanim." Different verses Abanim. What does Abanim teach us? Abanim teaches us that halacha l'meisa. Again, you can stone him. And if it takes one stone, it takes one stone. If it takes multiple stones, it takes multiple stones. But not because of Rahmana Abanim. If the Torah just said Abanim, how about you to make it nice and tight? I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones.
That's it, big chair.
Because of Rahmana Abanim. If the Lord comes along and says, Evan, you start with one stone, now, just bother it, just as an aside. This is the machine. This is the side. I remember let's keep focused. Very important. What do we introduce to all year? But when we execute someone, we execute them where? outside of all three camps. That's interestingly enough, the witness was introduced to us is as a pasuk. The Torah says, now it turns out that in reality, it's like we're learning this out from there, from the Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? The Tanya introduces us by saying that this is learned out from the pasuk, not a Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, even that, even lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, even lo ne'emar kamar, even lo ne'emar kamar, and it's the Omer Xer Shabbat. So in reality, we learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of what we meant to a pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk that made that statement, then what? Then Allah said we would be able to learn out from Xer Shabbat. Okay, what's the first one? The Rashi says, don't go to anybody else. To me, no Moshe Rabbeinu was the secret. So God says, he said before, it's not going to be a What is that? So we're going to see that part in the series for another speaker. So what we're going to call Smicha and B'tiyah. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially, Gemara talks about the idea that when you execute someone, it's actually very interesting. You execute someone, before you execute them, there's a Smicha. There's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. And then also by skill, we're going to see the process is first we throw a person off a high roof. Throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death if you die by impact. Right? That's the goal. That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here, as the Gemara says over here, is a placing of the hands. The placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a dechia, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, have the obligation of pushing, right? Which makes a lot, let's say, understand, sometimes you can hear this, like, what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen the kishkas of the legal system, and we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent execution. As we've seen, in other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished that as well. Nevertheless, there's the fact that some kind of fear. You know, so coming up on the Rashi, there you go. So the Rashi tells us how it's going to use. Kohani hopes he could see the part on a shot and night Rashi. So the Rashi, Rashi, all of these hopes in the Machanas, what do you do with all of these hopes that are mentioned by the Pari, Parnasah, which again is the Parharam of the Nachiva, Parharam Mashiach, which was like Kasha. I said, yeah, I don't know. You guys a lot of hopes. Okay, so what's the takeaway? What's the takeaway? Our takeaway is that when you execute someone. So first of all, this is great for two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in days. It's very important. The two reasons that we saw yesterday is that why wasn't execution done in days. Number one, that people should not think that Bezdin is able to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside of Bezdin, it finds a little bit more time to defend should you proof, right? You proof for examination comes to bear. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Bezdin do
65K grand.
So again, it was established right? the assumption we're working with is things didn't always operate the way it should be proper. That's what we're making the assumption. So, for example, let's say you use Shabbat as a model. Where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does it operate? In the Mikdash. In Machane Shmira. So therefore, then we're going to be executing outside of Machane Shmira, then again outside of Machane Leviah, outside of Machane Yisrael. So execution is happening outside of all three Machanos. So the Gemara says, so remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was the spontaneity idea. So let's play this out, right? Ruben was accused of killing Shimon. Witnesses came along and let's say that he's been possibly that Ruben is lying to Fida. So remember, again, they're not going to believe in moving out to the Seskila. The Seskila is moving outside of all three camps. Remember what they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance way. They got the guy with a flag. Another guy in ocular, like in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if this group would find some flat guy would raise his flag, horse guy would gather out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to base. Okay. So let's say this is great. So I'm not Shitali, Echad Eben Shenisraba, the Echad Bid Shenisraba, the Echad Shai Shenelabo, the Echad Sulu Shenechna. So the point is, it's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula Mishal Tzibor. Right? This is great, by the way. Right? This is such a Jewish sugya. What the sugya is about? When we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money. Right? Who is footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Bezdin is carrying out an execution, obviously, the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. Right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, and executing the individual. So don't use for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or what we call the rope used for strangulation, all of these shall see what is given in the funds. Nighttime, right? Like what 6 days, in the day, they see the lacy, the lip from that. This is the message. It doesn't really make sense. You tell the person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and it's sponsored by you. Right? Today's execution of the is sponsored by, sponsored by the Schwarzensprache. Right? Like the English mass, you can't go and say, I want to point out something. Think about it. Actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Ruben's execution? Right? Let Ruben pay for his own execution. Ruben got himself into this mess. Right? Why pay for communal funds? It's interesting because if you look logically, it should come from Ruben, right? The person is executing. Part of the penalty should be that your estate pays for your execution. So you might say the reason you don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel like that's appropriate to ask the person, or to tell the person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. Listen to this. So by the Huna, Super Shemanitin, the Sus Shiratzuma Amidan, Mishal V'Ilu. Okay, second, let's go back to Mishnah. Right, so now we didn't be sentenced to die. So what happens? As we didn't be taken out to the base of school. So what did Mishnah say? We have flag guy saying about bacon. We have horse guy. Who's paying for those people? Somebody, that guy's not working for free, right? And horse guy's not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? And Shamu, on one hand, Caitlin Batzel would be on one hand, we say, look, who are these guys really working for? What are they working for? They're working for Ruben, right? And they're benefiting Ruben. So Ruben should have to pay for flag guy, Ruben should have to pay for horse guy. Right? On the other hand, Obioma, Kayvon, the Bezdin, and the Chayvim, and the other Bahatzal, on the other hand, no. This really is an obligation on base here, right? Because the obligation on base here is to try to, to the best of their ability, to exonerate. So really, again, we're asking over here, who is this benefit? On one hand, it's benefiting the introduces some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of prison, because prison has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, just how incredible this is. It's not a new reality that organizations have to fundraise. Right? This is not a new reality. Right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there's not an inexhaustible supply of money to the base or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. These the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not just a question of economics. Who is paying for this? Who is the responsible for this? So there's not an inexhaustible amount of money for the base or for any Jewish organization. So who is responsible over that? So again, that's the Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. Let's say Marcel, listen to this. This is great. The suit. Hadamar Kiva Ravashi, our Krista, I don't see this horror. It's only being executed. Mashkin also, Korak Shabbat, the kosher guy. So let's listen to this. They were given a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a Korak Shabbat, the bone of frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for this Torah. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense. This wine laced with Lavona. So apparently, what Lavona does with wine, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? And once in a while, why was this done? Kedish Kitaric Daito. And the person who executed, he wanted them to be essentially to get them like the inebriated. Right? I'm interested to see how that actually works. But the Lice, so they would do. Okay, I want to find out the Lice. This is actually very important tomorrow. They'll say, Tanya and husband get down. That when we do drink together, what do we say? We say L'chaim. We say L'chaim. Why do we say L'chaim when we drink? The Tanya and husband brings out because of this Gemara. Because when they execute someone, they would not comply them with alcohol, so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't realize what is happening. Henry Huggy says, when you drink with each other, when we drink with each other, it should never be construed chas v'shalom that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, life is good. I give you an escape. That's not why you drinks. I give never drinks to escape. I give drinks because a little bit of mashka, like Nicholas Yayin, that's a soul. That's the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes. That first I love every single person, right? And how much love I could have and how much bracha it is. If I come in and says, when two Jews drink, they have to say, L'chaim, to life, that it should have, because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom, something done to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Now it's just Gemara. Incredible. So Gemara says, so Gemara says, so that when they execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with Lavona to get to touch that guy. Everybody should realize what's going on over here. That says the Shemar, to use Shechar, Ma'obei, the Yayin, and Marina. That's literally again, give Shechar is the intoxicating beverage. Give Shechar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul. Which I want to say just as they were trying, it's interesting, something like cotton. The Gemara says, why did the Kadosh Baruch Hu create wine? Why did he create wine? For the Kol Shal Tanchumin. For the Gabbal translation. Remember, we learned this morning, cotton, that when the person will come back from the Rabbi, right? The person would lose a loved one. What was the first thing you got when you came back from the Rabbi? First thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the Baruch Hu created the wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's what Baruch Hu created. Because sometimes, again, to new yain amar nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul. Sometimes a little bit in moderation. And it takes the other maybe a little bit more than normal to take away a little bit of the dullness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who's about to be executed, give him a l'chaim, give him a strong l'chaim, so that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So listen to this. You might say, we learned, Nashim Mikashi Yisharayim, Hayu Misnakos, and this is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was
when we first started watching Nick, the chip guy, he looked like he was like 22 years old.
Isn't
You know what I'm saying? He looks like
he's aging.
I'm not saying he looks bad. Sort of plays like a Gerard brother or something.
Interesting, by the way, that it's women who donated the wine, right? Why not men who donated the wine? So,
I'm saying he looks like Gerard Butler. That is a compliment.
But
he looks much older in age too, without using words.
A much greater empathy than men do. So
That's what I say. It does look like he's always surprised recently. Like every time I see him recently, it just looks like, oh, what the fuck is happening? Right? Well, Beanie got his word. Beanie got his word. Oh, that's what happened. You would expect us to listen. We watch him. We want Nick. Beanie guy said the fuck off our podcast, dude. Yeah, Beanie guy, you're done. We said it. We gave you one episode where we're shocked that you weren't wearing the beanie. And then in the next episode we watched, you were still not wearing the beanie. So as far as I'm concerned, you're a blockbuster and you're over.
It's still tragic. And
Don't wear a beanie once, shame on me. Yeah, don't wear a beanie twice.
No, it's not wrong.
You
Let's say no one donated the
couldn't have
execution
said it
wine.
better
No
myself.
guy
I just said, let's see
So you
what the
might
next
say,
clip is.
Michelle me.
This is gonna be, are you kidding me? This again, 2 weeks ago, when he was at one championship, they were the best seats in the house. Posted by Dick the Clown, 91. He dresses like an Eagles stepdad.
It was about any time Michelle Seaver. No,
Like the John
that's
Bernthal
actually
character
pretty
from
easy one. Because it's something
Wolf of Wall
that
Street.
comes from community
Yeah,
funds.
kinda,
Why?
yeah.
It's to you.
So Mr. Russian,
You shape our always
son of a your name on this
through
damn
photo. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that concept indicates that it comes from the people. Okay, so that's fine. So that's the easy one. If you know that there's going to donate the one, that comes from community funds. So you might say, okay, so I just want to point out the Gemara doesn't resolve it. Right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the child says the Gemara didn't answer who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy, that's what the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, the Gemara says, fine, the one way that I come to the Rav Sheshes. Listen to this, finish talking, watch this. Just remember again, in the scriptures, all these things together. Remember again, you have the Sanhedrin. Who's sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who's sitting there? In front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now, remember when we saw that in the deliberations, one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument to examine. What would you do? We put him on the basis. Okay, so watch this. You might be interested in this. So one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? It was shocking to the community. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance to the argument. So remember, what is the halacha? So when I say that, which is the idea, it's actually when I say which is the idea means Rav Sheshes is like waves, wave someone off.
I guess I before I'd love to have case studies as awesome.
Like in a dismissive way. Like in a dismissive way. So the shaka, I feel after myself, oh, no.
A good show.
If somebody becomes mute and they can't get that time,
it doesn't make sense to you, honestly. I did want to hear more about Don's peers.
Maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some kind of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. If you can say it, you will say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone has something to say, and then you lost the power of speech, you can't accept that at all. Who's the message? No. Because the coaching with someone you may or may not exist at the other end of the world. Okay, that's a possibility. We have no reason to think that that suggests. Over here, the students literally said, because of faith in selection, I had something to say. Step forward. He just never got a chance to say it. The Merchant touched on this, and I was one of the students. If you have one of the students, he said, Rabbi said, I had an argument to advance, to exonerate,
Unfortunately, it seems that Bob Amir lied to us about running 6-minute miles every day at 4 a.m.
He's put up a base thing, and then he died. He always also died. The only come up is he up, right? The only come up, because it's the halacha is, you count his opinion, even though he's dead. Right? You count his opinion, even though he died. So the Gemara says, the Zota Zicha in, so what do you see from there? It's only if he actually advances. The Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the base, and he advances his opinion, and then he died. Okay, so we can still count his opinion even after he died, but that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says,
that's out of control.
so the Gemara says, Zika no Zika lo. To which the Gemara says, Zika Shita. Amar Tibar Lacha. So the Gemara says, obviously, if he didn't advance his opinion and then he died, so the biggest thing is I can tell his opinion even when he's dead. So Shaila was like, what? The Shaila is an argument. Now what happens if a student steps forward and the student says, I have grounds to exonerate, but never quite gets around to actually saying it? Can we count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara kind of ends off with the kasha. Okay, so remember Mishnah says, Afilu. So Afilu, the next part of the Mishnah said, fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah said was as follows. Ruvain, I would say, plays this called Ruvain, is in a base Haskila, about to be executed.
I don't even know what that is, but it sounds like something you do. There's no way all of that is not done before he starts his running.
So remember again, now what happens over here?
He's running
Maybe Ruvain says,
at the earliest he's running
I have an argument to exonerate myself. So let's say, what's the
Baba running at 4 a.m.
So the Gemara says, like you have a disorder. So we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times.
It doesn't make sense. There's no reason to do that. If you woke up and ran at like 5:30, nobody would be out very few people. So if that's like, what do you need to do that's so early? Before, like, does he work super far away?
As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that halakha l'maisa, we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Otherwise, he's just like, I hear that something you said. I don't know if you're stupid like that, putting your streets to bed, right? One more thing. At a certain point, there's nothing else. We're talking about everything. It's not ready. There's nothing else. So these are important caveats. In other words, if Ruvain says, oh, no, I realize I know why we feel that when he starts talking every time. We'll take you back to the desert, really. But however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that he says. That's not is that true? Is that true every time? Let's say Ruvain got the base Haskila, and he said, first time he says, oh, don't kill me yet. I realize I have new evidence. I just thought of something, thinking about the base. So, do we have to essentially, do we have to investigate, a little bit investigate that claim already the first time, the second time, the third time, only when you cross the time number 3, 4, or 5. So you might say, that's how you learn. I'm showing you that these things are the level, so you might be about it. But you know, so, then what you learn, that if you does this the first or second time that you then does this, can you just give him a pass? Give him a pass. First or second time you said, have the new evidence, what do you do? You take it back. You take it back to agents, and you allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he wants to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 on that we need a little investigation over there to make us feel to make sure that he's legitimate and what he is legitimate. You can't look from time 3 and on, in each man should be done Matzino, so in man should be done in Matzino, so if there's some legitimacy, not the fact that there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, I don't think that. But there's no legitimacy, we're not thinking about
Another person saying
you're right.
she's like, I'm only interviewing him because they're like, get him out of here. Like, distract him for a while so he doesn't hurt himself. Give him one of the staff things. Just drink it all good goals.
We'll take you back. We'll take you back.
We don't need more Gatorades, more Powerades.
You say you have new evidence?
There's all these empty Gatorade Powerade bottles in this fucking tent.
If you claim that you have new evidence, we need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot, before taking you back.
We got next here.
So you might say, no, yeah. So it's here's the Shaila. How do you know? Well, it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as you says, have I new evidence, you take him back. From the second time on, how do we know if he's telling the truth? In other words, if there's some legitimacy to his words. It's very similar. Rabbi, the Masino is Yudah the Rabbanon. He's great 2 times the Chachamim. 2 the base Haskila. Fascinating, you know? Economics involved in low. So essentially, you bring 2 times the Chachamim, say base Haskila, and they say, hey, Ruvain, what do you got? Right? And if, after he says it, they're like, oh, okay. say good, then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, we're just going to execute him. So the mercy of them, so they need Kala. Well, that's the case. If you're furnishing to come to Chacham to kind of vet the claim a little bit from time 3 and on, why don't you just what? Have them from the beginning. Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, Agav the voice. Lo Matzi Amar Kol My Days Day. Let's say, understandably so, Ruben is probably a little bit nervous. Right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. Essentially, I was like, can you imagine at the execution stop? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming. It's like, it's about the execution. He's like, I have no evidence. Understand this is a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, when we do it for the first 2 times, we bring him back to base instead of compose himself a little bit. But time 3 and on already, again, this has happened a couple of times already. If you got something to say, say it. Say it. And the two guys will come over there together. That's what I was saying. So this is getting very into this. These things are ridiculous. Much more for sure. So again, now this is all progression, right? All the progression is actually the shows like this, are very exciting because literally again, they're flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate Ruben, right? It turns out you're right. Either they exonerate Ruben, or it's this case where they brought him back to this obscure afterwards. And it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So that's how I thought. So Matsur was Matsur. So they found grounds to exonerate. And they exonerated him. They made him up, and if not, Yotzi Yisrael. They took him out to be stoned. So he must have closed the Yotzi the father. Listen to this. There was an announcer who went out before Ruben. And what would he say? He's Vodi Ben Ploni. Yotzi Yisrael al Sha'abar Plonis. Right? So Ruben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed, Ploni Adolf, and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Holy Shemodeh Moses, Yovo whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So this really does 2 things. Number 1, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kapara, part of the atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on warning. There is accountability for what you do. There is accountability for what you do. And number 3, which is really the most important over here, is a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that can lead to the exoneration of the that's really the goal over here. So you might say, I'm not buying it. It's not when they might be on 20, so I say, you go, buy it, by the way, you have to add in some more information. There's other information. So and so and so and so other witnesses. Like, and they witness killing Ruben Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Why do you put out that information? Because it was like, there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Ruben. But maybe there's someone who watches and says, witnesses say Ruben killed Shimon. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, like at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So let's say, because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, the cruise goes to the fellow. So the Gemara says, and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the fun of him may cut a load. Because it's interesting. Now, God goes and sees him. This yeah, we would have taken shop over. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. They're not beforehand. They're actually saying, I bought in Yom Kodem. I don't want that. Not 40 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes to see him, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnote. Probably. I used to be able to see this level of You mentioned over here that there's pieces of the Gemara that were taken out, pieces of the Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but it means the Gemara just intrigued by the idea that Allah for the nice we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, commentators will say, anyways, this is a ridiculous Gemara. Ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show you later. We're showing this as follows. Correct over here, he's from Svad, Allah, Na'ala, Allah, calls Kibyo, translated. Literally, sorry.
It's a shop. After many stitches.
Wow, that's weird.
You have more life?
Just many. Dude, who knows? Maybe what the cats are saying, they really are homeless. Maybe they see the benefits of being homeless, dude.
Good. That's usually more regular.
They might be numbers guys that talk about numbers. Who doesn't?
43B.
Let's see what we got next.
You do not have the luxury of adding in more tomorrow, okay? I can't get through the stipulated amount, don't give me more. I'm not sure, lady. Kala Zavrat, that's Yitzro. That goes ahead and literally sacrifices his Yitzro. Right? Misvad Allah, and does his confesses. Na'ala Labakaza Kilo Kikla Control Shalom. He says it. He goes, I don't have to talk with two words. He's actually a really beautiful Gemara. Today the Rashi. So that's what Rashi says. La'achar she'esisa la'achar. If the Yitzro entices me to sin, who don't call it the Hargo, is shut the Chuba. This is not. The way Rashi says as follows. So my Yitzro entices me to sin. After my Yitzro entices me to sin, the Shofar, I sacrifice means I subdue it. And ultimately, again, I decimate it, and I do tshuva, and I go ahead and confess my sins. So according to Joshua, what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my Yitzhar. I gave it to my Yitzhar. I sinned. But afterwards, again, I overcome my Yitzhar. I subdue my Yitzhar. I confess. I do tshuva from my averos.
Brendan was so sure
and I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually Herculean task and accomplishment that it says it. I have found that Kodesh Baruch Hu in two words. Ultimately, again, he offers a Toda, and giving up and having two norms. The norms representing this idea of Shemach Baruch Hu in this wilderness. If you look at the Lashon over here, it doesn't say like Kol HaKol Yisrael. It says Kol HaZoreh Yisrael. So that's like, the most important thing to understand is when you overcome the desire to sin, essentially, there's not like the truth that I'm watching the cup and it's just a moment. See, I want to be able to commit an Avera. I want to be able to use it. I want to indulge a Yitzhar, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my Yitzhar, I am giving up something for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the ability to offer Kabbalah to the actual Yitzhar. One says every single day, I have an opportunity to offer Kabbalah. What kind of Kabbalah? I want to do something. I want to do an Avera. I want to do an Avera. Killing me, Musa, and Mazuma, like, I want to do an Avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want. I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength, not to do that Avera, that's a carbon. That's a carbon. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I must say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could have offered. If you take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon a youth could offer. And when you offer that type of materialistic carbon, the Gemara says, it is as if I am honoring HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. The Gemara was right there. The Gemara was right there. And it says, when you look at the Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. The verse is in English Kaya. One of the things that we just said, of the Makris Ola, Skar Ola Yado. So a person goes and offers up an Ola, you care for an Ola, like Minchas, you offer up a Minchas, you care for an Minchas, Avam Shabbat, in this English, still, when you offer up a carbon, you get reward for the material carbon you offer. However, listen to this, Avam Mi, said Daito Shvela. That was like, but so is that, what is Daito Shvela? Daito Shvela, we often translate as as humble. But the Marsha actually has a different idea of it. The Marsha says that Daitel Shvila is which was the Hayim Shisham B'Kol Libo. The Marsha says that Daitel Shvila means someone who is about Shuvah. We'll say, what does it mean to be about Shuvah? What it means about Shuvah means I sinned. And now when things the opportunity to sin again, and this time I say, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daitel Shvila. That's about Shuvah. What's about Shuvah? Not someone who never sinned, because someone who never sinned will be about Shuvah. About Shuvah is someone who tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. Everyone good at something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fires of desire anymore diminished, but because what I'm doing now in this moment is, I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Daitel should listen to this. Ma'ala Allah b'kosef kilu v'ikrit kol ha'karbanos kula. It is as if you have offered up every single carbon. Shneimar zikri elokim rach nishbara. And let's say because the highest level of carbon that we can offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shel Olam. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I offer up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. So yeah, my zikr not only that, such a person possesses a dramatic rock at tefillah. His tefillah is never rejected. Shneimar v'nishbar v'nitya elokim lo sibsa. Literally again, a broken heart. A broken spirit, a downtrodden spirit, ultimately, yes, that's what we'll never despise. So the greatest carbon we can offer is not a holy Hashem. The greatest carbon we can offer is the carbon of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to do what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. That's the highest level of carbon. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's truly as if you make every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I need to make that sacrifice, I have a special koach hativa, a special power of prayer. Everyone say, I'll stop over here today. Good start, everyone. Tomorrow is Sunday.
Sometimes I'll pre-package all the skits and try to
Have a good day. All right,
Michelle lies a lot. Let's be very honest. Lies a lot. But outside of there, it's probably still very terrible. But outside of that, it's always been about getting Luke to pop. That's what have you seen this? That's what this show is built upon. Can we get Luke off the track he's on? Because he'll be on that track for a while.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Stay.
Formula for a show: the straight man and the funny guy. And Luke's all
our Talmud Torah sponsor, for touching our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shtachar Yisrael, we're dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year as his host for the Soros Tosin Shtachar. So we thank him very much for their generosity. Hashem. That the feeling of Akash should be inspiring for all of Klal Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. The Kelman family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron B'Bracha, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his neshama will have an aliyah, and the family is Nechama. And our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Chana Richter, and the Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shemit for the Bracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, the neshama will have an aliyah, the family and Nechama, of course, is always dedicated our learning in this course of all of our precious hashtags, which Baruch Hu makes from bringing home the Shalom and the Karo, and the merit of our holy soldiers, making Baruch Hu be successful. The whole Maaseh. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are up to 42 Mem days on the days of the lot to do today. Minhani Mili. Let's just pick up on Minhani Mili. This is pretty much right smack in the middle of on the days. Right across from Tosas the Nav. So the Gemara says Minhani Mili. So how do we know that in general when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three matzos? Remember again, we spoke about this idea that the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the way they encamped in the desert. So in the desert there are three camps: Machane Shina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle; Machane Leviyah, which is where the Rabbi encamped around; and then Machane Yisrael, which was everywhere else. So for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the Beis HaMikdash, that's Machane Shina; Harabayim, Machane Leviyah; the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea over here that we've been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three machanos, all three camps. It says the Gemara in Hainu, where do you know this from? Karabban, because the Pasuk says, go ahead and take the Makalabo. So that also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of Nisat, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makalo, who was the person who cursed up in the Baruch in public, and then there was the Makoshi, the person who was Makalo, violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the two cases of execution that we have in the desert. So the Gemara Dori says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed up in the Baruch, take him out of the camp. You go ahead and execute him. What does it mean? It means take him out of all three camps. Take him out of all three camps in order to go and execute him. So you say take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means take him out of one of the camps. It says over here by the Makalo, by the guy who cursed up in his Baruch, and then by the Kohen and his Shafin, it says by the Kohen and his Shafin. What is the Kohen and his Shafin? If you look at Rashi says the Kohen and his Shafin, there are two bowls that are very important here. Number one is Har Halam Davar Shal Tzibor. So this is a specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. The Sanhedrin delivered an incorrect ruling. There was a particular type of tabernacle that's called Har Halam Davar Minat Tzibor. Or again, Rashi says Har Kohen Mashiach. This was the part that was brought that the Kohen Gadol delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Neither of these kabbalos are consumed. Rather, Ellen is Shrafin. They're burnt. You can say Bahosias Kolapar Fine. Just like by these paros, right? Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps. So to over here, the Lashon of Hotzi by the Makalo is also outside of all three Makalos. I have a husband, and by the way, how do you know by the current that they're taken out of all three camps? The Hotzi is called Hachar. Puts the short circle. Husband, the Hotzi is called Hachar, and you shall take the power, the entire power, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? Outside of all three camps. The Gemara says, you're telling me it means all three camps. How do you know? Maybe it means you take the parim outside of one camp. How do you know it means all three camps? When the Pasuk says, you don't have to look these guys, I don't need to put them out over here. But I don't need that bus. I don't need that. But they're willing to take the child full outside of the market. She probably right now, Sarah also, Hashem Sarah Eshakar tells me that I'm going ahead and burning this car as I burned the other car. And just as the other car is burned outside of the market, so do this one as well. You must why what is going to teach me the second, the whole is going to teach me the move from a second camp. A second camp, so the Gemara says, and then when it says a third time, by the Shemasa that she was taking out of the ash. That's also necessary. Why? that comes to these fields are not there. So it's essentially the repetition of a phrase of unnecessary in a number of different contexts. Teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out from Shkutei? So remember again, Shkutei refers to the prohibition to check a carbon outside of the base hamikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the base hamikdash. Right? This is not just the shalosh machanos. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to check the carbon? Inside of the base hamikdash. What we'll call machaneh shima. Even if you check the carbon outside of one camp, let's say machaneh leviyah, you're also tied to that. The Gemara says, maybe we should learn out over here. Then halacha l'maisa. Now, whenever it says chutz l'machaneh, that's even one machaneh. Gemara says, no, now shkutei chutz, ma'ala halon chutz l'machaneh achos. Just like by shkutei chutz, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. Afghan. So too over here. Now what's the here? The here is by the Makalo. Right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So you might say, so essentially what we see over here is as follows. Just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done quote unquote outside of the camps. Right? We have, again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the parim, the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, and the par kol mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now, you have to know that those two parim, parim are burned outside of all three camps. That we know about. Okay? And we establish our Shkutei chutz, the prohibition to check the carbon outside of the camp applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shkutei chutz even one camp, parim all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, but also on the chutz l'machaneh. Take the person you're going to execute and execute outside of the camp. What don't I know? How many camps? Where am I executing? Now the issue is, the Gemara originally wanted to compare the execution to the parim. And therefore, just as the parim are done outside of all three camps, so too execution is done outside of all three camps as well. Which the Gemara just said, so how do you know? Maybe you should compare execution to what? To shkutei chutz. And shkutei chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the shayla. The Gemara says no. The Gemara says, for the Sabbath, we come and so it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the parim. Why? Because execution and parim share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Lashon of Hotzei applies by both. By both. Makshir, both of the territory acts, and Mechaber, both provide atonement. So it makes more sense to compare execution to the parim. No, Adrabah. I can go ahead and learn after the Shkutei chutz. Why? Shekin Adam Chotei B'Neshama Pigol Makshi of the Pigol. Because again, on the other hand, you could compare execution to Shkutei chutz in all these other ways. There's Lashon of Adam, right? Lashon of Chotei. Both have liability by both taking his life. And Pigol, both are subject to Pigol. Don't listen around. No. Makshir arguably. It is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act, another preparatory act. So therefore, both the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the parim. And just as the parim are done outside of all three machanos, so the execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, Rabbi says, Moshe takes another approach. He says, let's look at this. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu? In the temple, where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, Machaneh Leviyah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machaneh Leviyah. I remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machaneh Shechina, right? Because that was the Mishnah. He was situated in Machaneh Leviyah. And the Torah, when speaking to Moshe was responsible for carrying out the execution, not literally himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. Torah says to him, Moshe, take the makalo, take the guy who cursed the Baruch, take him outside of the camp. Gemara says, maybe you don't need. What's the makalo? So that means again, outside the makalo, and then there's another lashon. Torah says they took the makalo outside of the machane. So there's another hotzah. What does that refer to? What's the machane Yisrael? That means to put the machane Yisrael. So you're going to help out again. So the hotzah, interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing in principle on the concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So that's my focus over here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? Now, Rabbi has a different approach. This says, no. Hi, no. That last phrase of Vayotziu also Vayotziu as a Makalo Amikutz Lamachana, that phrase, that's not to teach you they actually carried out the execution. In other words, that is an important part. Not for legal purposes. First one says, no, I see the Hejik. That's actually the Torah explicitly says that they executed the guy who cursed the Kodesh Baruch. Where does it say? Top of Mephimu 43a. Ubnei Yisrael also Kasher Tziva Hashem es Moshe. Pasuk says in Klal Yisrael did as Hashem commanded Moshe. Ela me'akal. Based on what about the pasuk that says, "Vayiglu also." So the pasuk says that they went ahead and they stoned him. They stoned the Makalo. So my option, what do you read that pasuk? That pasuk says that they carried out the execution. And we finally look at the science. This requires for a different pasuk, for a different halacha. What is it? So Vayiglu also. And what does it mean that they stoned him? There's also the law of Tzitzol. We're going to talk about this. It means that when they stoned him and not with this clothing. Meaning what? So the Gemara says, the halacha, this halacha, when they would subject the person to skila, meant that ultimately, again, they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten the death. Right? Because again, if they're stone clothed, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. Therefore, again, by stone the individual, i.e. the person without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. And then we're on from Evan, that if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies as a result of one stone, then halacha l'maisa you yotzi. In other words, I would have thought that skila, by definition, requires multiple stones. Kamash can come with one stone. Now, so we haven't gotten into this. That's an interesting study. We'll see in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the ownership of skila. So we'll discuss that in the session. So make the Ava Atzimah, and then it's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of abundant stones. So you might say, you need both. Why do you need both? Whereas the Kasav Rachmana Evan, if we would have just said Evan singular, Habamina, Hefabila makes the Kaza, when we see Akrisha, I would have thought like this. Essentially, when you're ministering Tefillah, what do you have? You have like one shot. If you get it right, so if you kill the guy with the stone the first time, it's fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Lo neisei akrisium like Kasav Rachmana Afon." If the Torah says Afon, what does Afon teach us? Afon teaches us that Allah again, you're going to stone this. If it takes one stone, it's one stone. If it takes multiple stones, it's multiple stones. Furthermore, because of Rachmana Avanu, if the Torah would have just said Avanu, Havamina made Kara, nicely carved. I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones. Kasav Rachmana Evan. Therefore, the Torah comes along and says, Evan, start with 1 stone. I kind of me'emar ka'amar. Here's the issue. So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skilla information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What are we focused? What are we introduced to over here? That when you execute someone, you execute them where? Outside of all 3 camps. Now, interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a pasuk. The Torah says, "V'hotzio samach esamach." Now it turns out that in reality, it sounds like we're learning this out from where? From a Gzer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? The Gemara says, Vaha, Haitana, Ne'emar Kama. The Tana introduces us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not a Gzer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, Ilu no lo ne'emar kamar. Ilu lo ne'emar kra. Hayisi omer tzira shava. Achshav sha'amar kra. Tzira shava lo tzarek. So what's the Gemara says? You're right. In reality, we learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of our content to a pasuk. But how do we not have a pasuk that made that statement? Then what? Then Allah for myself, we would be able to learn it out from a tzira shava. Okay, let's say first wide line. Rashi says, Moshe Echad Yasef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, as we said before, Moshe was situated in Machane Leviyah. Gemara says, I'm sorry. Remember again, so Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machane Leviyah. The Torah is speaking to Moshe says, take the makalo, take the cursor outside of the Machane. What does that refer to? Chutz the Machane Leviyah. So that refers to step number one is taking out Machane Leviyah. El bichutz the Machane. Then it says al bichutz the Machane a second time. What does that mean? That's chutz the Machane Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to taking him out of Machane Yisrael. Then the pasuk says they took out the makalo la'asiyah. That pasuk, that third statement means they actually did it. They carried through on it. The Gemara says asiyah, like that they carried through on it. That just that we already said that. Israel, Azu kashet sivashem as Moshe. Pasuk already says Chal Yisrael did as Moshe commanded. Which Gemara says no. Ahu mikwayilei chad v'smicha v'chad v'tiyah. So we're going to see that pasuk is necessary. Or another detail, let's say what we're going to call smicha and defia. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially the Gemara talks about the idea that when we execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When we execute someone, before we execute them, there's a smicha, there's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means, and then also by skira, what we're going to see is the process is first we throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Like that's the goal. That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a defia pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, have the obligation of pushing. Which makes also understand. What is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen the features of the legal system. And we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent execution. Right? We've seen this. In other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished with that as well. But nevertheless, there's the constant smicha and defia. To which the Gemara says, Rashi, the Dida, so Rabbi says as follows, according to you, Hani Hotzi, the Sid, the Parman, the Shrakim, my Dashtim. So Rashi, you're dashing all of these Hotzi Minamachanas. What do you do with all of these Hotzi that are mentioned by the Parman, and Shrakim, which again is the Parhelam, doesn't mean that's Tzibor. Train Mashiach, which where it says Kasha. Rashi says, I don't know. There's like a lot of hopes. Okay, so what's the takeaway? Our takeaway is that when we execute someone. So first of all, introduce the two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. This is very important. The two reasons that we said yesterday is that why wasn't following execution in Beis Din. Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is eager to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution stage outside of Beis Din, it buys a little bit more time for the defendant. Should new proof, right? New proof for exoneration come to bear. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, we've established 3 machanos, right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption of. So for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis HaMikdash, in Machane Shechina. So therefore, again, where are you executing? Outside of Machane Shechina, then again, outside of Machane Leviyah, outside of Machane Yisrael. So execution is happening outside of all 3 machanos. Incredible. Fine. Says the Gemara. Echad Omeid. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So we'll say, remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. So let's play this out, right? Reuven was accused of killing Shimon. Witnesses came along and let's say David asking that Reuven is liable to death. So remember again, they're now going to lead Reuven out to the Beis HaSkila. The Beis HaSkila is situated outside of all three camps. Remember what would they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to their base. Remember against the United States, a guy with a flag, another guy in ocular, right, in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if basically would find some flat guy would wave his flag, horse guy would gallop out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to base. Okay. So let's say, so this is great. So Shitali, Echad Evan Sheniskal Dog, the Echad Eish Sheniskal Dog, the Echad Chais Sheneragdo, the Echad Sulu Sheneragdo. So let's say, so Rabbi says like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula Mishtal Tzibor. Right? I was supposed to this is great, by the way, right? This is such a Jewish sugya. The sugya, you know what the sugya is about? When we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money. Right? Who is footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says it is clear to me that when Bezin is carrying out an execution, obviously the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. Right, because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead and executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or the rope used for strangulation, all these Michel Tzibor, taken from the funds. My time, let's read this. In the day, Amina lays the lacy of the liquid master. You must have it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you. Right? Today's execution of Reuven is sponsored by, sponsored by the Schwartz Mustafa, right? The Illy Nishmas, Reuven. You can't, I want to point out something. If you think about it, actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Reuven's execution, right? Or it's like, let Reuven pay for his own execution. Or Reuven got himself into this mess. Like, why is this communal funds? So it's interesting because logically, it should come from Reuven, right? If a person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the Gemara says the reason we don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't work. It doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask the person or to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So now we've established that. Listen to this. So by Rafuna, Sudo Shemanifin Bo, Jesus Shiratsu Ma'amidan, Mishal Midu. But this says, let's go back to the Mishnah. Right? So now Reuven is sentenced to die. So what happens? As Reuven is being taken out to the Beis HaSkila, so what does the Mishnah say? We have flat guy standing by the Beis HaSkila. We have horse guy. Who's paying for those people? Somebody. Flat guy is not working for free, right? And horse guy is not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, Kivan Datal Mididehu. On one hand, you say, look, who are these guys really working for? What are they really working for? They're working for Reuven, right? And they're benefiting Reuven. So really, Reuven should have to pay for flat guy. Reuven should have to pay for horse guy. Right, the Gemara says. On the other hand, on the other hand, no. This really is an obligation on faith, right? Because the obligation on faith is to try to the best of their ability to exonerate. So really, again, we want to be asking over here, who is this benefit? On one hand, it's benefiting Reuven, which is introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of Bezin, because Bezin has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, I want to point out just how incredible this is. So it's not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to fund this. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there is not an inexhaustible supply of money to the base, to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. So these to us, the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not just a question of economics. Who is paying for this? Who is the responsibility for this? Right? It's not an inexhaustible amount of money for the base or for any Jewish organization. So who is responsible over here? So again, that's the Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. Let's say the Gemara says, "V'su." Listen to this. This is great. V'su. Hadam Rav Chiya bar Rav Ashi. Amar Rav Chisda. Hayotzi lehareg. If someone is being executed, Mashkin also Korat Shalavona V'Kol Shal Yayin. So let's listen to this. They would give him a special glass of wine, and in this glass of wine they would put a Korat Shalavona. Lavona is frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the Korat. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense. This wine laced with Lavona. So apparently, what Lavona does with wine, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? Now, why was this done? When the person is going to be executed, we want them to be essentially we get them like a sugar and a dude. Right? It's interesting to see how that actually works. Can you imagine? Right? But the nice so they would do something like I want to check it out from tomorrow. They will say, Tanya and Hagin brings down that when you didn't drink together, what do we say? We say l'chaim. Why do we say l'chaim when we drink? The Tanya and Hagin brings down because of this tomorrow. Because when they would execute someone, they would have to apply them with alcohol so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Tanya and Hagin says when we drink with each other, make a left prayer, we drink with each other, it should never be construed chas v'shalom that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, life is dry, I'm drinking as an escape. That's not why a Yid drinks. A Yid never drinks to escape. A Yid drinks because a little bit of mashka, like Nitnasiyai and Yatzasod, has the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes to how much I love everything, right? And how much love HaKadosh Baruch Hu, how much love it. If says, when two Jews drink, they have to say l'chaim to life. That is shit. Because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom something done to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Mamish this Gemara, incredible. So Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, when they would execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with Lavona. They should not die. Remember that they shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Stella says, Shnemar, Tnu Shechar, the old age, Yain and Mari Nefesh. Literally again, give Shechar, like an intoxicating Nefesh. Give Shechar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul. Which I will say, just as an aside, it's discussing one part. You learn why did it come from create wine? Why did it create wine? For the cultural consumption.
That's not true.
The couple of translations. Everyone looks at the learns more cutting that when the person will come back from the Rabbi, a person will lose a loved one. Always the first thing you got when you came back from the Rabbi, first thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the Baruch created wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's what the Baruch created. Because sometimes again, to you, Yain Lamari Nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul, sometimes a little bit, in moderation. In the case of the other, maybe a little bit more than normal, to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who is about to be executed, give him a strong l'chaim, that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So listen to this. You might say, the kind of, you learned, Nashim Mikashim Yisharayim, how you must not boast. This is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? These were these precious women of Yerushalayim. They're the ones who donated the wine. Listen, it's interesting by the way. That is the women who donated the wine, right? Why not when they donated the wine? So one of the men are more reticent to fight their wine. That's possibility one. Okay, but it's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine what would happen. Men see women being executed. Like what's the Chevra saying? What's the Chevra saying as women being let out to execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, that guy. he had it coming, better than all the empathy. Women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how the Nashim Karos of Yerushalayim, and seeing someone who's going to be executed. Again, maybe he deserves it. It's still tragic. And therefore, again, they would donate the wine. So let's listen to this. The Gemara says, okay, and say no one donated the execution wine. No one did an execution wine. So the Gemara says, Mishelmi, right? Mishelmi, who pays for it? Once again, it's like practice, economics. Who is the food? There are no Nashim Karos, right? No one donated the execution wine. So who is paying for it? The Gemara says, no, the truth is, that's actually a pretty easy one, because it's something technically comes from community funds. Why? It's to new. What's the good Russian is to new Sheikhar La'oved Yanamar. To new is plural. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that concept indicates that it comes from the people. Okay, so that's fine. So that's an easy one. If you know that there's no one to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. The Gemara says, let's say again. So I just want to point out, the Gemara doesn't resolve it. Right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shayla looks like the Gemara didn't answer is who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy. That Gemara doesn't answer. That Gemara doesn't answer. Okay. So Gemara says, so remember again, remember again, you had the Sanhedrin. Who was sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who was sitting there in front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember again, we saw that in the deliberations, if one of the students says, I have an argument to exonerate. What would you do? You put him on the basis. Okay, so you watch this. So let's say one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? He became used. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. What is the halacha? So Menafeach Sheshes Biyadei, Sheshes means Sheshes like wave someone off. Dismiss. Right? He waved in a dismissive way. So Mishtate, Afilu Akabasal Ha'olam. Come on. If somebody becomes mute, they can't advance on it, they can't advance an argument. Because otherwise, we should be cautious that maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some type of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. In other words, if you can say it, you can say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone said, I have something to say, and then he lost the power of speech, we can't accept that at all. Jewish Gemara says, no. It's different. Because the negotiation for someone who may or may not exist in the other end of the world, okay, that's a possibility. And we have no reason to think that that's a yes. Over here, the student literally said, hey, Chevra, I have something to say. Step forward. He just never got a chance to say it. Which the Gemara says, Tashma, let's analyze. If you have one of the students who says, I have an argument to advance to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? And it was like he's put on the basement and then he died. Rowan also right? The halacha is we count his opinion even though he's dead. Right? We count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, Zicha in, Zicha lo. So what do you see from here? It's only if he actually advanced it. In other words, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the base, and he advances his opinion, and then he died. Okay, so he can still count his opinion even after he died. But that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, Zicha in, lo, Zicha lo. To which the Gemara says, Zicha, Shita. Amar, Tibai, the Gemara says, you're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the condition is as he count his opinion even though he's dead. The Rabbi says, well, the Shaila is in our case, where what happens if a student steps forward and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can we count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara kind of ends off with a kasha. Okay, so the Gemara begins to say, afilu. So afilu palm mishnah. Let's learn again. The next part of the Mishnah says, it'll be a fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah says as follows. Ruvain, right in his case, played this quote. Ruvain is in a base as skila about to be executed.
This one might get confused too. This is another long one. It's called Bo Burnham confirmed homeless. Art is dead.
Ruvain is about to be executed. So remember again. Now what happens over here? Now Ruvain says, "Wait, I realized I have an argument to exonerate myself." So let's say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Machzirin also afilu arba v'chamisha panim." So we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. Right? We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, now the issue the Gemara says is the caveat. What's the caveat? The last bit of the Mishnah. As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that hello to myself, we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Can you imagine this? Otherwise, he's just like, I realize I have something to say. Like putting your kids to bed, right? But hey, one more thing. So at a certain point, like, there's nothing else. Right? We've spoken about everything. Every snack already. There's nothing else. So this is an important caveat. So in other words, if you say, oh no, I have one more piece of evidence. So this is like, fine, we'll take this back to the but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that we say. Now, the last question. Is that true? Is that true every time? In other words, let's say we think that's a base of and he said, first time he says, oh, don't kill me yet. I realize I new evidence. I just thought of something, taking back the base. So do we have to investigate, a little bit investigate that claim already the first time or second time he says that, or only like for up to time number 3, 4, or 5? So the Gemara says that, and we learn. There was we learned that if he does this the first or second time that Reuben does this, can we just give him a pass? Give him a pass. First or second time he says, have I have new evidence, what do? We take him back. We take him back briefly, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation over there at the base of Shiva to make sure that he's legitimate in what he's listening to. The time that you look from time 3 and on, in each man is the Bar Maximino, so in man is the Bar Maximino, so if there's some legitimacy, right? If there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take him back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking him back. You're right. So what's he's actually very interesting. And it sounds like it's like this. In the first 2 times, you kind of get like the get out of steal a free card. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back on the basis of steal a free card. No questions asked. You say you have new evidence, fine, we'll take you back. From time 3 and on, you claim that you have new evidence. We're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot before taking you back. So you might say, no, Yadi. So here's the shayla. How do you know? In other words, okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as Ruben says, I have new evidence, we take him back. From second time and on, how do you know if he's telling the truth? In other words, if there's some legitimacy to his words. This is very interesting. Rabbi, the Masuna Mizuga de Rabbanon. So interesting enough, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base of Skila. Fascinating, you know. So essentially, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base of Skila, and they say, okay, Ruvain, what do you got? Right? And if, after he says this, they're like, oh, okay, same good, then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, we're just going to execute. So the Gemara says, well, that's the case. If you're furnishing 2 Talmidei Chachamim to kind of vet the claim a little bit, from time 3 and on, why don't you just what? Have them, the 2 Talmidei Chachamim from the beginning. Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, Agav the boys, Matzi, Lo Matzi Amar, Chol Ma'ikir. What's this understandably so Ruvain is probably a little bit nervous. right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. Especially, I was like, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? It's about to be executed. He's like, I have no evidence. Understand this may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, what we do is for the first two times, we bring him back to basis that he can compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, again, this has happened a couple of times already. If you got something to say, say it. Say it. And the two guys will be there for that. But so I said, get this. These figures are ridiculous. Mishnah. Muslims with control. So again, now this is all progression, right? All progression. Mishnah is like this. It's very exciting. It will be again flowing from one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate Reuben. It turns out you're right. Either they exonerate Reuben or it's this case where they brought it back to the base of Tefillah afterwards. And it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So what's halacha? So Masur los Mashua. They found grounds to exonerate. And they exonerate him. Ve'im lav and if not, Yotzi l'saka. They take him out of his home. So the Gemara says, because Yotzi l'saka, there was an announcer who went out before Reuben. And what would he say? Ish Ploni ben Ploni. Yotzi l'sakel al sha'avar Plonis, right? So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed. Uploni Eitav, and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So we'll say, this sounds like really does two things. Number one, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kapara, part of his atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on warning. On warning, there is accountability for what you do. And there's always accountability for what you do. And number 3, which is really the most important over here, is this a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that can lead to the exoneration of the case. That's really the goal over here. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, start from Neymar biyom ploni uploni v'shalponi s'maploni s'maploni ploni Dilma ika biyadi v'asim nezelu. So Rabbi says, by the way, you have to add in some more information. What's the other information? So and so are the witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Reuben on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Why do you put that information? Because I was like, there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Reuben. But maybe there's someone who was and says, witnesses saw Reuben kill Shimon on Tuesday 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, like at that same time, right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So listen, so because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the fun of in Mekaralo. So it says, this is interesting. That goes, it's meaning, this he's missing from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. It actually says, Arboim Yom Kodem, not 40 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes with Siyunim, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnotes, right? He mentions over here that's mincha, that there's pieces of this Gemara that were taken out, pieces of this Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but it means we might just continue by the idea that Allah for the myself, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, this is a ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show the lady. She's running the says as follows. So literally translated. If you go, sorry. Sorry?
She goes, oh my God, I saw their dumb commercial. I'm like, you're acting like he's 16.
I don't know. You have more lines?
Isn't it weird? And I know what's going
Ah, got it. Okay. Good. We're just using a regular Gemara. Regular Gemara. All right. Let me go on base. 43b. 43b. You do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through this particular Gemara from anymore. I'm going to lady. Remember, goes ahead and literally sacrifices his gates, right? He is Sivan to Allah and does these confesses. He says this. He has Anorak and Farfel in two worlds. Now, this is actually a really dramatically beautiful Gemara. Look at Rashi. So there you see. So Rashi says, "Ba'achar she'asiso lachta." That the Yetzer entices me to sin. Uzotcho v'hargo b'shabbat Shabbat. Now, the way that Rashi understands it as follows. So my Yetzer entices me to sin. After my Yetzer entices me to sin, Zovcho, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it, and ultimately, again, I decimate it, and I do tshuva, and I go ahead and confess my sins. So, according to what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my Yetzer. I give in to my Yetzer hara, I sin, but afterwards, again, I'll overcome my Yetzer hara, I subdue my Yetzer hara, I confess, I do tshuva from my averos, and I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually Herculean task and accomplishment that it's as if I have honored that the Baruch in two worlds. Ultimately, again, you offer the Toda, Thanksgiving offering, you have only two nodes. The nodes representing this idea of Shema Shrach when this wasn't amazing. If you look at the Lashon over here, it doesn't say like Kol Veishas Yisrael, it says Kol Zovech Yisrael. There was the most incredible thing to understand is when we overcome the desire to sin, essentially it's often treats God as if I'm offering a carbon. I'm going to do that for the moment. See, I want to be able to commit an act. I want to be able to use it. I want to indulge a Yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my Yetzer, I am giving up something for us. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up Kabbalah to the actual basis. Every single day, I have an opportunity to offer up Kabbalah. What kind of Kabbalah? I want to do something. I want to do an Avera. I want to do an Avera. Right? I want to do an Avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want and a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength not to do that Avera, that's a karma. That's a karma. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic karma that one could ever offer. When you take something that I did something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because the Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon. And when you offer that type of personalistic carbon, Gemara says, it is as if I am honoring HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. Gemara goes like this. Gemara started to and I will say, when you look at the Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. I'm sure that the verse is with the Shkayim. Anyways, I mean, it's good. Other with Ola, Schar Ola Biyado. So a person goes and offers up an Ola, you get it from Ola, right? Minchas, I mean, you offer up a Minchas, you start from Minchas. So we'll say, well, this is still, you offer up a carbon, you get reward for each unit carbon you offer. However, this Kami Shedaito Shtela. That will say, but someone says, now what is Daito Shtela? Daito Shtela we often translate as humble, but the Maharsha actually has a different idea. The Maharsha says that Daito Shtela is the Hainu Sheshav B'chol Libo. The Maharsha says that ultimately Daito Shtela means someone who is about tshuva. They say, what does it mean to be about tshuva? What it means about tshuva means I sin. And now when it takes the opportunity to sin again, this time I say, Yibono Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Sheva. That's a Baal Tshuva. We'll say Baal Tshuva is not someone who never sinned. Someone who never sinned doesn't need to be a Baal Tshuva. Baal Tshuva is someone who's tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. I know I'm good at something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fire is desire anymore. Because, what I'm doing now in this moment is, I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Gaito Shir, listen to this. It is as if you have offered up every single covenant. They will say, because the highest level of carbon that we could offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shel Olam. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what HaKadosh wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Such a person possesses a dramatic cross of tefillah. His tefillah is never rejected. There will be again a broken heart. A broken spirit, downtrodden spirit. Ultimately, yet Kadosh Baruch would never despise. So, say the greatest cover we could offer is not an older, not a shalom. The greatest cover we could offer is the cover of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to do what Kadosh Baruch wants. That's the highest level of cover. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you've made every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I'm ready to make that sacrifice, I have a special Torah Hatila, special power of prayer. I want to say let's stop over for today. Okay, good. Shkayach, everyone. Tomorrow's Rosh Chodesh. Have a good day. We'll be fine. We'll be all right. Have a great day, everyone.
That dude is a lost cause. Haven't heard about him till this comment, and it's been like a year or so. He's been tied up in a few lawsuits. Hilarious, dude. What do you think?
I mean, he's a funny guy, that Mark. He's got some zingers.
I'll just tell you right now, there's no more Mark posts this week, so that's the only one if you want to say it.
Oh, shit. Well, great guy, never met him.
Alrighty, well, let's go to the next post. This is posted by Worm Breath. I randomly across this post in the wild LMAO. Oh, that's Mark, dude. Is this scene the universe? Got you, dude. I fucking baited switched you, dude.
I know, I fell right for it, dude.
Yep, you did.
He kind of looks like an action hero.
Yeah. He looks like the villain of Fast and Furious 11.
Let us begin the
Yeah, villain warrior. I feel like this is like this would be like he'd be a great comic book or like graphic novel. Redemption arc.
The arc of Mark is a pretty
The arc of Mark could be a good name for a superhero. Yeah. He's like, because like superheroes are more interesting. They have like layers. And then it's like overview. The arc of Mark, the return of the vein. And it's just like beefed up. What's we got next here? Okay, here we go. Posted by Hayward Wigsy. It's a Baba falling from the PG clickbait, so let's see what he has to say.
Let us begin. So 3,000 Mondays, 42. We have to pick up a lot to do today. It's a really beautiful Gemara ahead of us over the next every day. So it says we left off on Mem Aleph on the page 41. 41. And we left off at the two dots. Actually, we really left off at the end of the exchange. Remember, again, at the end of yesterday's dot, there was a beautiful exchange between the Kana of Safra and the Kana of Safra learning Sanhedrin in the yeshiva of Rabbi. So Rami Bar Chama went ahead and was interacting with them. So Rabbi Chama said, what are you learning? And then his mother called it a really beautiful special exchange between these rabbanim. So the Gemara says as follows. So remember, the end of the discussion was, follow the rules. Ihavi Amisu, Batsuba Amisu. So Rabbi Chama was very impressed by what the canon of Safra was saying. He said this, he told me so much about Sanhedrin. I thought that the last part, Amrei, Nikivusa Zemar Amina Bitsuva. So it's interesting. The Kanner of Sakpapa said that time about Hama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, we are able to share with you so much. Means you say to Nas, had you been a little bit more difficult, like had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says in the same book, so it's beautiful. So because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, means you say the not and you sort of to the house if you want to be a contrarian, right? If you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, well, the house shows, well, are you in the death of clothes? So this is such a beautiful and incredible idea. But the kind of Safra is saying, he's trying to have a, because you're so pleasant, you feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic and difficult, and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when we are pleasant, interaction with other people, it brings out greatness inside of them as well. People who act positively to kindness versus when everyone else, like when you have an interaction with someone who's like combative or contrarian, there's something that is like, I saw that whatever interaction I have to have, and then I want to get out. I actually feel interest in interacting with someone who's kind, and someone who's compassionate, and someone who's sweet, and someone who's just emotionally giving in their interactions. There's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more of the person who has so much to give. It's a very beautiful design. That's like, oh, that's not the factor. I come up, what's this mean again with the idea that I love what I saw. So I love what I saw. Witnesses give you often their timing up to 2 days. So the shaila is how far into the month can you go ahead and allow for people to be off in their timing? So I'd come up. She says to you, that's the team, right? And it's up to other people always to be like, oh, Brennan, did you remember to do this? And if they don't do that, then it's the team, right? But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in timing. So actually says over here, I come out, you can't see the stuff, I told us the English speaking, name of the told you about how the will allow. Remember,
I do like to hear that. I'll say that. I want to have my like mamas right there.
In the second month, doesn't happen in the third month. So you can allow for that. Like, why? Because you can see maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was a 30-day month. Whereas everyone thinks that it was a 29-day month. So the challenge is, up until what point in time can we allow for that type of discrepancy? So that's the thing that you'll learn up until the majority of the month. So I'm a rabbi. So I'm a rabbi. I'm going to be so we're going to do this. I'm going to go to that. I'm going to say, if you want me to say, the murder happened on the second of the month, one of the doesn't happen on the 6th of the month.
Job's like, oh fuck, it's so hot, it's terrible here, but I'll save it with my hilarious riff about Toyota electric cars and Prius or whatever, hybrid cars. He's like, don't bring a Daisy, don't bring a Daisy, all he's talking about the
last 2 months,
so you pay for no AC cars with no AC,
where's this number 2? Things because the last 2 months, for 30 days each, that explains such a discrepancy between 2 days, which you know, allow me to show much to do, but
you run the AC and it's bad for sound, but you know, we're working with a budget here, we got a new mouse, so you know, for that, you know, but the team's okay here. The team has a new mouse, they did kind of spend only $9 though, you know, so they got a cheap mouse, yeah, that's not me. The team, that's not me, the team. Okay, so this one was very funny. I don't know what the hell, why it's happening or what, right? But it made me laugh. It's supposed to be safe as 1344. Total creativeness mistake. Former T-Fat King has the victim of the curse of the Papa. continues downward spiral after making the cardinal Eve acknowledged the separate that turn against Shemi.
So everyone knows
so
about the shofar blowing.
he's got a separate that turn against him, so I think his take that K that he was talking about, because he's talking about somebody. That's fine, this is the prison guy thing, right? Like went to jail and like, that's how you survive jail thing. That's another scenario.
Say that
Yeah, there's a whole Reddit page of weirdos who think they're always just gonna take my Instagram page down and try to fuck with me. You guys are gonna end up with a gun lock. Trust me. You're already looking at your stupid ass purple A's. Too easy. But yeah, have fun. Tell them like when you guys are selling something. It's all good.
up until what point in time can one recite Kiddush HaChodesh? That's all about it. Kiddush HaChodesh, up until what point into the month can you bench the new moon? So you must actually respond to the myself until the deficiency of the moon is completed. So the Gemara said, okay, how much is that? So
you're lifting, you want to tell your haters, your bitch ass hacker, homeless cats,
is one permitted to
that
say
you're like,
Kiddush
listen, I'm
HaChodesh? So
fucking jacked, right? The most jacked. And I want to, you guys, we already got somebody looking into that. Light work. Nice. Light work. Alright? It's already done. It's ready. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Go to bed.
So he says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush HaChodesh.
It's called Papa Cusses at Pete Baseball Ref.
And now I've done on Tisha Sar, and I've done say up until the 16th of the month. What's the 16th of August over here? But you go, you can say Kiddush HaChodesh until the 7th of the month, and now you can say Kiddush HaChodesh up until the 16th of the month. Top of Mondays, 42 days. Says another time, right? And look like
Kind of sus to say
and both of them hold. But the Yochanan, I will say, I think it's near enough. So this is fascinating. The Yochanan said the rule is you can say Kiddush HaChodesh, access to smell it to the masa until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So there's a focus in terms of what does that mean. But the Yehuda says, up that means up until 7 days into the month, and then I'm going to say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara said,
the ref was like, strike. I was like, say less, show enough. I'm out here 10 toes down, standing on bended bread. Yeah, that brought Boston in a home run. I was like, I know that's right. I know that's right.
And then I've done so a little bit of seed, means it's fully circular. But by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. So that's a fundamental mathematical focus. We are really incredible mathematical, an important mathematical. Up until one say Kiddush HaChodesh, that you got 7th of the month, because at that point again, the deficiency of the month has been, at the moon has been frozen, that the moon no longer looks completely complete. Looks like a ball. Looks like a ball. And now going, up until the deficiency is complete, that is the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to the Gemara says, Amalei Rav Acham B'Tzira. So we've already had Tova Hamiti. So maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be a Tova Hamiti. So we have to check the book in the Rashi. We like 99 in the fact. We like Tova Hamiti. And then we do the part and we do it now. In the Shiva Ve'ilek Leka L'Nima L'Kadosh Kadoshin, we buy it as the Asmiya HaTova Hamiti. Shekal Shah Shemit V'Vara B'Mimisa. How many people sacrifice the higher level? So that she points out that this is the right? Interesting, right? So the Yehuda holds, that halacha myself, you can recite Kiddush HaChodesh up until the 7th of the month. So it's not just okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Tova Hamiti. And what's going to happen? Tova Hamiti is the bracha. So Hashem never has Tova Hamiti but like 6 brachas. So Hashem never has the bracha when you say something positive that benefits you. I feel like I'm saying that benefits you, and also the ability to benefit others. So why do we say Tova Hamiti? And it's still enough for me each and every way. So according to the Yehuda, say Kiddush HaChodesh up until the 7th of the month. And from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Tova Hamiti. Which, you know, if that's the case, often because the Minurachina die in the Eretz, so maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'eretz.
someone has to operate. They don't, though. Yeah, they do.
Remember,
Okay, so I got it, buddy. Like, this producer, just uses AI. This went to 3 cameras and it's all of it. Oh, and that's why this was challenging with communication on the show. No, I'm not saying I'm like legend. I didn't realize I'm college to empire. Fucking AI runs on gas. I don't know if somebody needs someone to explain because if the shit that Brendan says, oh, that shit came from please do that. You please do that. See if I say this, no, that's true. I got it. Well, no, I do know a guy who does.
Let's go ahead and say October Hamid as is filling up.
Only does AI.
And
Diana
Diana
has
as the movie.
I mean, let's be honest, all the podcasts they go on have like 100 subscribers, so this is probably like something that, yeah, but that guy with the whiskey bottle, yeah, nice table, oil, what is that other one, oil and some shit like that. They have an AI reference, yeah, because they're too busy with their tracks.
این کاندین پاورنس به کسران را
Yeah,
اما اصلا کاملا
because
متأثر
it's
به
because of the shit that Brendan says.
This is the natural way the world works. Because it's natural way the world works, it's interesting. It's not per se a bracha in the completion of the week, and there's not, well, it's not the recognition of the diminution of the week. It just is the way that it works.
Guys, he's using real good words and he has to keep going. Damn it, he has to keep editing. Just run. Oh, yeah, I'll say this. But he used someone else saying because of the shit that Brendan says.
I don't last night, like 9:45, because it was quiet. It was Syria.
Extra soda too. So you give that low.
Beautiful. So I was thinking about this. This schema like seems to almost fly in the things a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like,
you're not supposed to, why would you say it over and over again? I'm just gonna edit it all in. I couldn't understand why.
Operates in a certain because we program certain things.
Because he sees
And when
other
it
people
gets bigger, when it
successfully
gets
doing
smaller,
it.
it's not
So he
raw,
wants to be
it's
like
not
them.
clever,
Right, so he does
it's
it.
just
He's trying to become Ken. Yeah.
So it
Well,
was,
I'm more associated with the Mad Shane Secret podcast. Because they do it, but every time they say it, either whatever F-word people will say word for women sometimes.
and everything in this world
Words like
kind of
that,
fits
they'll
into
put,
a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive
it's kind of
or
like Sam
negative,
Hyde
or
does this thing. I
bracha or
don't know if Sam
korma,
Hyde did
or
it.
Tova Niti,
But
or
you see
Diana
this
MS.
happening with huge podcasts, so he's like, oh, we're a huge podcast. You didn't say
There are certain
that.
things in the world that's just the program.
We don't say
It's just
those
a
words
program,
because
like
we are
sunrise and
accepted our
sunset, right?
communities.
In other words,
He
it's
probably
not
tells
good,
Chad,
it's
we
not
gotta come
bad.
up with a thing, you know, like Brazilian
There's
or
certain
Wild Wild West.
functionality in
But
the
Chad's
world
like,
that just by
we should,
definition
I think I can just edit it out.
by definition
Like,
is.
all
Now,
right,
the
producer,
beauty
I'm
is
pretty sure
the
the
tradition
action.
is
That'd be cool if they just went,
absolutely,
hey, boys, bye.
but it's interesting.
I think
Perhaps,
that would be very good, yeah.
if you want
We
to try
like
to
that.
teach us over
Then I would
here,
want him to coast more, though.
maybe you
Yeah.
don't have to
Actually, you know what I'd like to
necessarily
replace it with?
read into everything.
What's up,
Maybe there are certain things in
Dallas?
life
Oh,
that
yeah,
just
stops every time.
that just are. And I
Okay,
think
so
this
this
is
is
so
another,
because remember,
so similar to the post we saw earlier where he's conditioning his team.
Allah has come
Another one
overcome
of those
us,
instances
his true
posted by
relationship
Chinsek
with
and
other
Balcony.
people.
Also, the ending of this, I just gotta say, the chef is excellent. A little throwback to what Chang's used to be like, you know how they have the little
Like
ending credits
someone
all the
says
time.
something, well, why did you
It's
say
called
that?
Bob's
Why
Backhanded
didn't you
Encouragement
say
of
it like
Celtic
that?
Thick.
Why did you
Credits,
use
so we're
this
gonna
word?
merge
Why
for
didn't you use
the
that
song,
word?
I'm
This
assuming,
may or may not happen
for the
often in
cats, but
marriage.
we're like,
Right? But
she
again,
was getting good,
there's
deleting
all of
bullshit. I
this,
was
there's
rooting
all of
around
this
and found some scraps from clips I made in
things,
comments,
and
or maybe
meanwhile,
took down.
sometimes just what I said is what I
So that's
said.
probably an reference
There's
to what I'm saying.
actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no like double entendre. There's no
We have 2 more. This one's just a quick little baby I told you, so I just want to share this with you guys.
What it is that was said, how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is. And it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, because Bob is modeling this for us.
When we have
You
tension,
know what?
we usually
The
just
moon goes
fucking
up, the moon
get some
diminishes.
donuts, and
It's
then
just
we're
what
like,
it is.
you know,
It's beautiful.
make
It's
a
fantastic. And there
merch
are
with
messages
donuts.
in it. But again, you don't have to read into it. Diana MS or October Hamid.
We never bring it to the
That's
show.
what I think.
You know what I mean? We always have rain here.
Beautiful
We
Gemara.
can hit the guy's head. We have the hawk thing is there to remind us to stay. The hawk and never a
Whoever
duck.
goes ahead and
We haven't
recites
done donuts in a while. Yeah.
whoever recites
We also
Kiddush
fire
at
the
the
team
right time,
sometimes, and then we hire new people and never bring it to the show, dude. If it's their fault, which it usually is, it's like, am I going to blame myself for
if you
something
go
that's
ahead
like
and
fucking
recite
some other
Kiddush
guy's fault?
at
Let's
the
do our
appropriate
really
time. Now
already.
remember, what's
Thanks.
the appropriate
Okay.
time? That's why my quote is.
Shut up,
Like Yehuda says, up until 7 days, and eventually 6
I
weeks
did some homework.
how he passed
Look at
it.
this one.
He passed like
Come
10 hours
on,
on.
America's Got Talent. Remember when all of you were like, yeah, his voice isn't that great.
We have to pass the movie until the night of the 15th, which is normally how it works out. But I'm also mentioning that's how we passed it. So you might say, whoever's a Kiddush Levana, if they are receiving the Shema, you might say, Ksiv Hacha, Chodesh Hazeh, or Ksiv Hasan, Zeki Riva and David. It says ultimately, again, this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, that it says Zeki, so it's Zeh. HaChodesh Hazeh, which is Kiddush Levana, and Zeki Riva. That's a very excellent point, Dad. Isn't it fascinating that probably one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands between you and your car on Motzei Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I need to avoid eye contact with, duck through, get out of there. Isn't that fascinating? So like, it is the tefillah where some segment of the population is killed off, or the content on like random like so it's fascinating. That's the tefillah. But the Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Levana, if you are receiving the Shekhinah, you know, one of the things in the English, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, many of us live with a fear of spiritual intimacy. We live with a fear of personal flesh out. Because I'm scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep our Kadosh Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. A little at a distance. And you're always going for that Kiddush Levana. It can't be that bad, but so many people are so busy on Motzei Shabbos that they just got to run out and this, that. And even if I say it, like, it's just like, it's the fastest tefillah. I mean, Sukkot is always like a close second, right? But when I say, what is it? It's almost as if I feel like not in a version, but what is it? And I say, I think it comes from a deep place. But a lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues, that I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or need for me to get to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just blow past it. Because if I don't have to even travel to their school, then at the end of the day, I could kind of keep in touch for a distance, we could remain good friends, it's platonic, he's happy, I think he's happy, I'm happy, and I don't have to really up the expectations. I mean, it's so incredible.
Like, I was make jokes about having shit strikes that are in their
So let's say, so there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, I use Bazet of Pirush Rabbi. The Sofer Shata Shachar. We listen to this. The Mikh Shamay, Kushin Shabbat Avisan, Einon Zochim Yochane Shira. Or the Kolchim Kabbalah. Let's say this is such a profound Gemara. Klal Yisrael and Zealous. So Klal Yisrael and Zealous often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shema. Like, what we lament most, I will say that I want to point out, I believe, this Motzei Shabbos will already be time to say, when Thursday also be close. I don't know when the moment is. Okay, I don't know if it's, but next week is going to be a very shy Gemara. So let's say, so remember the Gemara says over here, not sure if it's easy, but brothers, we are not joking, we are not able to see the Shema.
There's a video of him saying, why don't you, like, I guess there was a video of him saying, why don't you
is that when it was in the flesh, there was an acute manifestation of the divine way to see the Shema. It was incredible all the time. In Golos, you're not able to see the Shema in the same overt way. About Kiddush Halavana, which is this, is similar Yisrael, Shema Silim is Chadish Kimosha. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes and wanes, like the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too will regenerate. The
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine how excited we'd be if we pull up a clip and Big L was like, oh my god, oh, you're saying we're pull up a clip and there's like an advertisement with Big L. Like, holy fucking shit, well, dude, I would make this face right here, dude. I'd be like, whoa, yeah, they don't acknowledge it, and anyway, we would stop the whole podcast and be like, fuck Justin Bieber, fuck Bieber, what the hell? And then we might stop it and be like, oh my god, real quick, he's on fucking TV.
When you go out to Kiddush Ravana,
Alright, let's go to this next
on a crescent of a
It's
moon, right on a
posted by
crescent,
Dandy
and we
Coffee.
recognize that this one is going to
Chin
be
Lord,
generated.
he's fought leg kicking Mexican
the hope,
greasers.
the optimism, the belief
Okay, let's see.
that we too will once again
Which ones are we
please
gonna
not
play?
to be macabre,
Your favorite
B'nai
album?
Ashkina,
Like, how many have you been in this question? I'd say fucking average person.
and therefore the
I
Gemara
have
says,
like 10
when
ones,
you do Kiddush
Three
Ravana,
times I got jumped
it
too,
is
so
as
that's
if
not
you are being macabre B'nai
three
Ashkina.
times.
Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful
Plan,
Gemara.
we're gonna fight. Always
Let's go back to
that
very slow.
college.
Our money looks like these so. I don't know if it's actually going to go forward to the diet.
What were the nature of the beefs that led to
It's
one of the dumbest things in the world?
to have you go through each and every month.
Yeah, no
With
meaning,
Kiddush
yeah,
Ravana,
strike three.
it would be enough.
Dude, we're gonna take away your talking privileges.
It would be enough. The only thing that makes sense
For
why.
that. Yeah, I don't like hearing his voice unless he's wearing a beanie on his head.
Ravana
Kidding.
instills
I
within
mean,
the confidence and the
Shit's
optimism
got an anger problem, y'all. I mean, this is
and
crazy.
that is
10
the
fights.
most
Yeah, well, listen
important
to this.
result
You
as
imagine
a
him and
people
Papa
and
talking to
as
each other. Does
individuals
it even
to
happen? Like,
believe
if a
that
tree
no
falls
matter
in the
how
forest, no one's there
far
to hear
I
it. Doesn't
sin,
even make
no matter
sense.
how much I diminish myself, or no matter how much
I mean,
I
they
am
both are kind of like,
diminished,
they're similar
I
in that
always
they're
have
they
the
like to fight.
ability to
They get it.
rebound
They
and to
both
remake
have
myself.
anger
This is
issues.
true
I
as a
think
nation and
Chin
true as
has
an
been in.
individual.
He's
And
been
you
jumped 3
give me that
times.
car,
Dude, where's he from?
Therefore,
Jumping you,
again,
bro.
if you're only going to say
The
one
bag.
tefillah throughout the entire month, not only one tefillah, Kiddush Ravana is incredible. I'm not buying it. No. Therefore, we have to make sure that the Kiddush Ravana standing is such an important tefillah. Such an important tefillah, we have to look at what it is coming back. We have this Kiddush Ravana is going to take place in our chutzah and our courtyard.
It's like in the 90s, right? It was like in the 90s. Music just barely came out. Every time I thought about
the sun is out,
what's that cast? So I finally got a
we can see
It was a rebel.
the sun is out,
Like, I was like LSD. They dressed like they're like, slick back hair. He's like greasers. They're all mixed. So a bunch of like rebel gangs. And this guy, I fought for the first time in my life. He fought a shark.
So we begin to see the power and profundity of this incredible. One Kiddush Ravana
Because
is
they're all Mexicans. And
it's not going to destroy. Therefore, Rabbi says you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Ravana has to be say it standing. Rema Mazutra, Mikasvi. Rema Mazutra were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Ravana. And you make a block of Kiddush Ravana. What's the block? I'm going to wrap up with that. Actually, I love him.
The most boring fight
So,
talk I've ever heard. Like, the shooting's clip.
tomorrow,
Ladies are watching us.
that was a pretty
Test 10 minutes of T-Bus or something. 10 minutes of T-Bus.
I can get behind
10
that.
minutes of 10 minutes of show. It's just so boring to an officer. Like, what the fuck? I just fucking watched it. What the hell is that? Greasers. That's interesting. I mean, that's greasers.
He says,
I don't know. I was over in a lot of Mexican greasers, dude. Only greaser I know, you know that book, right? Outsider. That's the only greasers I know, but it makes sense. They were greasers. They were white. What was? I think, I don't know, Mexicans did it better, dude. We scooped up the bag, we culturally appropriated the greasers. Like, watch out. You're like, cool story, bro, but Mexicans actually do greaser better than white folks do. The whippets are just too, you know how they did it? Yeah, if you're illegal, you have to buy some polymaths like my beer. This one's called the Tall Tail and the Black Apollo. Caterpillar Hot 7539 posted this morning to the nicotine online. Incredible ways. This is very funny. Now, I want you to like open your ears, open your heart, and just pay attention.
So here's the block.
That's a great way to start. No, it's an advertisement for Black Buffalo or Rogue Nicotine, right? Right? It's like a real. I think this is real. Dude.
And ultimately, I went to the breath of his mouth all of the hosts.
Okay, yeah. This is real. No, I'm telling you, it's a real. It's fucking real. Alright, fine.
Uzman and set times we are given to each
Why
of the
free speech though?
celestial
What
hosts.
has? Do talk about nicotine. There's a battle for free speech.
Everyone has a job. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Sassen is Smith and Maxwell for some God, and they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Boy, and that's... So I just want to point out over here again, what's so beautiful is the Maharsha comments on this. He says, Shol Yishanu Tafidam Perush Shol Yishnu Yishanu Mir Shalahem. You know what's terrible when you look at the heavens? The stars never say, no, today I'm going to be the moon. Right? And the moon never says, no, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission, and everyone in the celestial field stays on their mission. And it's a God that's definitely we spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission and their goal is to stay on task, to stay on mission. So my avoid it and right to figure out, I want your mission. I like this, other policies of other people. But sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others, then we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that that is my avoda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus.
But it's like someone you're jealous of, you know, because your life doesn't going so well. That's the idea. But look at it. This eyes, it looks like me when I get enough. I've been recording all night, I get enough sleep, I get over that morning.
It's true.
They're trying to give like a Modelo feel to the commercial. Yes. That's the best. Yes. But this is like some general's auto insurance.
There's a crowd of glory to those who come
That's
from the
exactly
womb.
what it's like. Those Modelo things are just like, oh, cool. I'm going to come into the neighborhood. I'm
For
one of
they
them.
are destined to renew
And
like
then, like,
the
only they
moon
could have hired
itself.
an actual voiceover guy instead of Brennan Jumbo voicing over himself. You know? And the Modelo ads, when you watch them, I think they're good ads. And when you watch them, you're like, damn, that guy deserves some Modelo.
And to go
I
ahead
deserve
and
a
really
Modelo.
praise their creator,
That's the thing. It's like, I should. But in these ads, you're like, he doesn't deserve even black bone nicotine. Yeah, he's immoral. You're lucky that nicotine is so addictive because people are like, fuck, Brennan Johnson, I love it, dude.
again, we use
I
the
love that his
same
mustache is
Kaddish,
fucked up.
we use that same
I mean,
Rabbi,
mine will probably
or
be
we
that
just add
nice,
on a little bit beautiful text to it.
I
Such
just,
a
the
beautiful
one
Gemara.
side is not, it looks like he's shaved it off.
Because again, with great strategy, you can do you can affect the water. Can you find
That's so funny. It's not even like a nice truck. It's like some fucking 360p shitty, like, cell phone video.
It's beautiful. However long that Mishnah, because if you know Mishnah, like you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnah can make you knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you Gemara, it gives you a lot of halachas and you but it gives you a lot of knowledge. Kari, Kari goes to Anashe, without two holes of the co-op. So it's a beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinions, right? Some authors, but there might be a Mishnah, the Mishnah goes and switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and go into the world of Torah is now is if you argue with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the world of Torah? Mishnayos. Mishnayos, at least again, because that arms you with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Torah.
Definitely right. That was right. I think it might be, I mean, it's at least, there was some kind of ad. I don't know if they put AI over it, but I think it's real. Yeah, like, this is the ad on the page, right? That's crazy.
Witnesses as well. Right, so if one says, right, we saw the kill Shimon 2 hours into the day. Other one says, we saw something kill Shimon 3 hours into the day. Ultimately, that works. Right, that works as well. The Gemara says about Echad Omer Kodron Tzachama, Echad Omer Tzachama is using the Torah. But if one thing is that I saw Shimon, right, one thing is that I saw kill Shimon, before sunrise, and then one says after sunrise, we're able to buffalo. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Like, that doesn't make sense.
This one's called
No
PSA addressing your spouse by their name makes you weird.
Before sunrise is not light. After sunrise it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that I don't think someone's lying. Or just someone's just talking out their facts, right? Everyone's just shit, that's obvious. Ella, Echad, Omer, Kodem, Yitzachama, but Echad, Omer, still kind of, no matter what's happening over here. One would say, you saw Ruby go shimmer before sunrise, another one says it was during sunrise. So, I'm not sure, that's also obvious because the testimony doesn't line up. So it's not
it's like, you'd rather say, like, boyfriend, get over here, or something like that. Oh, fuck, out of here, you like, out of the whole fear that I die when I hear that, dude. I'm like, they're like, get out of the hole. I'm like, oh, fucking rock hard right now. Really, you get off on the same post. On my own
sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise,
when it was like, and I look, come back to bed. I'm like, oh my god, you don't know English, but I love it.
And the witnesses are not in the same
page. That's
essentially disallowed. That's the only problem. I'm not talking about these things. So it's a little again. So it's the Mishnah went on to say that halacha is like if one of the students in the one of the students in the Sanhedrin finds a reason to go and examine the person, so you invite him onto the base and he remains there for the rest of that day. Then you want to also slowly just stays there for the rest of the day and that's it, not anymore. So you want to invite
See, I was at a young age saying that's weird.
The student was saying to it, like the student had something positive to go ahead and say. Like the
Let's go.
student
What's next? What's next on the tactics for showing your love and admiration? When I was a kid, my deal ultimately again for that college babe, but like way too much. Because they were also like, let's just say one of them used to say that didn't work well, right? I'm not gonna say which one, right? But they're like, babe, and I mean, because the adults laugh and like count the number of babes they would say in like a sentence. Did they ever like see you doing that? No, they were probably drunk.
When you let them stay for the rest of the day, then
but ever since then, I'm always like, I'm never gonna call her a babe, right? Yeah, you gotta traumatize her because it's cute. It's cute. I don't think they watch the show, but I'm very anxious now. It's very cute that they do that. I was just kidding when I said that. The only thing that I ever say is eating. Oh, okay, you call your daddy. Yeah, did you call your daddy? Daddy. Hey, daddy, you want to go see Joker tonight?
But afterwards, we'll go ahead and
everyone's enemy, co-workers, parents.
Okay, Gemara says as follows. Matzah Mosifus. Gemara says, remember again, if the Gemara talks about the Mishnah talks about the video, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do they do? So they go ahead and go back and forth and deliberate like overnight or over the course of the next day. And the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine. And they commit uses of it. And there's no food consumption. So one says, yeah, in my time, why don't they drink wine? Literally translated rulers, a sheikhad. And what does this mean? Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is of course judgment. Those who deal with the judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. So if you're going ahead and dealing with the factors of dealing with capital citizenship, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. No wrong with knives and not
let's see what's next. Post by Dazzling Rabbit 633. You know how they celebrated their 1,000th episode by doing Zoom calls?
They can't reach a verdict. Like, they can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa, again, Gemara says they have to keep, let's say deadlock, the main thing is deadlock. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another. Either a majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. And so they have to keep going. Gemara says, no ra'umai. What happens if they can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? Essentially, a deadlock phase results in a not guilty plea. A not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So, like, so a deadlock phase will result in a not guilty verdict. If that's the case, then why don't you use it for the baby and deadlock earlier on, when they were smaller? why not go ahead instead of the process is we keep adding on and adding on and adding on until we get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not as soon as the deadlock earlier on,
it's coming. It's just like, how's he gonna do it? You know what I mean? It's almost like they're waiting a bench waiting. Like, when is he gonna say certificate?
We don't like the deadlock phase. It doesn't look like it. So phases should be able to
That's
be
the best part of
decisive.
clips.
Phases
One
should
of
be able
us
to
is
be
waiting for the
conclusive.
botch the word
And
he knows the
phases
botch.
should be
You know
able
when
to
he
give
hits
us a
this right here, he's about to
certain
fuck
doesn't
something
look
up, dude.
like quick they can. And therefore we see the compel to try to work this through until they can. Although they also so once you get down, I'm going to pop it out by it. But not only you see for this and then the alternate version of this, I'll also talk about it. Why do you have to keep adding on Diana? Essentially, once you see that the deadlock, just exonerate him right again and there. And we'll be able to cut up because that's supposed to
That sounds like a wrestling move. You put him in the old Brazilian birth vortex.
The singers can't add on to a basin of 71. They also don't got down to a basin of 73. Sorry, 23. But if the basin is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. We're not going to. Already being a moment was backing up in. And already being a partial was backing up in. It was interesting right there. When it comes to financial being moment, we say this backing has been. Now, what that literally means is what? The judgment became old, but when it comes to capital cases, we don't say is Dr. Hadid. So let's run that mean. Mine is Dr. Hadid. What exactly does that mean? Touch Dina. So it's looking like this. Touch Dina means that Halakha and Rights of Hadid is saying this case is too difficult for us. And we can't get to a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. It come violate. But also, you should say that Dr. by capital cases and not by monetary cases. So I'm not talking about Manuach, Ushed Rav Acha, Brave Rav Ika, Ipok, you're right, switch it around. No, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Oh, mine is Dakin Adin. What does it mean, Dakin Adin? Chacham Dina. It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, Allah, when it comes to Dinei Mamanis, Beis Din says we have decided appropriately. Even the Bachas, don't make that the clarify statement. Once the Mesa is the Kasha, the head of the judges, he makes the declaration that Dakin Hadin. So let's one second. If you want to say that ultimately again the Dakin Hadin means a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. They hide the Amar Yoga, which says the head of the Beis says this. And he is Christina. But if you say that Halakha when I said means that the thing is too difficult and we can't find the resolution, Masaki below Amar Drago, Suki you become the Sasnashe. Why does the Drago have to say it? I'm not that I have to be declared by Basin, but does the Drago, does the head of the Basin have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? He's going to be embarrassing. There's going to be some level of embarrassment if the Basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the guy himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. So once you down, the other say, yeah, but there's someone Kashmina, if you want to say that the declaration that Basin says, you can't reach your verdict. I do it so much better for us like that.
Still sound sick. I'm sorry. I'm still sick. Randy, back on the microphone. It's your fault. You brought it from wherever you were, New Orleans or Seattle. Not the vent, but I got probably the coughs, maybe. Yeah. But I'm feeling better, dude. I'm only at 108 degrees fever. Okay. Well, you're, I mean, I'm that numbers guy. So who cares? It's TV, right? Yeah, dude, that's how I think. They came to watch 10 minutes of shop. Start the timer. Play the chin cam. Alright, we got the first one posted by 769. It's called Apparently Rogan couldn't perform in my hometown Stockholm once. Apparently other people didn't like it / wasn't laughing enough. Apparently according to Rogan, us Europeans don't laugh because we don't pay attention. Instead, not because they're shitty calm idiots. Let's see, this looks like Sam Town here. So, I took Angela to Stockholm once and Stockholm's fun. Yeah, I had a great time, but she had never been to Europe before. And we did 2 shows, and the first show is like, dude, did they not like me? I go, you got laughs. He goes, yeah, but then they died off. I go, no, that's what they do here. They pay attention. Like, they pay attention in between. Yes.
Celebration of the light. But then there's no day. We find it. What's fascinating about this is we just keep going through judicial process. So
very
Nehemiah
hard,
did. But at the
a
end
little
of the
bit,
day,
but then I
again,
think
they finished and
it's
they
very
reached
clever
the
joke to
verdict.
call
So, and now let's say, we're talking
David
about a
Lucas
case of a
black and
guilty
fat.
verdict.
He's
But
smart.
see also softball. So we bring him out for Skiba. For
Yes, but
Skiba.
he talk a lot about us. He's using crowd work. The crowd work was very good. He was
So bring him out for
roasting
Skiba.
us.
So obviously, obviously,
He was like a
we're
young
talking about
wolf.
a case of the punishment
I
for
was not
Skiba.
understanding why Joe Rogan
So
wasn't
basically,
funny at all. I like his podcast.
was the place where they were
Joe
stoned.
Rogan
And
is a
again,
very
we'll talk
funny
more about this in greater depth in a little bit.
I can't
But the
stand one
place
accent.
ultimately, again,
I was trying to do like a German thing.
outside of
We'll
Germany.
So I went to Germany.
Like the concept said, okay, so the execution spot wasn't by Berlin, it was somewhere removed from Berlin. The concept says, okay, so Makalo. Echad Omer Pesach Berlin Zigarben. So let's say, so now, right, so let's say, witnesses came, Reuben killed Shimon, Reuben's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed to Skila. They position the guy, one guy, who stood by the entrance where the baby. That's the gun the other. And ultimately, again, you have a sugar, like a for something bigger, right? A sheep, got a sugar, like sugar was in his hand. The sus rough up in the middle. He didn't share, listen, I watch this. This is how this was set up. So it was actually not amazing. He had like essentially like a flag. He had like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse-mounted rider, right? On the side. And this guy was far enough away, but in proximate connection. So he was able to see the flag guys by the gate. Now, why did they do this? Why did they do this? כדי שהוא יהיה אחד אומר אחד ישכי למדור את זה, כמו שאתה watch this. So the leading leader has to be executed. But let's say, as a leader now, someone comes into the basement and they say, I have testimony that could exonerate Reuben. Remember again, David was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuben literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last minute testimony, that they would be able to get word that Reuben wouldn't be executed. So then somebody came to the basement and said, last minute testimony, what happened? Flag guy would raise his flag, horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the base of Skila and say, wait. So he might say, hello, maybe this is going. That's this flag. So now he's going to say, so flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would race off to the base of Skila, and would tell everyone to pause. Even if Reuben had said, let's listen to this. Reuben is not the executed. Reuben thinks, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay, I just thought of something. It's amazing how you think about things. I just thought of something. It's going to sound like you. You might have said not seen yourself. We listen to him. We listen to him. Bring him back to this. After you're out of the college department, even 4 or 5 times, or go back, reach management as long as what? Obviously, there's going to be some level of investigation over it. Right? They're not just going to bring him back to the basement. There's going to be a way back. Right? Tell us, what information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here?
When I was over there, and the woman
behind
the counter was like a fucking 11 year. But she was working in a magazine stand, so that was her energy. Like, hey, how you doing? I'm working in a magazine stand.
Away, right? Because at the end of the day,
I was waiting for him to be like, what the fuck laughing? And then she just kept laughing. I said, Jeffrey, what is talking about? I'm like, yeah.
It makes you something over here with put the base of school up somewhere out of base. It doesn't have to be far, it just has to be somewhere away.
I thought was funny. It's posted by Corey. Listen, there's a lot of these kind of posts, first of all. I thought this one was funny because the shirt is ridiculous. Like, Jesus, I can't even with this narcissistic word.
Of the desert.
That is a wild dress. I know it's so crazy that she borrowed my chop's shirt. Chop is like, you remember those old shirts that kids would go on vacation and they come back from the boardwalk and they'd have like a shirt with like cartoons like big boobs and like some guy trying to be like fun, whatever, or like some stupid saying. That's kind of like that. Oh, can I get the shirt that has just boobs on it? It's like, wow, please, is it
and you find the song it's called
that to me looks like me and my dicey shirt, dude.
Where was it? If you had to stone someone, where was precious stones outside of Yerushalayim. So the Beis Haskil is outside, so you see them here. It's not enough of the execution spot, it's just to be a little bit removed from the basement. But it really has to be outside. It has to be outside. So you want to like into the garden? Yeah, absolutely. But if you see that the Beis Haskil is outside of the basement, it doesn't mean a little bit outside of the basement. It means removed all 3 camps outside of the basement. I must have already cut it off. And so why doesn't Israel list it this way? She must have been not only to do nothing to do with lessons with the Shach I've been in Beis Haskil with for this. She must have been she must have come to this high halacha. But even if
let's see what else we got here. That was funny. This one, I haven't watched any of the chins this week,
outside of the city.
this one's called Never Forget, posted by Confidence Search 8648. Gave this one a quick skim. Liked what I saw, so let's see what this is about.
Therefore, you have the Beis Haskil
I know that it's been a really long time since you've heard from me. It's a different music to it.
The Beis Haskil itself still has to be different from the Beis Din even more. Why is that? He hopefully doing his constitution like this. Sure, it looks like it's a Beis Din American Russia, it looks like Beis Din so we don't want Beis Din to get executed. Because we don't want it to look like Beis Din is executed, we always get the execution spot from the Beis Din in a significant way. Other possibility, Tsunami, so furthermore, again, distancing the execution spot from the Beis Din is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because the longer it takes for the accused to get from Beis Din to the execution spot, the longer we have to find some last minute breaking evidence that will exonerate them. Right? If the Beis Haskil is right next to the Beis Din, so then again you pass the verdict to execute the guy no time. By making again the Beis Haskil a little bit further out, ultimately allows just for a little window, a little bit of initial exoneration. And how do you so that the window, if the Beis Haskil was this is going to point out again the same thing that this camp model is based on the way we camp in the desert. Right in the middle of the camp, in the California desert, you had the Mishkan. That's called Machane Sheva. Who lived around the Mishkan? The Levites. That's called Machane Leviah, the Levitic camp. And around that, you had Yisrael, the Machane Yisrael. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model for Klal Yisrael. That was replicating Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the Beis Hamikdash, that's Machane Sheva. Rabbi is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Leviah. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Yisrael. So for example, so Beis Din operated again in the Beis Hamikdash. But the Beis Haskil was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see what the Beis Haskil has to be outside of the three camps. Either, number one, because you don't want to go like Beis Din to execute. But that's number two, by distancing the execution spot from the Beis Din itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be tense. So it's not new. Where do you know this? But ultimately, again, Beis Haskil has to be outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So everyone's like, stop me with her today. We're making great time. Don't worry about it. We're good. But say, that Amud Aleph is like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush to Kiddush Levana. Right? You can't rush to Amud Aleph like that. Those guys, that wasn't a great day, everyone.
I did that. Oh my God, the shirt back on. What is this from? Brett Moore loves it.
I want to say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Tafshin Pei 5785, Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shulei Drashos this year as his chus for Besaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors, the Kalman Mishpacha, We're dedicating all the children this month in memory of Amis Ben David Levy, his brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah, and his precious Neshama having Aliyah, and his family in Nechama. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's grandmother, who was just with us yesterday. Rabbi is today Sarah Bas Shimon, is on the Zacha, who have been the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshama having Aliyah, and the family in Nechama. Once with that, let us begin. So today's topic is Monday 42. We are picking up a lot of details, really beautiful tomorrow ahead of us from the next, every day. So we left off on then our days 41.
It's so funny.
41. We left off actually we really left off at the end of the remember again, at the end of yesterday's job, there was a beautiful exchange between the parent and the parent were learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. So Rabbi Bar Hama went ahead and exactly Rabbi Hama said, what are you learning? And again, Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbanim. So Gemara says as follows. So remember again, the end of the discussion was Aralahu Ihafi Anusi Bar Kuba Anusi. So Rabbi Bar Hama was very impressed by what the parent of Safra was saying. He said, if you said this, you taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I told him the last part, Amalei, you reduce it to not Amina Bikuba. So this particular, the father of Safra said back to Rabbi Hama, because you are so pleasant and good, we were able to share with you so much. Meaning, you say Gemara, no one knew about what had you been a little bit more difficult, and had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. But take a look at that. That's just what we said before the end. You say Gemara, only not much sha'an the code.
Servicing this week after alleged victims claimed that an Apple series you
because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, if you want to be a contrarian, like if you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative,
some of these pictures of these guys look so bad. It's like it's almost like, damn, if you get famous, you just gotta like never take a selfie, never let anyone take a picture of you. That's why Kanye West wears that mask in public. Oh my gosh, I have so many bad. I can never do anything. I have so many bad pictures of myself. Like I think, dude, take a picture right now. It's gonna be bad. Yeah, dude, golf, fishing kids. That's it for me. It's so crazy how both of them were the biggest comedy comedian cancellations, and they're both friends. That is funny. I mean, nuts. Drives me nuts. Yeah, dude, I dare you to go on it for Chris in the comedy store. It's crazy. Nobody wants to book this guy.
Versus, we all know this, right?
Alright, let's see the next one. So let's find big shoots. James Austin Johnson.
Contrarian, something
know
about
that
this,
guy
like,
right now.
you know what,
Okay,
so
yeah.
whatever infection, whatever level of infection I have to have,
Speaking of which,
I
Tommy is starring in his own movie coming to theaters near you. Now, before he starts sucking up and singing his praises, let's all recall Papa saying he's not one of our guys.
someone is just emotionally giving in their interactions, there's a desire to want to
Because it sounds sick, honestly.
more from the person who has so much to do.
God's watching.
That I love
It's also like I can do it straight up.
witnesses can be often their timing up to 2 days.
Authorities speculate that this was a doomsday cult to help release this photo. Police asked for any information regarding the red-haired man in the center.
In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month.
So you guys are like a family? That's right. No brothers marching on your privacy.
But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't be allowed for any type of exception in this. We'll allow, remember again, we'll say, for example, one 8 says it happened on the second of the month, 1 8 says it happened on the third of the month. So you can allow for that, right?
Straight up watching a commercial now for a movie.
One of them heard about the fact that last month was 30-day month.
I I wanted to watch it because I thought it was Jason.
The shayla is up until one point.
I think it looks pretty cool. I mean, it's funny. I like the premise. As close as you can
The
get to a
last
funny
thing
movie nowadays.
up until the majority of
They're a cult. They
So
do a lot of suicide things, but
Rabbi.
he doesn't die. That's a good premise.
I'm a rabbi.
That sounds like a
I'm a
screenplay.
rabbi. I'm
Kind of
gonna
deal. Yeah, shout out to Stavi, dude, one of our guys. Very funny fat man. You heard of that?
One says the murder happened on the second of the
Funny
month.
fat man.
One says it happened on the fifth of the
I thought it
month.
was like a saying or
Your
something.
English is about
Well,
to
there's one thing
buy
you can't deny.
Name of
Most
the
of it is fat. It'd be cool. It'd be funny. Be cool, Brendan Chop. I see what you're doing. Would you fucking try it out, Chop? Don't make me go in a room and suck my dick or whatever. Go in a room and suck my dick. Oh, this one's supposed to buy an ROFL roll. Release which stand-up was worse. I saw this. What do you think? Like, serious question. Serious question.
What do you see from here?
I don't really know too much about
the
his stand-up game and
once
UFC.
you get
So
to
the injuries.
once you
So,
get to
yeah, I mean, it's still going to be UFC.
into the majority of the month,
I mean, he won some fights, right? Has he ever won a stand-up set? But as far as stand-up goes, he's the worst stand-up comedian that's ever existed. Sure, yeah.
It could
So
very well
that
be that
would
he
mean
wants
he's
to get to
worse
the middle
than
of the month.
stand-up, right?
Not everyone knows if the previous month was a Molly or a Chasser.
I don't have any balls to fight, dude.
But what does everyone know?
And he was like top, he always said, I would top 10.
I love the nice up.
I mean, I respect his stand, I would respect his stand-up game for sure.
Chauffeur
If
is
you ever
blown.
give
Like
me, I would
actually
just
when
start
my
punching
career, the
myself.
chauffeur is blown
I'd run so fast if you wanted to fight me.
So everyone knows
But
about the
before that,
chauffeur
I'd probably
blowing, and
be a bunch of
therefore again,
shots to see
I
how
love
far
the
it
nice
goes.
up.
You know, how many
It's
times
hard
you- how many
to
times
press to say that somebody
What would you
didn't
say,
know
running
the
over
previous
like-
month was or
But he
wasn't.
like has a
Actually,
running.
I'll make it like, the issue is right. So approximately
And I
one
might
month,
be able to
you
beat him in
missed the
running
chauffeur
because he
blowing.
blows his hamstrings when he's running against your belt.
2 months. You missed
I'm
the
rooting
chauffeur
my
blowing. So ultimately, again, that would be
What else can you say in this? Like, if you had, like, if you
One
walked in
relax,
right now, what
one
are the
relax.
Shabbos you would say?
I know I'm about an Allah Kodesh. So I say, so now, because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and transition a little bit to a really great stuff. Up until
John
what
Africa!
point on the site to the Shabbos.
He's like straight.
And that's how we're going. The
last thing I say is some
the
Shabbos.
month,
Like,
and you bench.
I love you, Mom. And Trojan.
Until
This is
the moon is
I see from Fordham.
okay, how much that?
When
So
Joe
as
drops
means
a trans
at
joke
what
to
point
him,
up until
I like that too. Harry Wells thing a lot. He does
is
kind of
one
look like Woody.
to say to the So the market
I
is
never thought
an
about that.
answer.
He
As
does
the
look like
object
Woody.
is
He's
not
shaped like
to
Woody.
myself
Yeah,
until
he's
the
got-
deficiency
he
of
talks
the
like
moon
one, too.
is filled in.
Joe's kind of like Buzz Lightyear.
What is that? What
Buzz
is
Lightyear
that?
and Woody when they're in the pod together. Toy Story is basically this movie.
That's
That's a great assertion right there, dude.
I'm going to talk about it.
Buzz is just like,
So the says up until the 7th
Buzz
of
when
the
he
month.
hits the DMT
Up
to
until the 7th of the month, you can
That's
go ahead
fucking good,
and
yeah.
say Kiddush
That's,
Shabbat.
Bert Kreischer is Mr. Potato Head.
Gemara says, now going on the Achishasa. Now going to say up until the
Totzer is Mrs.
16th
Potato
of the month. So what's the interesting level of this over here?
Brendan
So
Schaub
you
is
say
that
Kiddush Shabbat until the 7th of the month.
Is there
Now
really? I
going
don't remember that one.
to
Who does
Kiddush
that?
Shabbat up
What
until
does the
the
shape of
16th
I don't know.
of the month.
That'll be funny.
Top of them
It
is
is funny. Is
42.
there like a
Says
really
Gemara,
stupid
Tarai,
Toy
Rabbi
Story
Yochanan, Sri
toy?
Luke.
The T-Rex. Oh,
And both of them old.
There you go.
But Rabbi
Shabbos
Yochanan,
theory.
now I will say that, interestingly enough, so here's what's fascinating.
100%.
Rabbi
Brian
Yochanan
Kelly's the slinky.
says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, actually
Slinky is creepy. Can you imagine like a slinky that can move and talk to me like, what the fuck?
Machlokas in terms of
The
what
slinky
does
is
that mean.
Count or
Rabbi
Delia.
Yehuda
You're
says
just
up,
like, why
that
do you
means
lose
up
like
until
that?
7 days
Why are there
into
two
the month.
slinkies in our
And,
company?
and then I don't say up
Toy
until
Story.
16
My daughter will be
days
going out
into
with
the
these
month.
slinkies.
So the Gemara says both
You're
hold
like,
the Rabbi
don't
Yochanan.
associate with that
Chaguni
fucking
Habe
slinky.
Ki Yisra, Chaguni Habe Ki Nafia. One says that the moon has to look like a bow. So once they have to be ultimately again of Rabbi Yehuda, up until 7 days. And then our gun says it looks like a sea.
Posted by Dazzling
Means it's fully
Rabbit.
circular.
Guess who fell
But by the
for
time
a
you get to
parody
the middle of
account
the month,
posting
what does
fake
the moon
news?
look like?
You goddamn right, my boy.
The moon is complete. So we'll say, so fundamental Machlokas over here. Reasoning for Machlokas, up until when to one say Kiddush Levana, that Yehuda 7th of the month, because at that point again, the deficiency of the month has been, of the moon has been frozen, that the moon no longer looks fully looks like a bow.
fighter and flipping
Looks
over
like a bow.
fans.
And I'm going, no, up until the deficiency is complete, and in the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to the Gemara says, Amalei with Achim to the Varech, Atova Hameti. So maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be Atova Hameti. So this is actually quite beautiful to look at Rashi. So the 3 lines down in Rashi, the Varech Atova Hameti. Adrar Yehuda Parek, Yehi Nami, the Meshiva Ve'elef, Leka, Ve'neiman, Mechadish Chadashim, the Varech Atmiya Atova Hameti, Shekal Shosh, Yemeita Bala B'Medusa, Hamid Shemel Sefes L'Chayr L'Olam. So Rashi points out that this is really going to be right, that's interesting, right? So Yehuda holds that halacha l'maisa you could recite Kiddush L'Chana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Atova Hameti. What's the Atova Hameti is this bracha, essentially, Shechianu Atova Hameti are like sister brachas. So Shechianu is a bracha where we say something positive that benefits you. Atova Hameti is saying that benefits you and also has the ability to benefit others. So the why do we say Atova Hameti?
Really crazy looking at this right there, like, what is that?
It's
like,
it's
up until the 7th of the month. And they were like, is it good? I was like, oh, it's delicious.
You should be able to say Atova Hameti, which was, that's the case. Also, Kifas or Mingovarkina and Dayan Ares. So maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'emes. Right, at the end of the remember, Atova Hameti by definition means, right? To say Atova Hameti would mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative, right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say Atova Hameti as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan Ha'emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe yes, maybe we should say that. Let's go ahead and say Atova Hameti as the moon is filling up, and Dayan Ha'emes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, no, Kivan Dahainu Archei Lo Mevarkina. So this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the death. And I wanted to do it with Rashi, almost very close to Rashi. Dahainu Archei B'chol Chodesh Brias Olam K'Mechagoki. Ve'in Kan So the Gemara suggests over here, this is the natural way the world works. So because it's the natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not nothing negative in the diminution. It just is the way that it works. So let's say, to me, I don't know, last night, but I encourage you. Take you guys to this case measure at night. Shul Armin is starting the next day. Probably up here to Shul. I was here last night. 45. He said she was quiet. She was surreal. Surreal. It's getting too loud. Beautiful. So speaking of that, this tomorrow seemed to almost fly in the face a little bit of how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, I started the month saying, Olam K'Mechagoki. And I don't know, this symbol or whatever, I just heard, this is an A-OK symbol, certain things, the moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller, it's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So it was, I don't know if I'm not going to head around this, because to a certain degree, it's like it's not the way the program to think. The way the program to think is that the Baruch obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or tzara, or Atova Hameti or Dayan. And what the is that there are certain things in the world that just the program. It's just the program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad. It's there's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there conclusion? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting. I think perhaps what we're trying to teach us over here is maybe you don't have to necessarily maybe there are certain things in life that just are. That just are. I think this is so important to profound because remember, this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Allah has come with Allah. It's true in our relationship with other people. Let's say one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read things too right? Someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often in marriage. Right? But again, there's all of this tweeting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no like double entendre. There's no kidding. Like I don't think like my frosted flakes to put or what it is that was said, how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is. It doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. Someone says, I think Kosh Baruch Hu's modeling this for us. You know what? The moon goes up, the moon diminishes. It just is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. And there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to read into it. Diane HaMS or incredible. Let's go back to it. We'll say it's beautiful. Whoever goes ahead and recites Kiddush Levana, whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shema. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time. Now, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's our focus. You need to say 7 days in our 16th, it's a little you pass like an hour time. That's how we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up until the middle of the 16th, the middle of the month. The middle of the month. We actually pass really until the night of the 15th, is normally how it works out. But Allah that's how we pass it. So the Gemara is beautiful. Whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah. The Gemara says, it says ultimately again, this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, and it says Zeh, Zeh. Chodesh Hazeh, which is Kiddush Levana, and second, that's what I want to point out. Isn't it fascinating that probably one of the most neglected telos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands between you and the car on Motzei Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I need to like avoid eye contact with, right? Like jump through, right? Get out of there. Isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some seven will have a tefillah off, or just doesn't do it, or the tefillah is not a like my right? So fascinating. Yet that's the tefillah that the Gemara says if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving sometimes whether we recognize it or not, many of us are here of spiritual intimacy. We live with the fear of closeness to Hashem because I'm scared if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I'm going to have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy. This is why, whether we realize it or not, we start to felt it a little bit out of distance. A little out of distance. It's the only one about it. That so many people are so busy on Motzei Shabbos that they just gotta run out and this, that, and even if I say it, like it's just like the fastest thing that you can do a close second, right? But when I say, what is it? What? It's almost as if like there's like a not verse, but what is it? A lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues, that I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or me to give to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just ignore it. It's platonic, he's happy, or he's happy, I'm happy, and I don't have to meet expectations. So incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Levana is even the Kalvani Ashkenaz? So listen, there's a beautiful Maharsha. Maharsha says, listen to this. He says, I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, Ayin Bazen Perush Rabin, the Soul Paraktilas HaShachar. Listen to this. Yesh Lomar, Ishi, Swabega Lusan, Inon Smokin Yos K'nei Shkina. Or the Volk of Kabbalasa. I said this is such a profound Gemara. Klal Yisrael and Galus. Klal Yisrael and Galus often doesn't have the ability to really see the shlichut. Like what we lament most. And what's the better? I just want to point out, I believe, on this month's Shabbos, the only time to say Wednesday, Thursday, so it's close. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if it's right. Anyways, the point is next week or two, this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So let's say, so remember the Gemara says over here, the Gemara shows us the Galus. We are not closer, we are not able to see the same overt way. About Kiddush Halavana, listen to this. Seemingly Israel, Shema seemingly Kaddish Samosa. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the moon. And the same way that the moon not is the moon diminishes for many generates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too will regenerate. The Shar of the Yosef B'Kilo Ben Eshuna Kimosh Yora Al Ben Nusach Brachas Halavana U'Lezek Shalom Levarchin Ala Chodesh Bismano to sing Shalom Asidim L'Chadish Kimosa by Anukil Mekabin Hashkol. This is so beautiful. Kiddush Halavana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes, right? Then it wanes, right? Then it goes out and diminishes. That's the story about people. That's the story about us as individuals. And so when we go out to Kiddush Halavana and we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent, and we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate, it instills in us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again please Rabbi in the Kabbalah, B'nei Ashina, and the legal Yerushalayim, and the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Halavana, it is as if you are doing the Kabbalah B'nei Ashina. Such an overwhelming, incredible, and beautiful Gemara. Let's go back to Sunday Yisrael. And one of those up in Yisrael. I like to have this question, I go for the diet. Today Yisrael says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Halavana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. It doesn't not make sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush Halavana do? Kiddush Halavana instills within me the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important episode as a people and as individuals, to believe that no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that koach? The Ribbon of Shalom. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah. Kiddush Halavana is incredible. I'm Rabbi. Hilchot, never in the middle. Rabbi says, therefore, we have to make sure to say Kiddush Halavana stand. Such an important tefillah. We have to, let's say, it's going to face plenty of attraction. We have to discuss Kiddush Halavana is going to take place in our Chatzah, in our courtyard. It is good. So hopefully, again, that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, we can see the moon. Sorry about this other issue, right? But again, like, create an atmosphere, like, sometimes think Kiddush Halavana, what happens when the ride is already out, right? They're getting a patient behind the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. So how much Kavanah can you put into it? So I say, so you get to see the power and the potency of this incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Halavana it is. Somebody tells the story. Therefore, Rabbi says you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Halavana say it standing up. Remember, Sutra, Mikasvi. Remember, Sutra was and people can stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Halavana. And you make a bracha like this one. What's the bracha? I'm going to back other Rashi. My Rabbi Mazar. In Eretz Yisrael, they make the following bracha: Baruch Mechadish Kadosh. That was a Kiddush Halavana in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, you know, I got my head around Kavanah for that, and I think I can get behind that. Right? Baruch Mechadish Kadosh. And that was the bracha that shall give another Olam Mechadish Kadosh. Right? That was like that. That's it. So it is. I'm related. He said, "Honey, no, she's kind of not invited." What it sounds like over here is that's a woman's bracha. What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good like Talmud stuff, right? Right? That's all. So the Mashal points out over here, he says, Rosh Chodesh, the narrative of Rosh Chodesh, is a women's day. There's a special connection between women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is, this only makes note of the Kaddish Hadash of Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same as the bracha is, okay, the acceptance of Rosh Chodesh is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, one second. We're going to now go to the bracha of Kiddush Gemara. That's Katani Master. Okay, I never said the bracha in a way like the Gemara. Like I said, usually when I'm reason, and what the time is in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not. But we're always in a rush. So look what the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Baruch. Now obviously it's Baruch Hashem Asher Ma'amaro Baruch Shechaki. Through his word, through your words, he created the heavens. Uberuyah give Kol Sivar. Kol Sivar. And also against the breath of his mouth all of the hosts. Chok Uzman Masan Lahan. So there will be again, Chok means like a rule. Uzman and set times you are giving each of the celestial hosts. Shavo Yishanu as Tafkida. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. And they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Holy MS. So, I just want to point out over here again. What's so beautiful is the Marashak Hamilton. It says, Shoy Shanas Hasidam Kerush, Shoy Yishnu Ishanu Minu Shavacham. You know what's incredible when you look up at the heavens? The stars never say, you know what, today I'm going to be the moon. Right? And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission. And everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. God is spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are, if the celestial hosts have their mission and their godless is, they stay on task, they stay on mission. So my abode is like to figure out, I want your mission. I want to like this. Of course, it's always good to emulate others, qualities of other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personal mission. And I see everyone being the best version of themselves. I recognize that is my abode as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. And goes on, he says, again, they affect works of truth, and their work is truth. The Baruch says to the moon to renew Ateres Seferes La'amisei Paten. And literally again, there's a crown of glory to those who come from the womb. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so too human beings are destined to renew as well. Well, the fire of the Otzram Hashem Kivod Malchuso, and to go ahead and literally again praise their Creator, Hashem Kivod Malchuso, through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch Atah Hashem Lechadesh Kadosh. Right, blessed are you, Hashem, the one who renews the new ones. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Lechadesh Kadosh, we use that same bracha, or we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you could affect more. With whom can you find war? Who could wage war? Beautiful. Everyone learns a lot of Mishnah, because if you learn Mishnah, it's like you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnah is you knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you Gemara, it gives you a lot of halachas, it gives you a lot of knowledge. Kari. I'm sorry, Karen Yosef and Avshay, Rav Tuos, the Koach Shar. So it's a beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinions by some authors. That's why my second in the Mishnah, the Gemara then goes and switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and engage in the word of Torah is how is if you're armed with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the word of Torah? Mishnayos. Mishnayos, at least again, because that arms you with general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the fine. After all, Mishnah shows. I'm going to see you about Rashi. Doshna El shows. Now, there are sites. So Mishnah also that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right? So if the God one says, right, we sort of kill Shem in 2 hours after the day. Other witness says, we sort of kill Shem in 3 hours after the day. Ultimately, that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says, about Echad Omer Kodem Eitzakama, Echad Omer Achon Eitzakama, it gives some data. But if one opinion says, I saw the rain, right? One witness says, I saw the kill Shem, before sunrise, and the other one says after sunrise, the Avis is bought. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Right? That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise is not light, after sunrise it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have their facts right. So the Gemara says, that's obvious. Ella Echad Omer Kodem Eitzakama, but Echad Omer Sochanes. No, rather what's happening over here? One witness says we saw everything till Shimon before sunrise, and the other one says it was during sunrise. So it's also obvious that the testimony doesn't very well. So what's about to won't you have thought? So what's this that happening over here is you're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunrise wasn't during, rather again, it was during the glow of the sun and you saw the rays. So maybe they're really saying the same thing. Maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Malon, Kamash Malon said that when you have discrepancies like that, before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, where there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about it, that essentially disallows testimony. So say something again. So the Mishnah wants us to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant, to invite him onto the Beis Din, and he remains there for the rest of that day. Says the Gemara, also Yom Sulo, he just stays there for the rest of the day, and that's it, not anymore. So the Gemara says, by the time we learn, if the student is saying to it, right, the student had something to go ahead and say, right, and the student walks so the Gemara says, we just invite him ultimately again for that day, and no more doesn't get to stay on the Beis Din. Sometimes we learn Mishnah, they learn Shalom. If the student says, good, we invite him to be part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take you down in Imam Mishpikara, in Yom Kol Kulo. And it's probably the same ultimately again for the other animals. And we let him stay for the rest of the day, then not after that. Why? Kadesh, okay, hey, Aliyasa Yurugasa, on Rabbi, Targumua, in Mamish. No, what it means is like this. It's the student says, I have something to contribute to exonerate the defendant. So he invited to join the Beis Din. If he has something good to say, keep him on the Beis Din. Going forward. If he doesn't have something good to say, then keep him on the Beis Din that day. But afterwards, we'll go ahead and take him off. Lots of those of this. The Gemara says, remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and start to do it like overnight, or over the course of the night into the next day. And the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine, and they diminish it. The Gemara says, Yain might time, but why don't they drink wine? The Roseman a Shekar. Literally translated rulers a Shekar. What does this mean? Ha'oskim barazon shalom al yishtaki. Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is what causes judgment, those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. In other words, if you're going ahead and you're dealing with DNA and bunches and dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. Low ra'u mai, the Gemara goes right there. Now, the Mishnah essentially said that in halacha l'maisa, they cannot reach a verdict. Right? They can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa, again, the Gemara says they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked, right? The Beis Din is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another, either a majority of one to exonerate or a majority of two to implicate. Right, but they have to keep going. The Gemara says, "Lo ra'umai." What happens if they remain deadlocked? Well, what are you going to do for this? I'm going to approach also. Essentially, a deadlock Beis Din results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. Gemara says, "The being already looking approach also." So deadlock Beis Din will result in a not guilty verdict. If that's the case, then why don't you do this? Why don't you do this when the Beis Din is deadlocked earlier on, when it was smaller? Why not go ahead instead of the process is keep adding on and adding on and adding on until we get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not as soon as they're deadlocked earlier on, give them a not guilty plea? Because the idea is we don't like a deadlock. It doesn't look right. Whereas Beis Din should be able to be decisive, Beis Din should be able to be conclusive, and Beis Din should be able to give a definitive. It doesn't look like if they can, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work this through until they can. I got an alternate version of this. Why do you have to keep adding on? Essentially, once you see that they're deadlocked, just exonerate them right then and there. Rabbi Yossi, that's according to the time of Yossi, or the change in Yossi, but Beis Din shall shem ba'achad, kach, Yossi, and Beis Din shall esim, Rishosha. Similarly, if you can't add on to a Beis Din of 71, you also don't have to add on to a Beis Din of 23. And if the Beis Din is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. Omer b'dinim amanas this dakin adin. In order to be in the fashas, this dakin adin. What's the interesting da'isa? When it comes to financial dinim amanas, we say this dakin adin. Now, what that literally means is what? The judgment became old. When it comes to capital cases, we don't say is dakin hadin. So what does that mean? Mine is dakin hadin. What exactly does that mean? Ilema hashdina. So what's it means like this? Hashdina, it means that Allah is saying this case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. Then if coming by a way, but I must say you should say that dafka by capital cases and not by monetary cases. You're right, switch it around. No, what does it mean? Mine is dakin adin. What does it mean dakin adin? Chacham dina. It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, Allah when it comes to the Beis Din says we have decided appropriately. Even the Fashas, they don't make that declarative statement. So Mesa is a kasha. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration as dakin hadin. 1 second. If you want to say that ultimately again this dakin hadin means a declaration, we did good.